I'm not too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe him? Because especially after he started pushing for the past 2
I have
years,
so many conversations going on at the same time. I pray for anybody who has to listen to this
takeover of the West. The Islamic takeover of the West.
Look,
and then clearly
we have a
look at
mental
Howard
health
Lutnick
crisis
looking like
in this
Trump's
country.
handler,
To
the guy
to
who was
this
absent
point,
on
right?
9/11 while
I mean,
most of his firm died. Howard Lutnick, who was
it's
there.
intersecting with
Lutnick out during
gender
the interview.
ideology,
He
and
did call
every
Lutnick
time
out.
someone raises that intersection,
But yeah,
you get
he's
called
been
a
saying that
bigot.
there's an Islamic takeover.
And
Look, what Muslims are 2%
we
of
can't
America.
solve a problem we're not allowed to
Takeover.
name.
Look
And,
who is
and
actually
we have a
taking
USA
Howard Lutnick,
Hockey
looking like Trump's handler.
literally
Not a
just
black
passed
guy,
a new
not a guy
transgender
like
policy
Sally,
8
from
weeks
Pride.
ago. Mass
Howard Lutnick,
issued
who was
school
there.
intersect
Howard
with
Lutnick,
gender
Jew,
ideology.
Jew.
Rather,
They
every
call
time
Lutnick
someone
out. They
rails
Goy
a
him in the Epstein
conversation with
files. So yeah,
biological males,
that type of stuff
and
is
now
takeover.
a biological
That for 2
male, we
years.
can't
That's
solve
from
a problem we're not allowed
We're
to
talking
name.
about
A guy
who's
who's,
identifiable
claiming to be a
with
woman walks
finally
literally just
vindicated
past
on
the
that.
firearm
And
in
it
our
looks like he
family.
was even supportive.
I'm not drawing the
Yeah,
intersect called the line. I'm saying we need to be able to have this conversation about biological. And now a biological male, like I'm not going to speculate on motives, but of the guy who's not having the police department
as me that
identified
a
it
war with
correctly.
Iran poses
That
no
it's
benefit, and that more
man
than likely
in
if we
woman's
do go in,
clothing.
it's probably going to be
It is not
because
a
we're getting
woman.
dragged by Israel. And Israel's already said that they are going, if we don't support
You
them,
know,
they're
in
going
the
to
UK,
attack
they
no
would
matter
have said
what.
it's a
So
woman, and then
I would say
the
we got probably a
mugshot or
month
the
or so.
whatever
And I
would
think
have
that's a
had.
big reason why.
Well, I
Well,
guess
that is not even a big
the
reason. That
person's
is the
dead. It
reason
would
why
have just
Netanyahu came to
looked
the
like
United
a
States
man,
to have that
straight up.
discussion with him.
But they
He
would have
took the side
reported it
door,
like a
didn't
woman.
even do a press
unfortunate
conference
they allow
after.
these men
I
to
think he
pass
came over to
themselves
say,
off
look,
as women.
you know, we're
because
not
it's really
confident in these
insulting. I don't know that many
negotiations.
women that have like
They only
SS
want to talk
Totenkopf
nuclear. They don't
tattoos.
want to talk ballistic missile program.
And the idea
That's their
that
biggest
they
fear is
can
the ballistic
just,
missile program.
like misrepresent
The
women
Six-Day War
as these
definitely
violent
showed
Nazi
the
groypers
chinks in Israel's
is
armor.
to me very offensive
that
to
is why
women.
they're
And women should be
really-
offended.
Would you call me?
What?
Women are offended, but like usual,
The chinks
we
in the
let
armor?
the left's classic play.
This nigga. Okay, I just caught
screaming the loudest.
What the
with
fuck?
the
I thought
hyper
we-
minority
This guy, bro.
We talk about whatever they
This guy.
dictate. We talk
Yeah.
about,
So
we talk about this issue that
El
less than
Sneeko
1%
for
of
interrupting, but
Americans
yeah,
actually care
what was I
about.
gonna say?
That's not
This
a
nigga
top
threw me
5
off.
issue.
Oh, okay.
in
So yeah,
any swing
the
district
12-day
in
war.
America.
Excuse me, the 12-day war, not the 6-day war. Not to be confused. The 12-day war showed a lot of Israel's weaknesses. So with the ballistic missile program, as much as they lie in the mainstream media and say, "Oh, Iran didn't do anything," the Israelis had, air power, superior air power. That might be true, but they took quite a bit of damage in the process. And basically, the nuclear program, which was like the main thing they used to justify attacking Israel's weaknesses Iran for decades. So with the ballistic missile program, and Iran's already said, "Yeah, we're not negotiating the ballistic missile program whatsoever." Air power, superior air power. That might be true. Trump actually does want to kind of quiet handle the nuclear stuff first. He's more content with that, but the Israelis are not going to accept that. They want the nuclear program, which was like the main thing they used. They want no uranium enrichment at all. They want ballistic missile program basically completely disabled. They want no support to the proxy. What they're demanding is just not feasible. They're pretty much at an impasse. There's like no real negotiation. I think at this point they're just biding time.
I saw a
But the
post
Israelis are
on
100% going to attack.
probably pretty conservative.
I talked with
That you
Alex.
actually had any
They want no uranium enrichment at all. They want ballistic missile program basically completely disabled. They want no support to the proxy. What they're demanding is just not feasible. They're pretty much at an impasse. Like no real negotiation. I think at this point they're just
Look at
biding
the
time.
Dow. Boy, look at the Dow. Go to the Epstein files. Don't forget, Epstein, terrific guy, great guy. He likes a lot of women. Very young, very beautiful. Very young.
Yeah, I mean, look. No, it's obviously weird. I agree with that. I mean, look, dude.
The Dow.
I can put you on
Epstein files.
because I don't want to.
Epstein, terrific guy.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for myself.
Very young, very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, look. It's obviously weird. I agree with that. I mean, look, dude.
I mean, ever since Colorado went full universal vote by mail, there's not even a way to opt out. You just get a ballot every time. There's an election, primary general, it's gone over to the Democrat. I mean, that's not by coincidence. You get 2, 3 ballots. I mean, ever since Colorado there's not even a way to opt out. Well, I don't think it's either gross negligence or it's intentional. It's not by coincidence. And I think it's time that you restart holding these election workers
that
I think it's time that you start holding these election workers
for everything when they don't have clearly as much representation or power.
I just either have a checklist, and my friend Scott did before it, that's and I think it's time that you start holding these elections that you don't hit every. I think it's single point on that checklist. They should be criminally liable for that election. My friend Scott and I mean, and for example, not having enough stars, they start holding these elections. They run out of every, or let's say 60% of your voters, or whatever, criminally liable for that election.
Right, not all.
And I mean, right, just for example, not having enough stars, they start holding these elections. They run out of every, or let's say 60% of your voters.
What do you mean when 98% of the late ballots all go for one side?
It's kind of like stepping over quarters.
Or how about just, you know, just kind of stacking up like 500 ballots and putting a binder clip on them, putting a nice sticky note on them.
When 98% of the late ballots all go for holding.
In the 2020 election, I call it
They were
sticky
never
note gate.
holding the ballots.
You know, just kind of stacking up 500 ballots. It's a joke. And then we're supposed to be called racist, the new Jim Crow when we just want to vote in the election and citizenship. I call it sticky note gate.
It's a hyper-majority issue. It's like well over 80% of Americans, both parties, support voter ID in elections.
We're sitting around talking to all these things. It doesn't call racist the new Jim Crow when we just want to vote in the election. We don't have citizenship. I call it we are losing our
It's a hyper-majority issue. It's like well over 80% of Americans, both parties, support voter ID in elections.
We're sitting around talking to all these literally run the country. It's crazy. The STREAMLABS, Free Palestine radicals that called me apartheid.
Well over 80% of Americans, both parties,
10 years ago. They'll be running. They're the ones running for Congress. Literally running because they cook the books. They fraud. Free Palestine radicals their way in. It's the only way they can. What called me apartheid.
well over 80% of Americans, both parties.
Because we are a conservative nation. They'll be running. They're the ones running for Congress. Literally running because they cook. Does anyone really think they fraud? Free Palestine radicals their way in? It's the only way they can. What called me apartheid.
well over 80% of Americans, both parties.
Because we are a conservative nation. They'll be running. They're the ones running for Congress. Literally running.
Poor Cam, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, who didn't even, campaign. She ran the campaign just like Biden out of her basement, or Mickey Sherrill up in New Jersey, got 500,000 more votes than any other gubernatorial candidate in the history of New Jersey. I mean, come on. There's fraud all over the place. Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, who didn't even, campaign. She ran the campaign just like Biden out of her basement, or Mickey Sherrill up in New Jersey, got 500,000 more votes than any other gubernatorial
but your opponent's
candidate in the history of New Jersey. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry.
There's fraud all over the place. Abigail Spanberger in Virginia.
How about that guy?
Campaign. She ran the campaign just like Biden out of her basement, or Mickey Sherrill.
How did he not get a
In a text message
got 500,000 more votes than
not
any
just
other
your opponent,
gubernatorial
but your opponent's
candidate in the history
well,
of New
and
Jersey.
now he's the chief
Come
of
on.
law enforcement. I'm sorry.
There's fraud all over the place.
Doc, I see your hand,
that
but you're welcome to jump
campaign?
in, but it's still maybe on phone call. How did he not get a
In a
raise?
text message
got 500,000 more votes than
not
any
just
other
your opponent,
gubernatorial
but your
He's working out her commission
opponent's
with Barbara.
well, and now he's the chief of law
Yeah,
enforcement.
no, I'm not doing that.
There's fraud all over the place.
Doc, I see your hand, but you're welcome to
filing
jump
for the
in,
FBI
but it's still maybe on
cyber
phone call.
checking reports
Mickey Sherrill,
How did he not get
on
a
Megan
text message
for what he's doing to Barbara?
Not
just your opponent,
Work it out or commission it with Barbie.
well, and now he is chief boss.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Always on task. It's time for a Diet Coke with some ice.
I had
Would you stop? Oh my God! You guys
already
you
started
bad.
talking before.
How did he not get
What
a
was I
text
going to
message?
say? What's Jessica trying to say? Was she trying to say something?
I saw her
Work it out
hand
or
raised,
commission it with
but I
Barbie.
asked her
And
to
now
say
he
it
is
again.
chief boss.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Always on task. It's time for a Diet Coke with some ice.
I had
Would you stop?
Yeah, I
Oh
know
my
all this.
God! You
Nothing
guys
already
you
started
bad.
talking before. I know all that.
How did he not
Yeah,
get
yeah.
a
What was I
text
going to
message?
say? None of it is. Yeah, you guys are very late to the party. None of it's real.
I saw her
Work it out
hand
or
raised,
I've seen
commission it with
but I
everybody.
asked her
And
to
now
say
he
it
is
again.
chief boss.
What's not real?
Always
None
on
of
task.
this
It's
stuff
time
that
for a
you're
Diet
saying.
Coke with some ice.
I had
Would you stop?
I'm
Oh
trying.
my God! You guys
It's okay.
you bad.
It's okay.
I need to know it's not real.
Would you stop?
It is real.
Barbie's doctor.
Just keep your hands in the 10-2 position, mister.
It's okay.
And now he is chief
It's not real. No, it's not real.
Would you stop?
It is real.
Would you
Just keep your hands in the 10-2 position, mister.
It's not real. No, it's not real.
Would you stop?
It is real.
Just keep your hands in the 10-2 position, mister.
It's okay.
Stop laughing and drive me. Would you
Viva, Barbie's in a row with Megyn Kelly. 10-2 position, mister.
I heard about this, but it's still going on in the back and forth. Last I left, I realized that me and Barbie, you guys
Just keep your hands in the 10-2 position,
Megyn
mister.
Kelly saying she's going to double check and Megan admitting that she didn't.
stop laughing and drive me?
To see if the
Viva,
Pakistani
Barbie's in a
bot-
row with Megyn Kelly. 10-2 position, mister.
I admitted she did no prior research. We're going to go check on the research, and that's where we left. We left there, and
Just keep your hands in the 10-2 position,
Megyn
mister.
Kelly saying she's
What do you
going to
think?
double
What?
check, and Megan admitting that she didn't.
Stop laughing and drive me. Taking bets.
Viva, Barbie's in a row with
I just
Megyn Kelly. 10-2
I'm
position.
trying to find Dottie that says DM to me. I hope it's as important as it
We're
is.
going to go check on the research.
Viva
There's about
repeat.
5,000.
Just keep your hands in the 10-2
Is
position.
Barbie still going back
What do you
and
think?
forth with Megan or not? Or did she leave it at Megan
Stop
saying,
laughing
well,
and
I'm
drive
going
me.
to do my
Taking
due
bets.
diligence and find out
Barbie's in a
if
row
Pakistani
with
account Megan got
Kelly.
I'm trying to find Dottie that says DM to me. I hope it's as important.
I hope she left it. That's what I told her.
Yeah, that's what Cam
Viva
said.
repeat.
So wait, so Justice, I'm looking at your last DM and this is literally what I'm saying. None of it is real.
Leave it at
Fake
Megan
docs.
saying,
What do you
well, I'm
think?
going to
Taking
do
bets.
diligence.
This is nothing I've seen on your post.
I don't know, you know, just, you know.
I hope it's as important.
I hope she left it. I texted her and Dotsa posted it.
Hold on, Cam, Justice, so wait, so Justice, I'm looking at your last DM and this is literally what I'm saying.
I didn't hear her,
Okay,
but
you
no, I
gotta take
did.
Dottie.
It was on Megan's thread.
Wait, so then I'm not seeing your last DMs. Can you resend your last
I don't know, you know, just send it to Angela too.
I hope she left it. I texted her and Dotsa
Wait,
posted
are you
it.
talking about late on Cam? So I'm looking at your last DM and this is literally what I'm saying.
I didn't hear
That's dated on
her. No, I didn't.
November 10th,
It was on
2024.
Megan's
November
thread.
2024. Wait, so then I'm not seeing your last DMs. Can you resend your last
I don't know, you know, just send it to Angela
Are you
too.
there?
I hope she left it. I texted her and Dotsa
Wait,
posted
are you
it.
talking about
You
late
know,
on
from Florida, is
So
someone you're looking at?
So yeah, what's the date on that? Can you see the date?
I didn't
That's
hear
dated
her.
on
No, I didn't.
November 10th,
It was on Megan's
2024.
thread.
Yeah, I'm looking at the date. Wait, so then I'm not seeing your
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
from last October.
I don't know, you know, just send it to
No,
Angela
in
too.
I hope she
2024.
left it. I texted her and
Yeah.
Dotsa posted it.
November.
You know, from
November,
Florida, yeah,
not
but is
October.
someone you're looking
Are
at?
you looking into So yeah, date on that.
Yeah.
The same thing.
I didn't
That's
hear her.
dated on
No, I didn't.
November 10th,
What, did
2024.
you see the video
Yeah,
down
I'm
there?
looking at the date. Wait, so then I'm not seeing your
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
from last October.
I don't know. Yeah, send it to
No,
Angela
in
too.
I hope
2024.
she left it. I
Yeah, I
texted her
know,
and
I
Dotsa
know.
posted
This is
it.
like all fake
Yeah,
AI
from
stuff.
Florida, yeah,
Not
but is
October.
someone
This is
you're
all
looking
old
at?
stuff.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
date
not,
on that.
yeah, I don't
I didn't
think
hear
what,
her.
you know, I'm not suspecting Barbie or anything. I just see the video
I'm
information
looking at the
on
date.
Megan's thread.
Yeah, that was from last
So
October.
this person reposted it there on the thread?
No,
No,
scroll down.
yeah, so not saying it's 5 different names. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
AI,
yeah, I understand. I completely
Okay, Okay, you're not sending anything.
I don't
Okay,
think
put
what,
it
you
this
know,
way,
I'm not the sickening
like
part
the
of your
fact that
word.
anything is new
We
stuff, but if it's
make
something
it
old,
on
like
vegan
prior to
thread.
now, I know everything. I know so many things in my brain that think. Yeah, so now I'm saying if I like, if you don't think that I have people that are close to
I
me,
understand.
that vet every
Again,
person that gets close to me, you're not sending anything. You'll be surprised. So like if you're actually close with me and like the fact that anything is new stuff, but if it's something old, like we've had a pap smear prior to now, I know everything. I don't care about that. I literally know whether or not you have any criminal background because I had prior situations like for many years of my life, so nobody is getting close to me. You'll be surprised. Like if you're actually close with me and like so that's like a thing. Because like when Graham was saying
Is
that
that why I can't contact you?
I know everything. I know so many. I literally know whether or not you have any criminal background.
So are you saying that Barbie doesn't live in the ghetto for
I had
sure?
prior situations. Yeah, she doesn't live in the ghetto for sure. For many years of my
Well,
life,
that's
so
why I talked to
nobody
you
is
until
getting
you made
close
me
to me.
different.
You'll be surprised. Like, well, I know you have security clearance because you work at that's like a good. Because like when Graham was saying
Is
that,
that why I can't contact you?
you work at a congressman, and you have a law license, like a
So are you
criminal
saying that
background.
Barbie doesn't live in the ghetto for
I had
sure?
prior if there's any issues there. Yeah, she doesn't.
Hey, don't answer if it's an issue.
Well,
Like
that's
Barbie
why
not
I
even having
talked
a
to
law
you
license
until you made me
No, she
different.
doesn't have a law license. No, I know you have security clearance. The mommy work at the mommy with kids is really great. When Graham was saying
Is that why I
mommy with
can't
kids.
contact
You
you?
work at a congressman. And you have we're on the phone like every
So are
single
you
day.
saying
Like
that Barbie
I know her
doesn't live in
schedule
the ghetto
perfectly.
for
I actually
sure?
need to train her to alter
Hey,
her
don't
schedule
answer
and
if
her
it's an
driving.
issue.
Well,
Like
that's
Barbie
why
not
I
even having
talked
a
to
law
you until
license
you
is an
made me
No,
issue.
she
different.
doesn't have a law license. In the same direction in the last 20 years. So just imagine, like one night, because of everything that was going on 2 years ago with all this after the war, I took a long way
So are
home.
you saying
Like
that Barbie
I know her
doesn't live in the
schedule
ghetto
perfectly.
for sure?
Actually, like you're not gonna
Hey, don't
schedule
answer
and
if
her
it's an
driving. You're not
issue.
gonna.
Well,
Like
that's
Barbie
why
not
I
even
Other
having
than
talked
a
the
to
law
fact
you
that I
license
until
still
you
live
made
on
me
a
different.
military base for a period of time. You're not
How
gonna.
about this, Stell?
So yeah, just imagine
How about
like
this,
one
Stell?
night
Is,
because
is,
everything that
is
was going on
Barbie
2 years
okay?
ago with all this after the war. She's totally fine. I took
Okay,
a
I'm just asking.
long way
So are
It's a
you
lot of
home.
saying
stress,
She's
that
a lot
mad.
of BS, a lot of crap.
Like you're not
We're
gonna.
gonna she's mad.
is
No,
she a
no, good.
multi-felon?
Well, that's why I
Other
talked
than
to
the
you
fact that I
until
still
you
live
made
on a
me
military
different.
base for a period
I,
of
Then Stell, if you
time.
hold
You're
time
not
like
gonna.
tell
how
us
about
how
this,
many
Stell?
felonies does Barbie
Yeah,
legitimately
How
have?
about this, Stell? Is Barbie okay?
Zero. She's totally fine.
Okay,
Don't worry.
I'm just
Everybody's
asking.
been checked
It's a
out.
lot of stress,
She's
a lot
mad.
of BS, a lot of crap.
So
So
stop.
I was just
Even if
asking.
I
We're
showed
gonna
up
she's
on,
mad.
Is
No,
she a
even if I showed up on your
multi-felon?
doorstep with a
other
pair
than the
of
fact that
Jimmy
I still live on a
Choo
military
silky
base.
Well,
plush
then Stell, if you hold time like
pumps,
tell us how many
I
felonies
could,
does
I still
Barbie
couldn't get
legitimately
close.
have?
I couldn't get like in the door,
Barbie
and
okay?
I still couldn't get close.
Well,
I
I don't
couldn't
take
get like.
anything from men that are not my husband.
I'm
I
just
probably
asking.
shouldn't check with
It's a
came
lot of
over
stress.
here.
She's mad.
Yeah. So
Hey,
stop.
you answer
Even if I
this.
showed up on,
Is she a
even if I showed up on your
multi-felon?
doorstep with a pair of Jimmy
Is
Choo
she a
silky
multi-felon?
plush. Well, I'm taking them back now.
Pumps.
That's
How about
it.
this, Stell?
I,
Any
could, I
man
still
that buys
couldn't get
one of
close.
these
I couldn't get like in the door, and
Any
I
man
still
that
couldn't get
is
close.
like close
I'd
to
like to see
anything
you
from men
walk
that
with
are not
these
my husband, I
on.
probably shouldn't check with came over here. I do not want to
Yeah. So
any
stop.
man that
Even if I showed up on,
Is she a
even if I showed up on
multi-felon?
your
you're muted.
doorstep with a
So
pair
back
of.
to serious
Is
business
she a
here. Back to
multi-felon?
Well,
serious
I'm taking them
business.
back now. That's it.
Any
I
man
still
that
couldn't
buys
get
one of
close.
these,
I was asking for a couple
any
friends
man
who
that
live
buys
in
one of these,
Texas. I'd like to see you walk
you have
with
friends
these
in
on.
Pakistan? Well, I do not want to.
Yeah.
We all do.
Even if I showed up on.
Yeah.
We all know somebody that
Back
works
to
at a
serious
7-Eleven.
business.
Well, I'm taking them by. Well, I'm taking them by. I was asking for a couple
Any
friends
man
who
that
live
has
in
any friends in
Texas.
Pakistan? You have friends in
I was asking for.
Pakistan?
Yeah.
No.
I'd like to see you walk with these on.
We all do.
Yeah. We all know somebody that works at a 7-Eleven. Yeah. Well, I'm taking them by. Well, I'm taking them by. I was asking for a couple friends. Well, I'm taking them by. I was asking for a couple friends who live in
Yeah.
Texas. I'd like to see
Whenever
you
there's
walk
a
with these
neighbor, we
on.
all do.
Yeah. We all know somebody that works at a 7-Eleven. Yeah. Well, I'm taking them by. Well, I'm taking them by. Well, I'm taking them by.
What are you referencing there? Yeah.
Well, I'm taking them by.
Whenever there's a neighbor, we all do.
could I just maybe, could I? All right, so Tucker. So it's more about Tucker. It's not about Tucker. All right. So Tucker is the son. So could I just Megan, Candace, Milo, the Groypers? They're kind of all different orbits, but they're all orbiting the same star. So it's more about and that star has decided that Jews and Christian Zionists are equal. So Tucker is the son. Kind of the question for this room is Megan, Milo, Candace, Milo, Tucker, Candace. Are we going to let Tucker, one podcaster or Milo or whatever? So it's more on that entire conservative side movement, Jews against the people who built Christian Zionists, because that's what's happening. So and the people who kind of the question for this room is Megan, Milo, Candace, Milo, Tucker are locking arms in public. Are we going to let Tucker? And yet, even if Megan and Milo hate each other, let's say they do think Christian Zionists, they're because so whatever, what's happening. Because I'm not even going to talk about Milo, like I promised stuff. They're both in Tucker's orbit now. They're both drifting anti-Israel. They're both pushing that same, Christian Zionism. Even if Megan and Milo hate each other, let's say they do think Christian Zionists, they're because so whatever, what's happening. Because I'm not even going to talk about Milo, like I promised stuff.
I wanted to give you a shout out, Stealth. I have someone I'm very close to who, trust me, this went in the company, was originally a stealth skeptic based on stuff that they had been told by one of your haters that they thought were being honest. And because I kept coming in here, they started listening anonymously. And they told me that they are so in love with your Crusade of Truth band and stuff was originally, and they said that what finally put it over the top that they're now a fan was your epic tweet that you just put about me. And because I just wanted to give you your flowers that you converted some stuff. You thought that they are so in love, and now they're a fan. There you go. And that was originally, and they said that what finally put it over the top that they're now a fan. No, this group has a good tweet that you just put about I just wanted to give you your flowers.
It was me.
I just wanted to give you your flowers. It was me. No, this group has a good tweet. No, I just wanted to give you your flowers. It was me. I just wanted to give you your flowers.
They're completely insecure. I'm serious with it. They're racist. Yeah. They're completely insecure. I'm serious with it. They're racist. He heard that you were turning people in for FBI checks because of fraud.
this smearing of DeSantis happened also by people around him that were parts of staff and the whole online infrastructure, and it bled into the real world. It really did.
It did.
So it really did.
I heard about it all the time.
You hear about it all the time?
I heard about it all the time. They couldn't necessarily say a name of any sort of like personality, but I'm telling you, in real actual politics, which I work in, it did. I would hear people say, "Man alive," I go on X, and the quote, DeSantis influencers, and they're all a non-cartoon accounts. They couldn't just off necessarily his brand. I heard it all the time of any sort of like personality, because apparently I was naive to think they were reasonable at one point. I would try to tell people say, "Man, I'm like, you guys are destroying and the best governor in the country's brand by acting like freaks." And they turned on it all the time. There is so many stories I could tell you, because apparently I was absolutely plants that were put in the DeSantis community that were actually on the left, the best governor, and just as how there were people like you and I who were trying to bring DeSantis people into the Trump fold in general. You know, there were plans who were trying to do the opposite, that were to spin them up to hate Trump so bad that they would leave their ballots just as how people, and it's pretty simple. DeSantis people into the Trump fold in general. You know, there were plans who were trying to do the opposite, that were to spin them up to hate Trump so bad that they would leave their ballots just as how and it's pretty I know the Groyper stuff. I didn't know about the honeypot. But there were fake personalities being created behind these cartoon characters who were not as they seem, and have subsequent to the election been discovered to be leftist plants all along. I didn't know about the honeypot. That literally. But there were fake. Well, I heard about spice created behind these cartoon characters who were not as they seem, and have subsequent to the election been discovered to be leftist plants all along. I didn't know about the honeypot. That literally. Is she being bot swarmed?
Hold on, guys.
Did we touch a nerve?
Rocky
Well, I
ride.
heard about. Did we touch a nerve on the subject? Wow. This used to actually happen to my spaces when I would start talking about these. I'm not even kidding. You might have been in one.
It's very cool.
medical freedom being bot swarmed. 100%.
Hold on, guys.
Did
We
we
might
touch
get
the
to a
nerve?
rocky ride.
Yeah.
Here's
Did we
the
touch
jingle
the
jangle. They're
nerve?
trying to get you stealth.
I heard a jingle.
Team Halo Doctors, Angela and I are Clubhouse OGs. In fact, Angela actually knows who I was referring to earlier. You might have been stealth. I'll let that person reveal medical freedom
I
being
wondered.
bot swarmed.
Was that still
100%.
talking about your
Let me get that.
Rocky ride.
Yeah.
Here's
Did we
the
touch
jingle
the
jangle. They're
nerve?
trying to get
Let
you
me get
stealth.
that Fauci ouchie.
Team Halo Doctors, Angela actually I are Clubhouse OGs. In fact, Angela actually knows who I was referring to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, it's Steven, even though I get called a variety of nicknames by the ladies on the stage. I know.
Let
I
me get that.
understand. Yeah, I
Stealth, are you
understand.
there?
But yes, no, I would get bot
Fauci
swarmed. I'd get
Team
bot swarmed.
Halo
Doctors, Angela
back a
actually
year
I are
ago,
Clubhouse
you said
OGs. In
something
fact,
about
Angela actually knows who I was referring to. Yes, sir. Yes,
And,
sir. By the way, it's
we
Steven,
were up
even
on
though I get called a variety of nicknames by the ladies on the stage. I know.
Let
I
me get that.
understand.
a few others.
Can you
I
hear me?
understand. But yes, no,
Yeah,
I
there
would
you
get
are.
bot swarmed.
Yes, we can hear you.
Back in the virtual exact moment
Actually
when
knows who I was referring to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, it's Steven, even though I get
helping us
called a
out.
variety of nicknames by the ladies
Finding
on
the
the
signal.
stage. I know.
Let me get that.
Can you understand? I'm telling you, I would get bot swarmed so bad
Yes, we can hear
of
you.
bots that my phone it would basically feel like it was on fire, and I actually literally had to put it on ice packs. Yes.
Finding the signal.
I know.
Can you hear me?
I'm telling you, I would get bot swarmed
Commissioner
so
Matt
bad
Yes, we can
of
hear you.
bots that my phone. You know what I'm talking about, dude? It's indescribable how hot it gets. Fire. And I actually literally had to put it on ice packs.
Dealer, I want to leave.
My husband didn't believe me. I had to put my phone in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay, hey guys.
Frozen peas
Go
works
ahead,
good.
Phil.
I would get bot
Sorry.
swarmed
Hey Ron.
Yes, we can hear you.
You know what I'm talking about, dude?
Wow, it's been a minute.
It's
been a minute.
Yeah, actually literally had to put it on ice packs.
I try to avoid this
My
stuff. You
husband
know,
didn't
it's
believe
like
me. I had to put my phone in the
you
freezer.
hear all the gossip and everything
Okay,
like
hey
that,
guys.
and
Frozen peas
Go ahead,
working
Phil.
between White House, government, and everything else. It's
You know what I'm
you
talking
try
about,
to
dude?
block that out when you
It's
can. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Back into it.
literally had to put it
I actually just got back from DC.
My
You
husband
know,
didn't
it's
believe
like
me. I had to put my phone in the
every
freezer.
time I go there,
Yes.
I get sick. Every time I go, because I talk too much. White House, and so every time I get back, it's like I got this like thing in my throat. I block that out, and it's like not even honey works. Because you go to, I was in that city for a whole week. Meetings at the Waldorf, I call that Trump Hotel, but the Waldorf Astoria, whatever. And we had that whole little MAGA event with CJ Pearson, which was phenomenal. You guys have I didn't post anything on here, but if you go to my Instagram account, the latest post, you guys can see MAGA is in the air, which was phenomenal. All of the young staffers in DC working for Trump, working for congressmen, sort of came out to this event, and it was just flood. They walk a flock of flame, all that stuff. And I don't know, it's like we're changing culture, and you got to do that. It's the Republican Party is not what all of the young staffers not boring, we're taking back this country. Sort of came out to this event, and I see Cam down there like Matt. He knows he works in the city, all that stuff. And I don't know, we're having a good time doing it. You got to do that. It's the Republican Party is not what all of the young staffers not boring, we're taking back this country. Oh yeah, I see Cam down there like Matt. I don't want to go into too much of that. That's DC. But what happens in DC stays in DC. I heard a bunch about that stuff. I try not to involve myself.
So this one is happening in Delhi, which is a fake document. Is by a Pakistani.
Oh yeah, I see Cam down there like Matt. I don't want to go into too much of that. That's DC. But what happens in DC stays in DC. I heard a bunch about that stuff. I try not to involve myself.
So Candace, to give it for her, in regards to the whole is by Pakistani.
Oh yeah, I see Cam down there like Matt. I don't want to go. Well, that's kind of the reason why I got into this space, because there's a video that's going around by a lot of people right
now from last year of me being very upfront about Candace. And
Oh, do you want me to delete it? Somebody said to
no,
delete Carrie.
no, I don't want you to delete it. I really don't mind. I don't care. Video that's going around by a lot of people. I mean, sue me. I mean, like we're in the public space. Of me, you know. I mean, just talk about it. You know, if you weren't kicked out by the board of directors or forced out from Turning Point USA, which I said this even before the New York Post reported it. Then I mean, you know, I mean, show your game. What is she going to do? You know, she's lied about so much stuff, and you know, I mean, Turning Point about it. No, you know, Turning Point has done a lot of things for the people in this country. They've mobilized voters in a way that we've never seen. CPAC candidates. Yeah, CPAC candidates.
Then I mean,
so I mean, you know,
what is she going to do?
it's lied about so much stuff,
and
you know, Turning Point about it. No, you know, Turning Point has done a lot of things for the people in this country. They've mobilized voters in a way that we've never seen. CPAC candidates. Yeah, CPAC candidates.
Then I mean,
so I mean, you know, what is she going to do? It's lied about so much stuff, you know, Turning Point about it. No, I mean, you know, Turning Point is fine. It really comes down to all of the, you know, I saw a TikTok video today, and I'm in it. It's a photo from 2019 where, you know, I had a photo with Erica and Josh Allen, who's, I guess, like a former bachelor or something like that, Andrew Corbett. And this thing had like 88,000 likes. And people are attacking us just for having a TikTok video today. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's a photo from 2019. Everybody is so invested in something that's just a conspiracy. And literally, this is a. I know it has to know. Everybody's getting paid. I already know that. Like 88,000 likes. And people are attacking us just for having a TikTok video today. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's a photo from 2019. Everybody is so invested in something that's just a conspiracy. And literally, this is a. I know it has to. I mean, I can't. Everybody's getting paid. I already know that. I can't. But yeah, we can talk offline. We can talk offline.
What I'm saying is,
and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Everybody is so invested in something that's just a conspiracy. And literally, this is a. I know it has to. I mean, I can't. Everybody's getting paid. I already know that. I can't. But yeah, we can talk offline. We can talk offline. And I'm like,
big.
what are you guys doing?
There's foreign entities involved with this. I'm not saying anything directly about Canada, I'm about the push the narrative, right? And everything about it.
I can't. Everybody's getting paid.
Yeah, it's being artificially amplified.
Everything on this app, you know, and to be fair, this is why I really don't like coming on here anymore. Everything on, what I'm saying, Stelter, everything on here is botted. None of this is real. I mean, I've noticed that. You see the comments and the engagement on these profiles that come out of nowhere, and they're like already, millions of followers. No, this is not everything on. This is not how this works. This is a whole foreign influence operation happening. I honestly don't think X knows what the fuck they're doing to actually handle it. Twitter 1.0 was actually better in many ways until January 6th happened. When January 6th happened, everything changed. I do not agree, obviously, with the banning of conservatives, but everything on here is so different in a way where it's like, I feel like I'm doing things that aren't even true every single day. Twitter 1.0 was actually better in many ways until January 6th happened. When January 6th happened, everything changed. I do not agree, obviously, with the banning of conservatives, but everything on here is so different in a way where it's like, I feel like I'm doing things that aren't even true every single day. Oh, don't worry. I mean, I know a lot about AI. I mean, I work in January 6th, so I mean, I understand everything that's happening. It's just evolving at a pace that is not keeping up with the current status quo. No one's able to keep up with it. If boomers are still falling for spam calls, and I get videos sent to me that I look at, and I can't tell it's AI, we're fucked. All right. I mean, it really. I mean, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It's just evolving. I mean, the next scam is not going to be a telemarketer from India. It's going to be somebody that calls you from a number number that's your mother's and sounds like your mother, I get videos saying, I need help, honey, and I'm in trouble. You know, we're fucked. It's already happening. Now imagine how that's going to look in 5 years. I mean, the next scam is not going to be,
Yeah, sheriff departments are
it's
dealing
going
with
to
it
be
all the
somebody that
time.
calls you
These
from a
elderly
number
are
that's your
going to
mother's and
ATMs,
sounds like your
withdrawing
mother,
everything because
saying,
they
I need
cloned
help,
the
honey,
number
and I'm in trouble.
and they used an AI voice
We're
changer.
fucked.
It's very
It's already
sad.
happening. Now imagine how
I
that's going
have
to
a
look in
safe
5
word
years.
with my parents.
I mean, the next scam is not going to be.
Yeah,
What's that word?
sheriff departments are dealing with it all the time.
I mean, what
These
about
elderly
this
are going
panic
to
Guthrie case?
ATMs,
And I'm not trying to
withdrawing
derail the
everything because
conversation,
they
but I mean, how the
cloned
hell
the
did we not?
number
I mean, 2 weeks.
and they used an AI voice changer. It's very sad.
Like what is going on?
Now I have a safe word.
You know, it's like we have full functioning government. We have full
What's
functioning
that word?
Sheriff
It's
departments
just a
are
lot of
dealing
the
with it
stuff
all
in the
the
news. It
time.
seems like what
These
you
elderly are
guys
going
feel
to
that way,
ATMs, withdrawing
and
everything
I
because
understand
they
that. I get
cloned
told
the
that
number
every day.
and they used an
It's like
AI
I
voice changer. It's very sad.
in my office we have Fox News
Now
on
I
every
have a
single
safe
moment of the
word.
day. I'm watching that screen. I see the shows every single
What's
day,
that word?
and it's like nothing but coverage of that. And I don't know. It's just and I understand that we're living with right now. We just had the president come out and said that even if you have a government shutdown, we're still going every single moment of the day. I'm watching right, so it's like we should be covering that. It's like nothing but the matter. And there's a lot of I don't know right now. And I understand that we're living with it right now. We just had the president come out and said that even if you have a government shutdown, we're still going every single moment of the day. I'm watching right, so it's like we should be covering that. Like nothing but the matter. And I don't know right now.
Well, in other news, Nick Shirley proved today that several dogs have been registered to vote and, in fact, did vote in the state of California. No joke. And now Elon Musk has reposted
I did see that.
You know, actually,
Nick Shirley proved today that several dogs have been registered to vote and, in fact, did vote in the state of California. No joke.
yeah,
And now Elon Musk has
Brian,
reposted
appreciate you, brother, and you've been in this fight too.
I did see that.
You know, actually,
Other
some people in the
Nick
room
Shirley
among
proved today
men,
that several
students for Trump
have been
was the original
registered
grassroots
to
movement.
vote and, in fact,
Everybody
did
knows
vote
that. So
in
here's
the
what I
state
want
of
to ask you.
California.
Actually,
No joke.
it ties
And
directly
now
into
Elon Musk has
Brian. Appreciate you, brother. The dogs voting and rampant fraud and this just massive amount of students for Trump across the
registered to
country.
vote.
Everybody knows that. The 2020 election actually it is not just limited to 2020. You've got a massive platform, man. I mean, you've got the youth voting, you've got the rampant. I just had Scott Pressler on a space as this just massive amount of students. How do we get your people focused on elections? Because they say that the 2020 election actually just has not just limited to 2020. It's not even going to get a debate on massive platform, man. If we don't generate pressure from outside rampant. I just had Scott Pressler on a space. How do we at least just massive amount of like 51 senators to just let it come to the floor for a debate? The 2020 election.
You work in government.
It's not even going to get a debate on massive platform.
Yeah,
I'm on the House side though, brother. We need the grassroots
I
on
know,
from
and it's
outside rampant. I just had Scott Pressler. How do we at least just massive amount of
the ground, right?
51 senators to just
It's a
let
lot
it
different,
come to the floor for a debate?
and that's the thing that I try to tell people. It's like DC is so different from reality.
It's not even going to get a debate
Everybody
on
lives
massive.
in
Yeah,
this
I'm on the
more
House side though, brother. We need the grassroots
I
on from
know,
outside rampant.
like falsehood. Everybody's fake. Everything is sort of a facade. Like the senators, right? They all have special interests, and we've said this, plenty of times. Lobbyists, everything is corrupt in DC. So different. It really is hard. I mean, I've been pushing this and trying to get a few senators to push this, and it's not easy. It's like there's apps, right? It's like you're putting out an ask for putting it on the floor. Like I don't know how to explain. You already know what I'm saying. You know, an ask is basically a favor trying to get everybody in the room to know that. And so I mean, that's how DC works, and that's why I hate this.
It's
Like you're putting out an ask for putting it on the floor, and I'm trying to help rebuild it from the ground up. That's why we're doing things we've never done before. You know, and we have 3 years to do it, so we've got to pull something off. And if you guys ever believe you should study companies that'll help with conservative cause, do it. That's why I hate this. I mean, try things you haven't done. We literally have 3 years of uncertainty as to what will happen in 2028. And you know, I mean, this is the time for innovation. We have 3 years. This is the time to change how DC works, change how policy works, change how we handle the system. And you know, I actually now haven't yet to anybody. Literally have 3 years, but I'm launching a company of uncertainty, and what will happen in 2028. It's already, and you know, very well versed, built from the ground up. Sort of like, I mean, built from the ground up policy works without how we handle the system, WordPress, or white label, I actually now have it. But I'll give you guys the domain. But I won't type it. But you guys can look it up. Winframe.com. It's already WIN very well versed. And let me know your thoughts on it. Sort of like, basically going to be AI-powered threat analysis for like campaigns, AI-powered responses to everything going on. It'll be able to monitor private Facebook groups and everything. If somebody says something about you and you're running for office, and let me know your thoughts on it. It'll flip the video, throw it in your feed. It'll give you abilities to respond to it, whether you want a video script, whether you want to do a tweet, whatever, it does it all for you. It gets rid of case monitoring, private problem with these days, which I'm sure many of you have heard of case shooting campaign managers who, you know, lose 10 races but still get hired again. We're going to be on to it, whether you want a video script, whether you want to do a tweet, yeah, just like WinRed. Isn't that funny?
No connection.
Which I'm sure many of you have heard of case shooting campaign managers. You can record that. I mean, we're going to burn the toll down. I want the moms, the dads in the local communities to be able to run just like and not have to spend $500,000. It's going to be, we're going to have access to
I am that
FTP
entry level. I
recording.
pulled papers on Friday.
Well then, Angela, we will talk offline. You will be one of the moms, the dads in the local community, and you let us know how it goes.
Wow.
What's your answer? And then also,
What's your answer?
going to have access. The other side of it is
papers on Friday.
Well then, everything from the school board up to the federal level, and then you have WinFrame Connect, which is going to be influencer management, running all of your influencer campaigns, everything, recording, all of that stuff. The other side of spot, clear transparency, POC, everything. I mean, literally, the data or federal level, security that we have is better than the federal government. So
Easy to do.
yeah, it's very easy. I mean, it's like literally a firewall, but yeah, I mean, so we're building on it, and you guys are the first to hear about it. The data or federal level. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been in DC all week having meetings about it. I've met with Meta wants to work with us. Facebook, which has been really great. I mean, I think it's literally a firewall.
Gave us 2016.
Yeah, I mean, so we're they did. You guys, and they want to do it again. So
let me ask you, can you?
yeah, no, I mean, I've been in DC all week having meetings about it. I've met with Meta wants to work with us. Facebook, which has been really great. Like literally a firewall.
Gave us
So I
2016.
mean, basically, any campaign can get on board. Let's say you're John, and they want to do it again. You get on board. So you have a full dashboard panel. You get threat analysis. You get to see all the donor dollars coming in. You get to see, oh, are they paying recurringly? So it takes away the power of Stripe. It takes away the power of all these other companies. Campaign can get on from, let's say, so you get to see all that stuff, right in front of your face.
But does it do a donation portal to eliminate Stripe or WinRed as well?
Yeah, no, we're going to have a donation portal.
That's big.
But no, the whole thing, a donation portal is different from what you're thinking. You're talking about a payment processor.
Yes.
And that is going to be a step. But right now, Public Square
But does it do a donation portal to eliminate
as I'm
Stripe or
doing this, so
WinRed
I
as well?
can't keep going at that level. I'm just going to go to public
That's big.
impact, and I'm going to say, hey, we're going to integrate that with our app, and you have that as an option. But I want to give options to everyone.
Yes.
I want to have going to be if you have to get banned from Stripe, whatever. We have other options.
Does it do a donation portal to eliminate
As I'm
Stripe or
doing this, so I can't.
WinRed?
You can have it all, all in one spot.
That's
That's
Hey, Ryan, let's connect offline because I also have some tools that I've actually developed. They're in a beta stage right now. And for instance, it'll tell you, it'll use AI to tell you when the best time was to canvass a voter to convert that to a vote rather than an interaction. When's the best time to text? And it parses data for
Ryan, let's
parameters,
connect
things like that.
offline
You can do instant polling, but you can do indirect polling based on attitudes right now. And for instance,
like that.
it'll use AI to
So
tell
what
you
I'm
when the
building
best
is
time was
basically
to canvass a voter to convert that to a vote rather than an interaction. When's the best time to text? And it parses data for parameters.
I feel like
You can do polling, but you can do indirect polling based on attitudes right now.
I like that. So what I'm building is
to canvass a
Yeah,
voter.
Ryan, the most common.
When's the best time to text? And it parses data for parameters. You can do polling, but you can do indirect polling based on attitudes right now.
It depends on how you want to operate it. You'll have to set me to that one. It's going to be
Ryan, the most common.
And it uses like every available
And
position.
it parses data for parameters.
You'll have the option to pick whatever AI you want to operate and run it. You'll have to set AI that way. It's going to be
Ryan, the most common.
And you have to understand how quickly this stuff moves. The stuff that Ryan's talking about that he can offer, it'll be so much more in a matter of weeks. Every couple of weeks we'll probably add
exactly.
features.
This is why it's so fluid. Everything changes every single day when it comes to AI and technology like this. FinTech, all of it. It's an evolving door.
And you have to understand how quickly this stuff moves. The stuff that Ryan's talking about that he can offer, it'll be so much more in a matter of weeks. Every couple of
If they
weeks we'll
don't
probably
like
add
ChatGPT, they can use Gemini. If they don't like Gemini, they can use Claude. Who the hell cares? We're going to offer all of it.
Ryan, are you on Signal or WhatsApp? And you have to understand how quickly this stuff moves.
Yeah, no, we're
Ryan's
going
talking
to
about that he can offer, it'll be so much more in a matter of weeks. Every couple
if
of
they
weeks
don't
we'll
like
probably add
ChatGPT, that'll be there. It might not be there on day one, but it'll be there. Who the hell cares?
Hey Ryan, quick question about
Ryan, are you on
volunteers.
Signal or
One of the
WhatsApp?
things that
That's one big thing. We're going to full volunteer management, full donor management, where you can see all that stuff. And then eventually, we plan to add in Q1.
Hey Ryan, quick question about
Ryan, are you on
volunteers.
Signal?
We're really building out
That's
basics.
one big
I
thing.
mean, if you think about it, when you
Freedom
find
degree.
out,
Hey, I was just going to ask real quick. So one of the things that we learned about that individual Robert Prince's campaign did, when he was running for governor here, is that he did kind of an invitation thing to a bunch of college sororities and other good party gals. So he had people on board and doing things volunteering, minutes, hours, or what have you, from the University of Hawaii, from University of Washington, from Wisconsin, when he was running Madison, Wisconsin, that he did volunteer work, calling into Texas colleges and had, with like when you time that, like when we have people on board and doing things, then pulling in these idle bodies that are sitting there, spending money and daddy's money, hanging out there, whistling, when they have like contests, how many hours did University of Arizona have, say, when you were
You don't have to guess. You can know. And I'm in the process of patenting some of these techniques. We've already developed them using traditional programming algorithms, but also integrating AI to know what the best appeals are and when to make them. This is something that Stealth and I have talked about for a long time. And, it's a frustration in a lot of these spaces. Stealth does a great job, but, it's fine to be a talking head and talk about this stuff, but it's a big difference to actually do it. We've already developed them using traditional programming algorithms,
it's not easy to pull
know
off.
what the best appeals are.
Coding isn't easy.
This is
AI
something that
kind of
Stealth
makes
and I
it
have talked about
easier,
for a
but
long
you
time.
gotta
And,
get
it's a
people
frustration in a lot of these spaces. Stealth does a great job, but, it's fine to be a talking head and talk about this stuff,
So I've
but it's
told
a
them,
big
I'm like,
difference
if
to
you gotta
actually
use
do
AI,
it.
do it. If you find bugs or whatnot, because it's like, it's not AI is actually good now. Like Claude and all these other stuff that AI kind of that actually makes a difference. So we're using all the tools available because I want to give something out that potentially helps the midterms. Use AI really before.
That's my goal too, Ryan. I PM'd you myself. You text me, let's talk offline.
Yeah, we've actually really need to because I would like to. We're using all the tools available. I'm glad I actually came in here.
That's my goal too, Ryan. I PM'd you myself. You text me, let's talk offline.
Yeah, we've actually really need to.
And it's not completely off the table too, and I don't want to say too much, to make our own or have something that's highly proprietary. It's airlocked from the internet, so we don't have potential to data leaks, or we're not using leftist assumptions that Grok and ChatGPT talk offline.
Yeah, no, I mean that's good. I mean,
And it's not completely off the table too, and I don't want to say too much, to make our
really
own
good
or
LLM.
have something that's highly
If you
proprietary.
haven't tried
It's
it out
airlocked
yet,
from the internet, so we don't have
try it
potential
out.
to data leaks, or we're not using
Literally a
leftist
prompt.
assumptions that Grok and ChatGPT
train
talk
based on your
offline.
voice, which is great
Yeah,
because
no, I mean,
people want that, right? If you're a candidate,
And it's
you
not
don't want to sound
completely
like
off the
Kanye
table
West if
too,
you're
and I
not
don't want to say
Kanye
too
West,
much,
right? You want your own
make
brand.
our
really
own
good
or
LLM.
have
So
something that's
you
highly
have
if
to
you haven't
modify
tried
it
it out
and
yet,
from the internet,
things that
and it's so cool what you can do with voice and voter outreach.
because you train based on your voice, which is great because people want that, right? If you're a candidate,
And it's
you
not
don't want to sound
completely
like
off the
Kanye
table
West
too,
if you're
and I
not
don't want to say too much.
we work with the government.
Really good LLM.
So you have to modify it
Airlocked
and
from the internet,
things that
and it's so cool what you can do with voice and voter
don't
outreach.
worry. Yeah, no, it's available. Yeah,
But Ryan, can you expand on your volunteer angle real quick?
people want that, right?
I mean,
Briefly.
so it's like volunteer management. So tracking, if they want to log days, log hours, if you want to assign them to events,
And it's so
peer-to-peer
cool what you
texting,
can do with
email, you
voice
can do it
and
all
voter
from
outreach.
there. Right? So, you're
Ryan, can you
basically
expand on your
directly
volunteer
connected
angle
with the
real quick?
volunteer.
I
mean, and there's also sort of a system in there where it's like you can level them up, right? Like if you do a certain amount of events, you get like rewards because everybody likes rewards. So we're figuring out ways here to kind of make it fun, but also creative in a way where it's also sustainable. It like makes sense. It's not too complicated, but it's also all it's not like some Windows XP looking app that. My whole goal here is to get rid of having to use 5 to 10 apps for everything you're trying to do. I mean, look at all the stuff that we download on our phones, right? It's like, okay, you want to send a document to somebody, you got to use Google Docs, send it via email, via PDF. My whole goal here is if you want to send a payment, you've got to go either you're sending a wire, using a bank, or you've got to go through like Luminu or some other platform. If you want to communicate, you have to use Slack, right? Like, I mean, it's just too much all in one. And everything in this format that you do it all. It says you want to send a payment, you've got to go either you're sending a wire, using a bank. Once the demo is ready, I will send it to Stealth. If you want to show it off, you have to use because it's really hard to explain. It's too
I love
much
her
all in
spaces,
one.
Ryan, because I'm getting all these messages from software developers that want to help. And by the way, your team is 50% bigger than mine. I only have 2 guys.
Once the demo is ready, I mean, you could do it with 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know how it is in the dev world. It's like, it's really hard. Like, something comes
I
up,
love
somebody
Spaces,
wants to go to,
Ryan,
like,
because
some
I get
event,
all these
and
messages from
it's just
software
like, there's
developers
always
that want to help.
delays. So,
And by the way, your team is
you know, you
50% bigger
figure
than
it out
mine.
as
I
you
only
go,
have
I
2
guess.
guys.
I went to Interruption
in San Diego this December. I don't know if you happen to go to that to pick up some talent. Is that something you're thinking about going to next year?
No, I heard about it. I was like, something comes
I
up,
love
somebody wants to go to, like, some event, and it's just like, there's always delays. So,
And by the way, your team is 50% bigger than mine.
I was going to go out
I
there,
went to
but I
Interruption in
couldn't
San
make it last
Diego this
week.
December. I don't know if you happen to go to that. You didn't
No,
miss
I mean,
anything.
I know all
Is
these
that something
people
you're
grew
thinking
up
about
on
going
the
to next year?
I know people who grew up on the internet. Something comes
I
up,
love
somebody wants to go to, like, some event, and
Yeah, hey Brian, I was going to ask you real quick. So, you know, in order to harmonize, you know, data
I
sets
was going to
across
go
all
out
these
there, but I
objects that
couldn't
are
make it last
deployed
week.
to
December. I don't know if you happen to go to that. You didn't miss
No,
anything.
you use
I
Palantir,
know
or
these
what do you
people
use?
grew up on the internet.
No,
I know people. No, I'm not using Palantir. I don't need to use other people when we build our
Yeah, hey
own
Brian, I was going to ask you real quick.
technology.
All right, well, good. I just wanted to
I was
confirm that
going to
you're
go out
up
there,
and
but
down
I
the
couldn't
spectrum.
make
You're
it
going to
last
be
week.
your own.
No, I
So,
really
in
don't
order to
trust.
use
I know
Palantir,
all
or
the
what do you
sides
use?
that wants to work with the U.S. government. You know, that's just I'm not using Palantir.
Well, at some point, we have to
Yeah, hey
decouple
Brian, I was going to
ourselves
ask
from
you
all the
real quick.
legacy
All
stuff
right,
and
well, good.
infrastructure as much
I
as
just wanted
possible.
to confirm
I
that
mean,
you're up and
this
down the
trust has gotten
spectrum.
us
You're
into a
going
lot
to
of
be
trouble.
your own.
No, I
So,
really
in
don't
order
trust.
to use
It really has. And
Palantir,
like the first red flag for me was like ChatGPT launching ChatGPT launching Palantir and like
Well, at some
expecting
point, we
government
have to
employees, like
hey
decouple
Brian, I was
people
going to
ourselves
ask
from
who
you
all the
real quick.
work
legacy
All
stuff
right,
and
well, good.
in like
infrastructure
the
as much as
Eisenhower
possible.
building or the
I
West
mean,
Wing
Up and
to
down
put
the spectrum. You're
classified
going to be your own.
information into their platform. No, it really has. And like the first red flag
Like what? Like what?
I mean, like no. You get on the
well,
computer
at
and
some
know how to
point,
type.
we have to decouple
I'm
ourselves
sorry.
from all the
I
legacy
mean,
stuff.
put
Yeah,
the
Ivy
in
League
like the
education to work,
Eisenhower
right?
building, the West
I mean,
Wing,
this
putting
trust has gotten us into a
classified
lot of trouble.
information into their platform. No, it really
Right. Or how
has.
they just keep giving Accenture more money, even
I
though
mean, it's like no.
just
Get on the
completely
computer and know how to
failing every
type.
time.
Gonzalez and Kuzi.
Any metric
Yeah,
over
put
and
the
over
Ivy League
again.
education to work, right?
And I mean, Ryan, I love the and that's how they just keep giving us kind of
Well,
like
no, I mean, I think
just
the
how
most
things
important thing to say is
just
puppet strings are under threat.
Gonzalez and Kuzi.
any metric
Yeah,
over
put
and
the
over
Ivy League
again.
education to work,
And
right?
I mean, Ryan, I love the and that's what I was saying. Like, if you could kind of
Well,
like,
no, I mean, I think
just
the
how
most
things
important thing to say
that
is
changes
puppet
the
strings
game.
are
And
I have
under
so
Brian, if
much
you
that
put
I want to
Gonzalez
say
and
here, but I
Kuzi.
can't. We've
Any
got to take
metric
this
over
offline.
and over
There's so
again.
many ideas,
And
easy
that's just
implementation of the ideas, and an actual framework to execute. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
if you
mean,
could
it,
so
it
here's
really
what
is.
I
That's why I think we can combine whatever our efforts are.
that changes
Everybody's
the
being
game.
kind of
I have
weird
so
Brian, if
about
much
you
what
that
we're
put
I
talking
want to
about,
say
but I
here, but
mean,
I can't. We've
Any
got to
it
take
really
this
is going to
offline.
be
There's so
something
many ideas,
revolutionary. And
easy
I got that
implementation
from
of the
some
ideas,
of
and
the
an
people
actual
at the White House.
framework
It's
to
just a matter of
execute. It's
implementation.
amazing.
It's a matter of having the right people.
So
And I
here's
know
what I
almost everybody in Congress, so that's not going to be hard to get them. It's
I
just
have
a
so
matter
much
of
that
like
I want to
doing
say
it,
here, but I
right?
can't.
You
Hey
know,
Brian, my
it's
big takeaway from this
Easy
I
is that
got
you're
that
going to
from
implementation
cut
of the
out
some
ideas, and
the
an actual
middleman
people at the White
fondler.
House.
framework
Thank God.
It's
to
just a matter of
execute.
Thank
It's
God.
implementation. It's
amazing.
a
Let
matter
those
of having
guys,
the right
you kick them
people.
into the
so
And I
here's
Azure.
what
know
I
almost everybody in
I can
Congress,
understand
so that's
the,
not
you
going
know
to
what
be
I'm
hard to
talking
get
about.
them.
It's
I
just
No,
a
I mean,
matter of,
I want
like
to
we said,
destroy them, right? You know,
hey
when
Brian,
they
my
try to
big
come for me,
my
it'll
big
probably
takeaway
be
from this is
the
that you're going
worst
to cut out
because
the
you know how
middleman
that is.
fondler.
You know how DC
Thank
works.
God.
So
Thank God. Let those guys, you kick them into the
here's what
Azure.
I want to talk to you
almost
about.
everybody in
I can
Congress,
understand
so that's
the,
not
The
you know
going to
what
be
I'm
hard to
SAVAC
get
talking
them.
is sitting in the Senate
about.
right
No, I
now.
mean, I want to destroy them, right? You know,
Hey
when
Brian,
they
my
try to
big
come for
takeaway,
me,
Lindsey
my big
Graham just
takeaway is
co-sponsored
the
the Senate
worst because
companion,
you
but
know how
we
that
need
is. You know how
outside pressure to develop. So if
Winframe
WinFrame
can
can localize like some of the grassroots around election integrity, that's not just good for the Save America Act. That's kind of like a proof of concept. That's a case study
Lindsey
you
Graham
could take to every campaign in 2026 and say,
hey,
we need outside moved election integrity legislation. So it's concrete legislation, so just some the grassroots election integrity, something that's not just plug and go save America Act. That's kind of like a proof of concept. That's a case
Yeah,
study.
no, I mean,
Lindsey
we
Graham
can
takes
figure it out. I
everything
mean,
for
you know,
but
the
they need
apparatus that I'm
outside
building,
moved
we're not
election
going to have an
integrity
app on day one.
legislation.
We're building it out.
It's concrete
Obviously, it's a
legislation.
website, but
So
mobile apps is
just
totally
some
different
the
than websites.
grassroots
You gotta figure out how that's
integrity,
going to
something
operate.
that's not just plug and go
But
save
And
America
day
it
Act.
runs
one,
on the
That's kind
phone
of like
too
a
as a
proof
web
of
app.
concept. That's a case
yeah,
study.
no, I mean, yeah, I mean, it'd be a web, yeah, I mean, it's all mobile. The app is all built on like Java, Swift, and React, and all that stuff. Like everything's built web.
Yeah, let's connect this week.
Yeah, no, we'll talk. No, this is good. I'm
Really
glad we
excited.
ate.
It runs on the
So
phone too
yeah,
as a web app.
I don't want to say too much more. I mean, I've already said a lot. Yeah, so it's all mobile.
Well,
Well, hey,
Ryan,
Ryan, last time you were in
Built
here,
on like
you
Java,
were on
Swift,
like
and
your
React, and
third or
all that
fourth,
stuff. Like everything's built web.
bar brawl
Yeah.
or
Let's connect this week.
incident, where you got hit with a
Yeah,
beer
no,
bottle
we'll
or
talk.
something like
No,
that.
this
Has there
is
been
good.
any
I'm glad we
additional
ate.
It runs on the
So
phone too as
incidents
a
or
web app.
have you
I don't want to say too much more. I mean,
avoided
I've already
those,
said a
the
lot.
last
Yeah, so
several
well,
months? Well, hey,
Ryan,
Ryan,
no,
last
I
time
mean,
you were in
somebody when
here,
I was in
you were
DC
on
this
like
week,
your
some
third or
guy
fourth,
recognized
bar
us when we
brawl
were
or
at this
something
connect
event,
this week.
where you got hit with a
CJ
beer bottle
Pearson
or something
event
like that.
outside,
Has there been any
and he was like
It
a
runs on the
costume
phone
and all
too as a
that
web
stuff,
app.
and he wasn't. I don't know if he wanted to get violent, but it could have been violent. But no, I mean, somebody when I the beer bottle thing was really wild. Because this guy recognized us when we were at. I never met him in my life. I was wearing my Trump campaign jacket, and he just saw me in the bar, came up to me and wanted to like argue with me about what I was doing at the time. I don't know if he wanted to get violent, but it hit me with a beer bottle. But no, I don't know. I mean,
That's how I got on the radio the first time. Some liberal lady poured a drink on me and stole my MAGA hat at 16 after Trump won.
yeah, no, I mean, this guy hit me about, well, I mean, this is kind of part of the job. Like, the guy hit me, I got a little bit of a cut, whatever. I don't know. I mean,
That's how I got on the radio the
fine. I
first
don't have
time.
a
Some
scar,
liberal
so I'm
lady
good.
Part of
poured
the
a drink on
job,
me
you
and
get
stole
hit by
my
some
MAGA
abstract
hat
dude
Are you
in a
kidding?
bar with a beer bottle.
Well, now I have security. Everything
Okay,
changed.
okay.
Everything changed after last September. I'm sorry. After Charlie,
That's how I got on the radio the first time.
I kind of lost it. That was like a
Part of the
that was
job,
my
you
friend.
get hit by
And I
some
worked with
abstract
him, and that
dude
was
Are
a
you
in a
really,
kidding?
bar with a beer bottle.
really tough moment.
well, now I have
To see those videos,
Okay,
and I didn't
okay.
know about it until an hour after last September. In a meeting, and phones were turned off basically, and came outside, saw about like 50 texts, and saw that
Are you
video.
kidding?
Really tough mugshot, all that stuff. You guys probably saw it, and I probably don't want to remind yourself of it, but that replayed in my head in a meeting months. And I honestly think the last dream I had about it was and came outside, saw. So no, I mean things have clearly changed.
Are you kidding?
We have to look at it like that. Shot, all that stuff. Things are different, and they have to be different. You can't just assassinate one of the leaders of the conservative movement and expect to get away with it. Things have to change. Things have to move forward in a way where it's different from the past. Like you can't just sit here and they have to be different. I don't even have the words to say
The
it.
way I describe what you're doing,
I'm getting kind of
Ryan,
emotional when I say it. So it's like I don't even know the words to say. It's like things have changed. Things have to move forward. Not help, and everything in a way where since that it's just pissed me the fuck off.
yeah.
Things are different, and
we're
Ryan,
carrying on Charlie's
Ryan,
legacy.
I'm
I don't even have
literally,
the words to say it.
The way I
literally
describe
giggling,
what you're
going,
doing,
I'm getting
I want to
kind of
learn more with
emotional
you
when I
because
expect to get away.
I pulled papers on Friday and I opened my bank account tomorrow.
Things have to
So
not
this is
help,
fresh.
and everything in a way where since
I know
that
Cyber
it's
has
just
his hand
pissed
up.
me the fuck
Cyber,
off.
you're coming.
Things are different,
we're carrying on Charlie's legacy.
Literally, giggling going I pulled papers on Friday and I made a fake account. So this is fresh. I know Cyber has his hand up. Cyber, you're
We're carrying on Charlie's legacy.
It was totally
I
different.
pulled papers on
Yeah,
Friday and I
all
made
of
a
what
fake
you
account.
just said. Yeah, different servers,
So this
different
is
stuff,
fresh.
but I don't trust that.
I know Cyber
You know,
has his
it's
hand up.
I understand how computers work together, and it's not very hard to share data between servers in secret ways which no one knows. It was totally
I pulled
different.
papers on
Yeah,
Friday and I
all
made
of
a
what you
fake
just
account.
said. Yeah, different servers,
So this
different
is
stuff,
fresh.
but I don't trust that.
I know Cyber
You
has
know,
his
it's
hand up.
I understand how computers work together, and it's not very hard to share data between servers in secret ways which no one knows.
I pulled papers on
Yeah,
Friday and I
all
made
of
a
what
fake
you just
account.
said. Yeah, different servers, different stuff, but I don't trust that.
I know
You
Cyber
know,
has his
it's
hand up.
I understand how computers work together, and it's not very hard to share data between servers in secret ways which no one knows.
I pulled papers on
No,
Friday and I made a
I
fake
saw
account.
some of that, and because of what I do, I don't want to go into too much detail. I mean, I've heard a lot of that, but and it's not very hard. Again, I'm not trying to get into the weeds of things. I know that ChatGPT came in with the model. They wanted to work with Congress, the White House, whatnot.
I
You got ChatGPT government, you got Anthropic because
pulled
of working
papers
with
on
DoD,
Friday and I made a
EOS,
fake account.
Department of War,
Department of
and
State.
got to get used to saying that. Again, I'm not trying to get into the but no, I'm not. I know that ChatGPT came in. I'm not too involved in that. If that makes sense. I do different stuff. Government, you got Anthropic
Pulled
because of what I
papers
do.
on
I
Friday
don't
and I
know.
made a fake account.
I've heard Department. I've heard a lot of that, but
Department of State.
got to get used to saying that.
Sorry. Hi. So I heard you were going
But
into
no,
like what I
I'm
really
not.
want to talk
I
about
know
is
that
real quick is
ChatGPT came in. I'm
I've
not
been
too
like
involved
really
in that.
effective
If
with
that
the whole
makes
Charlie
sense.
thing, and I never really figured out the
I
mechanism
do
because it's
different
not wrapped my
stuff.
brain around what the man is doing. But my
I
question is,
know
why
that.
is none of I get it, the rats and pandas, whatever,
I've heard
but
a
they all
lot
have
of that, but
platforms
Department of
too.
State.
Charlie was so
got to get
loved
used
and
to
cared
saying
about. Like,
that.
why is
Hi.
the Friends not
Sorry,
stepping up?
you were
Like,
going
you
into
told
like
get
what
it,
I
had to
really
stop
want to
her.
talk
Like, I
about.
don't understand it. Like, what is happening?
So she's using the Palestinian leftist tactic. She's using Charlie as the human shield with no consideration
But
for
my
Charlie.
question
She's
is, why
claiming
is none of
that she's doing it
the
for
rats and pandas,
Charlie. And
whatever,
anyone with
but they
a
all have
No,
three-digit
platforms too?
IQ
she's
can see that
really.
it's not true.
Let me
So
act.
why is the
Let
Friends
me
not
go and
stepping up?
say.
They
Let me.
told get it, had to
Because I
stop her.
think I
Like,
need
I
to
don't
reiterate.
understand it. Like, what is happening?
So she's using the Palestinian
Clear
leftist
my throat
tactic.
here.
She's
So I'm like trying to
using
like
Charlie
lay on
as
my
the human
couch. Like I
shield
put honey
with
in
no
my throat from
consideration
My
for
this
Charlie.
question
She's
is,
freaking
why
claiming
thing I'm dealing
that
with.
she's
But
doing it for Charlie.
so
And
the whole
anyone
thing
with
with
a
Candace is I
three-digit
was
IQ
there
can see that it's not
whenever
true.
Candace first met Charlie out in Trump International back in like, God, I don't know, end of 2017,
She's using
2018.
the
She
Palestinian
got brought
leftist
in as
tactic.
comms
She's
director.
using Charlie
Lay on
as
my
the
board
human
of
shield
directors did
with
not
no
like her
consideration for
after
Charlie.
a
She's
year.
claiming that
Basically
she's doing it
forced
for
out.
Charlie. And anyone with a three-digit
And
IQ can
then
see
it
that it's not
became
true.
totally, and I didn't say this in the last video. God, I don't know, end of 2017,
She's using
2018.
the
Their
Palestinian
relationship
leftist
became
tactic. She's
transactional.
using Charlie as
They
the
only
human
worked with
shield
each other
with no
because they made money
consideration for
off
her.
of
She's
each other.
claiming
Yeah.
that she's
Basically
doing it
forced
for
out. And
Charlie. And anyone
so
with
the
a
whole thing
three-digit
was
IQ can
basically
see that
just
it's not
that.
true.
And, conferences and all that stuff. And, they made money off one another. And so that was part of the thing. And they only worked with each other. I don't really know what happened after that. Because, I mean, when I was with, the last time I was with Cat, and, conference, we didn't do the last cycle together, but we did the one before that. They made money off one another. So that's kind of the last I know about anything going on there. But she was not really, she was never involved in that scene. She was just kind of a speaker at conferences. She very kind of forced out of scene. But
Well,
no,
not
I
a
mean,
productive
we didn't do
person,
the
just a
last cycle
talking
together,
person.
but we did the one before that. No, yeah, it was never talking. Like that's kind of the last I know about it. Like everything was just talking. It was all media, cameras, image, that stuff. She was just kind of a speaker at conferences. And that's kind of like what a lot of us do.
Well, not a
I mean,
productive
I
person,
do
just a
more than
talking
that.
person.
Like I'm trying to work behind the scenes here to build things that are gonna, actually win us votes. Like I can't, like I did a media interview
God's work.
and I just honestly, I don't like the cameras anymore. It's kind of like it doesn't do anything.
Well, not a
Like
productive
it's like
reason
all
to
this
talk.
influencer stuff, all this trying to work behind the scenes here to build things that are gonna, actually win us votes. Like none of it. Like I did a media the things that actually win votes, change hearts, and change minds. And I don't know. I just hate the way that everything all this influencer stuff, all just lights, camera, action. I'm like, things that are we can look pretty on a Saturday, but I want you to work on a Monday. Like I did a media pray on a Saturday. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
How much you guys
I don't like the
cameras?
cameras
Like on
and I don't know. I just hate the way that everything all this influencer stuff, all just lights, camera, action. I'm like, things that are we can look pretty on a Saturday, but I want you to work on a Monday. Like I did a media pray on a Saturday.
And I feel like on top of all of that, yeah.
I don't know.
How much you guys watching locked his dad
And
my
I don't know. I just hate the way that
I
I know, and we did a damn good job at canceling lights. See that?
Yeah, and that's
I led that. I canceled.
You
I
did,
got over
Ryan.
200
You did. You led the charge on that. And hats
I
off to you
didn't
for
know
that.
that website was yours. I referenced it earlier, but I said that's
Well, no,
exactly what must happen.
the website. I know, and we
You
did a
got
damn
like
good
tens of
job. My
thousands.
Facebook page alone was
Yeah,
powerful
and
enough
that's
to.
Charlie'sMurderers.com.
I led that.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
You
I
did,
got
Ryan. You did.
God
You led the
and
charge.
they're like,
And hats
I
off to you
didn't
for
know
that.
that website was yours. I referenced it earlier, but I said that's exactly what must happen.
You got like tens of thousands.
Right.
I don't give a crap.
The real right is moving on.
You did, Ryan.
Well, no, it's not even.
You got to do to them what they did to us.
I didn't know that website was yours. I referenced it earlier, but I said that's accountability. We're not doing what they do.
You got like tens of thousands.
Right.
I don't give a crap.
The real right. Those people don't matter. They never mattered. They weren't people that were ever going to do anything. People like Ryan, myself, Pressler, Stealth, we're
You
doing
got
it.
to do
We're
to them
doing
what
the
they
work.
did to us.
We will win. People like us always win. When you're not looking to others, you're not looking at personality conflicts, you're not blaming others, you're being the solution. You are the plan. You will be victorious. Those people don't matter. They never matter. They weren't people. There's a huge problem. We're solving it. People like Ryan, myself, Pressler,
Yeah,
winning elections.
the only way you're
doing
going
what
to
they
solve
did,
it
we will win. People
you
like
do
us
to them
always win.
what they
When you're
did
not
to
looking
us.
to
That's
others,
the
you're
only
not
way.
looking at
I'd
personality
rather they
conflicts,
expose
you're not
themselves now
blaming
than
others,
their
you're
shit
being
really
the
hit the
solution.
fan.
Here's
You
the
know what I'm
law.
saying?
I've mentioned this 3 times tonight. It's don't matter. These are small voices that are huge amplify in our minds and our mental space. It's a hyper minority of people winning elections
the only way you're
crap
gonna
on the
fix
woke
it
right. They're just leftists. That's it. They're just SJWs.
what they
It's a
did
tiny
to us.
position.
I'd rather they expose themselves
Just
now
like
than
trans
their shit really
fanatics.
hit the
Okay,
fan.
guys,
You know
hold
what
on.
I'm
Let
saying?
Ryan talk for a minute.
I've mentioned this 3 times tonight. It's don't matter. These are small voices that are huge amplify in our minds and our mental space. It's a hyper minority of people winning elections crap on the woke right.
You
They're
have
just
too many
leftists. That's it. They're
voices
just SJWs. It's a
around
tiny position.
who've done
I'd rather they
nothing. It
expose
just
themselves
gains
now
like
than
trans
followers
their shit
over
really hit the
stealing
Okay,
all
fan.
of
guys,
our
hold on. Let
content,
Ryan talk for a
stealing
minute.
everything that we've done. I mean, this whole platform is literally nothing but full of some fucking message people
It's a
who
hyper
have
minority of
done
people
nothing in their lives to
on the
steal.
woke right.
You have
They're
too
just
many
leftists.
voices.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I hate coming on this app, because it just gains followers over stealing all of our content. I love the people that follow and want to do nothing but interact and come fucking and talk. But I mean, some of these people in their lives were never involved in the original movement. Some of these came out of nowhere and just started stealing things. They gained fame overnight.
Right,
And I'm
put on your
like,
list of who actually did work. It doesn't match the list of people you're talking about. You're exactly right. They did nothing.
yeah, and this is what some of these deal with. It's
Other
like,
than
okay,
making a buck.
the White House
Talking.
wants to put out a statement, and we put out a statement, and you have 5 other influencers right on the key, put out the exact same thing, but they modify it to make themselves look better. I mean,
They're not doing
They did nothing.
yeah, and this is what some of these deal with. It's
Other
like,
than
okay,
making a buck.
the White House wants to put out a statement, and we put out a statement, and you have 5 other influencers right on the key, put out the exact same thing, but they modify it to make themselves look better. Delete that garbage. Let me tell you that TikTok staff, whenever Trump got put back in office, they came to me and they were like, "Oh, we already know you have an account. We're going to verify you." Which should have been verified back in like 2018 when I had the account. And they're like, "Oh, we'll verify you," and they were inviting us to all these delete that or get unbanned. And then they're like, I asked them, I was like, "What about these TikTok shops?" And they were like, "Oh, I'm sure you guys have seen where it's like all this like scammy grifter stuff from like China." And they're like, "Oh, we don't go on TikTok shop. We avoid that." And I'm like, "What kind of company is this? Like, what are you doing?" And then they're like, I'm glad we got it. I'm glad the U.S. got it. I am going to mean where it's like all this like scammy, really bad.
Self-identifies these ops
And they're like, "Oh, we don't really bad. You can buy like flamethrowers." And I mean, I love flamethrowers, but man, like these are Chinese flamethrowers. This stuff could blow up in your hand. I mean, I don't want people to die.
They're like Earth guns.
Yeah, it's like really bad stuff being sold on there.
Self-identifies these ops
And they're like, "Oh, I don't really bad. You can buy like flamethrowers." And I mean, I love flamethrowers, but man, like these are Chinese flamethrowers. This stuff could blow up in your hand. I mean, I don't want people to die.
They're like Earth guns.
Yeah, it's like really bad stuff being sold. And that's why I've not talked about it. And they're like, "Oh, I don't really bad. You can buy like focus." And I love flamethrowers. I stand with her. I posted that graphic that you guys have seen all over the internet, like back in December, where it's like stand with Erica Kerr. It went everywhere. And I lost thousands of followers on every platform. I probably lost 10,000 followers. And it's like, I don't care. If you don't like what we're doing, that graphic that you guys who the fuck cares all over the internet. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. Erica Kerr.
Yeah,
went everywhere.
yeah. Let the libertarians cry that we've embraced cancel culture. It's not that; it's accountability culture. If you praise the death of someone, an employer has the right to know that your judgment is so poor that you praise the death of a young father murdered in public for speech.
And my impact
Yeah, let the libertarians cry that we've embraced cancel culture. It's not that; it's accountability. If we totally discard the criticism that we're doing what the left has, I don't even entertain it. I haven't even had the debate with someone. I cut someone off after 2 minutes. I said, "We're moving on."
and my impact
Yeah, let the libertarians cry that we've embraced cancel culture. It's not that; it's accountability. If we totally discard the criticism that we're doing what the left has, I don't even entertain it. I haven't even had the debate with someone. I cut someone off after 2 minutes. I said, "We're moving on."
Go back around.
Yeah, let the libertarians cry that we've embraced cancel culture. It's not that; it's accountability. If we totally discard the criticism that we're doing what the left has, I don't even entertain it. I haven't even had the debate with someone. I cut someone off after 2 minutes. I said, "We're moving on."
Go back around.
Yeah, let the
a form of mutually assured destruction.
Space don't get that.
Don't discard the criticism.
Have you seen the comments? Have you seen the comments against Erica? They're not all bots.
She needs massive security, and I don't know the situation there, but she obviously needs security. Charlie was a wake-up to everyone in these conservative spheres. If you're getting the work done, which now Erica is getting the work done, you require full-time security.
because they're going after carrying out the USA. She was taking over
She needs massive security, and I don't know the situation, but she obviously needs security. Charlie was a wake-up to everyone in these conservative spheres. If you're getting the work done, which now Erica is getting the work done, you require full-time security.
They're going after carrying out the USA. She was taking over
She needs massive security, and I don't know the situation. She obviously needs security. Are you saying you think she doesn't have security? Because I think she does, but I don't know.
I don't think she has. I don't know about that. I'm not even saying security. I'm just talking about
Charlie had security. She was taking over
but $1,000
word. It's like, hello, what are you talking about?
Are you saying you think she doesn't have security? Because I think she does, but I don't
I don't
know.
think she has. I don't know about that. I'm not even saying
the
security. I'm just
stupid
talking about like how
person that we talked about earlier, Darren, I tried to reach him, and he's very AI. He's got 5,000 followers on Facebook, and he's an AI consultant and PR person, and he's the supposed like
She
kind of
doesn't have
journalist
security because I
that
think she does, but I don't
I
know.
don't think she has. I don't know about that. I'm not even saying security. I'm just talking about
Well,
like how
the most amazing thing is how far we've fallen. I mean, for those of us that are older, not too young, but Brian and even others, that when Ronald Reagan was shot, before he went under, he jokingly looked at the surgeons and the nursing staff and all
I
that
don't
and
think she
said,
has. I don't know about that.
anything you want to say before we put you under? The most amazing thing is the whole room busted out. The whole room busted out, and now you have nurses and stuff that think it's okay in there when Ronald Reagan go on and say, if you're a MAGA supporter or you're a pro-life, look, I'm gonna freaking wax you if you come into my operating room. Want to say before we put you under? The most amazing thing is the whole room busted out. The whole room busted out, and now
Tell
you
me,
have nurses
if
and
only
stuff
if
that
only
think it's
tools can be
okay in there
developed
when
to
Ronald
find
go
out
on
all
and
these
say,
people, to
if
pull
you're
who they
a
are
MAGA
and their
supporter or
employers and
you're a
send out
pro-life,
mass
look,
messages.
I'm
If
gonna
only someone
freaking
could
wax
figure out
you
how to
if you
do,
come
I
into
don't
my
know, programming from 20 years
operating
ago.
room.
If only we had
The
winframe.com.
most amazing thing is the whole room busted out. The whole room busted out, and now
Tell
you
me,
have nurses
well, maybe one day
Well, they
tools can
canceled
be
them either.
developed to find out all these
and say,
people, to
if
pull
you're
who they
a
are
MAGA
and their
supporter or
employers and
you're a
send out mass
pro-life, look,
messages.
I'm
If
gonna
only someone
freaking
could
wax
figure out
you
how to
if you
do,
come
I don't
into
know,
my
programming from 20 years
operating
ago.
room.
If only we had
The
winframe.com.
most amazing thing is the whole room busted out. The whole room busted out, and now
Tell
you
me,
have nurses
well, maybe one day
Well, they
tools can
canceled
be
them either.
developed to find out all
and
these
say,
people, to
if
pull
you're
who they
a
are
MAGA
and their
supporter or
employers
you're
and
a
send out mass
pro-life, look,
messages.
I'm
If
gonna
only someone could
wax
figure
you
out how to
if you
do,
come
I don't
into
know,
my
programming from 20 years
operating
ago.
room.
If only we had winframe.com.
Really, you didn't think that was gonna happen?
The whole room busted out. The whole room busted out, and now
Tell
you
me,
have
making a
well,
point
maybe
to
one day
to
pretty
stay
well
on
irrelevant
developed to
to
listen to
find out
him.
all these people,
Yeah, I
to
don't think
pull
that one's
who
gonna go
they
The
through.
are
one
and
where I
their
said
employers and send out mass messages. If
because I'm
only someone
actually
could figure out
wireless,
how
but
to do, I don't know, programming from 20 years
Non-stop
ago.
every
If only we
day.
had
Now, did you see that guy Project
winframe.com.
Constantine? Really? You And didn't think again, that was gonna happen?
The
Tell that
whole
man
room
to take
busted
Charlie
out.
out
The
of his
whole room busted
profile.
out,
Okay, this guy's
and now you
I'm
slaying.
have
making a
Like you
nurses
didn't
point
think that was
One
gonna
day
happen.
pretty
to
well
Now
stay
you
on
need to
irrelevant
put
developed to
to
listen to
find out
him.
Erica
all these
kissing
say,
her. I
if
don't
people,
think
to
that
you're
one's
pull
gonna
who
go
they
The
through.
one
are
where
and
I
their
Now
said
it shows
employers
that
and
it's a
send out mass
graduation
messages.
gift. He goes,
If
because
"Oh,
I'm
only
actually
someone
she's
could figure
wireless,
out
arresting
how
her
to
but
do,
child."
I don't
Like this
know,
is
programming
insane.
from
Like
20
I'm
years
not.
ago.
This is
If only we
distracting.
had
Now did you see that guy Project
winframe.com.
Constantine? Really? You didn't think that was gonna happen? And I tell that man to take Charlie out of his profile. Okay, this guy's
I'm
slaying.
making a
Like you didn't
point
think that was
One
gonna
day
happen.
pretty
to
well
Now you need to
irrelevant
put
to listen to him.
Erica kissing her.
That's
I
why
don't
we have
think
the
that one's
U.S.
gonna
The
go
courts.
one
through.
where I
Now it
said
shows that it's a graduation. He goes,
because
"Oh,
I'm
sir,
actually
people arrested her," and
wireless,
it doesn't care.
the U.S.
Like I'm
court, the
not. This
U.S.
is
courts are
distracting.
useless
Now
when
did
you're
you see that
worth
guy
millions
Project
of
Constantine?
dollars.
Really? You didn't think that was gonna
Doesn't
happen? And I
matter.
tell that man to take Charlie out of his
It doesn't matter. You can litigate this all you
one
want.
day
It's not
pretty
going to
well
now
change
you need to
irrelevant
anything. I
put
mean,
to
money
find out
Erica
all
is
these
kissing her.
power.
I
Why
don't
we
Money
think
have
is
the
that one's
U.S.
gonna go
influence.
through.
courts.
Money is
Now it
greed,
shows
and
that it's a
that's
graduation.
everything
He
with
goes, "Oh,
VC.
sir,
And
people
that's why
arrested her,"
she
and it doesn't
married that
care.
man
Like
whose
I'm not.
family
This is
is worth billions of dollars. So
now did you see that guy Project Constantine?
she's
Really? You didn't
going
think that
to
was gonna
walk
happen?
away into the sun making her own money off
It
of
doesn't
this.
matter. You can litigate
And
this all you
one
want.
day
It's not
pretty
going to
well
that's
change
how this
irrelevant
anything.
works,
to
unfortunately.
Erica
And,
kissing
the
Why
her.
we
only
have
way
the
to
I don't
hold
U.S.
her
think that
courts.
one's gonna
accountable
go through.
is by
Now
presenting the
get "Oh,
facts.
sir,
But
people
also,
arrested
it
her," and it
comes
doesn't care.
down
Like
to,
I'm
worth
not.
billions of dollars. You have
Now did you see
to
that guy Project
have the
Constantine?
winning argument,
Right?
right?
Like
You
you
have
have
to
to
present
present
the
the
facts
facts
because
otherwise
she's
she's
going to
going
disinherit her.
she's going to
That's how
gaslight
this
him.
works. She's very good at gaslighting. And, the
That's
only
how
way
she
to
got
hold
to
her
where she's
accountable
at. So,
is by presenting the facts.
it's
"Oh,
sort
sir,
of
But
one
people
of those
also,
arrested
it
her," and
things
it
comes
doesn't
and
down
I'm
care.
glad
to,
Graham came out. I'm glad
you have
people like Tim
to
Pool
have the winning
she's
argument,
going
right?
to
You
more
have
done by
to present
certain
the
other
facts
people I
because
won't mention.
it doesn't matter. You
But
can
at this point in time, through the alphas,
very
you
good
know,
at
we got to focus on midterms. I'm tired of dealing with this fucking bitch, and let's just focus on the next. And I'm glad Graham came out.
Yeah, they're irrelevant. They're irrelevant when you can be
You're right.
productive.
I think people are too focused though, Ryan, on having the right arguments. I
At
think
this
people
point in
need
time,
to
through the
stand up
alphas,
and
you know, we got to focus on midterms.
Tim Pool,
I'm tired
you're
of
right.
dealing
I've
with
been
this
really
fucking
pleased with him
bitch,
and
and
what he's been
let's
saying
just
about
focus
it.
on the next.
And he's been, you know, he's been
They're irrelevant. They're
outspoken.
irrelevant when you can be
He's lost a
productive.
lot. I think people are too focused though, Ryan, having the right arguments, I mean, he had to consider closing down his entire show. Tim Pool, you're right. I've been running episodes with him speaking out, and this is the kind he's been, he's been outspoken, but you see kind of how more decent people speaking out against Candace and Tucker closing down his, eventually kind of made this more into the mainstream. I mean, at first it was just,
we need to have zero tolerance for political violence.
Yeah, I mean, you need some ideological
Like physical violence.
speaking
More
out
than
against
more than physical
Candace and
violence.
Tucker
Physical harassment. That's violence.
eventually kind of made this more.
But you guys don't
peacefully,
understand that you'll never be able to control that in the modern 21st century in Chicago,
Physical
right?
violence.
Look at the guns there, right? You say, oh, gun control, but yet you have shootings every single day of people dying every day. You can't control everyone, and you don't want to let as a society, we are slowly crippling. I will tell you that. I see it firsthand every single day. I see the videos on Instagram where people are paying homeless people on betting apps to go and run up boxes like these old milk cartons, and they break their neck and kill themselves for watermelon and fried chicken and $40. I mean, the stuff that we see every single day, it's like crippling at the end of the day. But it's like you live in a world now on betting apps to go and run up boxes like these old ball, they want to be a take away, and they're nothing. And I mean, that's literally the world that we live in. I mean, I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they change it. It's like crippling at the end of the day. But it's like you live in a world.
Oh, come on.
Right?
We've got to talk. We got to talk offline soon. There are many ways we can influence this.
I mean, there's ways you influence it by doing culture parties like we just did this past, Friday, Valentine's Day, DC. But you can't change how Hollywood and how, I mean,
we don't need
conflict's
to.
everywhere.
Oh, come on. We've got to talk. We got to talk offline soon. There are many ways we can influence this.
I don't know.
I
I just
ways you
listen.
influence it by doing culture parties like
You're right, Ryan. We've got to work it out.
The reason you've got this
DC.
person
But you can't change how Hollywood and how, I mean,
We don't need
conflict's
to.
everywhere.
Oh, come
because
on.
I used to be in the
We've got to talk. We got to talk offline
and we were
soon. There are many
defending
ways
the
we
royal
can influence this.
family
I don't know. I just listen.
against Meghan Markle.
You're right,
You've
Ryan.
got
We've got to work it out.
the reason you've got this extensive one accusation campaign group and that tied
We don't need
Yeah, but
to.
it's like Megan Markle always had a
Oh, come
negative.
on.
I used to be in the
We've got to
Meghan
talk. We got to talk
and
offline
we were
soon. There are many
defending
ways
the
we
royal
can influence this.
family.
Yeah, I just listen.
Not at the beginning against Meghan Markle.
You're right,
You've
Ryan.
got
We've got
Never.
to work it out.
the reason
Hey, Ryan,
I disagree.
we helped
I've never liked her.
when was
We don't need
Yeah,
to.
but it's like Megan Markle
you hit
always
the
had a
nail on the head,
negative.
man.
We got
Because
to talk. We got to talk offline soon. There are many
what
ways.
I'd like to say is that
Hold on, I just listen. Not at the beginning against Meghan Markle.
You're right,
This
Ryan.
is
We've
what
got
I've
to
never.
work it out.
Hey, Ryan,
I disagree.
we helped
I've never liked her.
when was
We don't need
Yeah,
to.
but it's like Megan Markle
you hit the
always had
nail
a
on the head,
negative.
Plus,
man.
you still
We
got
got
like
to
to be
talk. We got to
modern,
talk
and
offline.
you got to add
There
some
are
comedy.
What
You got to
I'd
do
like
it
to say is
all.
that
Hold on, not at the beginning. You got to have a lot of people.
You're right, Ryan.
This is
We've
what
got
I
to
think.
never.
But the reason it's
Hey, Ryan,
important to not
you
let
hit
Megyn Kelly do the small things.
I've never liked her.
When was
We don't need
because
to.
she's got a
Like
little
Megan Markle
you hit
always
the
had
nail
a
on the
negative.
head,
plus
man.
you still
We
got
got
like
to
to be
talk. We
modern,
got to talk
and
offline.
you got to add some comedy.
What I'd like to say is that
Yeah, you got to have a lot of like even Barbie.
never.
I don't know
Hey,
what
Ryan,
Megan's doing.
not
I
let
really like
Kelly
Megan.
do
I don't know what
small
she's
things.
doing. I think she's kind of in this
Because
little
she's
lull
got a
period where
you hit
she's
the
trying
nail
to
on the
figure
head,
it out.
man.
I used to really like Megan.
Hold on, please,
What
please.
I'd
I'm
like to
trying
say
to
is
talk
that
about strategy. I feel like you guys can talk.
Can you let Ryan finish?
No. I mean, let her finish. I don't know
Hey,
what
Ryan,
Megan's
I'm trying to
doing. I
convey
really like
to
Megan. I don't know what she's
and
doing. I think she's kind of in this role.
You're right about polemics. Making fun of them is very effective.
I used to really like Megan.
So please, I'm trying to tell you, it might not seem all that important, but
Can you let Ryan finish?
No, I mean, let her
shows
finish.
Megyn Kelly she can't do this.
I don't know what
No,
Megan's
I'm trying to
doing. I
convey,
really
okay,
like
I mean,
Megan. I don't know what she's doing. I think she's kind of in this role.
You know, but
You're right about
Ryan and I
polemics.
are going to
Making
get
fun
all
of
the
them is
voters
very
to the
effective.
polls
I used to really
that need to
like
vote
Megan.
for our candidates in the Republican primary and then in the general, and we're going to defeat Democrats. So in that sense, we actually don't care that Megyn Kelly was even born.
No, I mean,
But you're
let her
right.
finish.
Tactically, it's a battle. It would be nice to win. But if we don't win that one, it's
okay, I
fine.
mean,
We'll just be happy with the conservative majority in the United States Congress. You know, but
You're right about
Ryan and I are
polemics.
going to get
Making
all
fun
the
of them is
voters
very
to
effective.
the
I used
polls
to really
that need
like
to vote
Megan.
for our candidates. I have an email written 8 years ago to do this project. I have an email that went all the way to the top. We actually don't care that Megyn Kelly was even born. 8 years ago. You're right. Tactically,
I'll show you the
it would be nice to
Hey,
win.
Grifford.
Why
But
do
if we
you
don't win
guys think?
that
Why
one,
do
it's
you guys
fine.
think
We'll
that
just be
Scott
happy with the
Preston's been
conservative
doing his
majority
own
in the United
thing?
States Congress. You know,
I
but
agree.
Ryan and I are going to
The
get all the
RNC,
voters
I
that
work
need
with
to vote
them.
for our candidates.
That
I have
is
an email
actually
written
the
8 years
leader
ago to do
of
this
the
project.
RNC.
I
This
have
is
an
a funny
email
story.
in that sense, we actually
In
don't care that Megyn Kelly was
2017,
even born.
and I
8
had
years,
to
you're
do
right.
it just
Tactically,
for a college
it would be nice to
requirement.
win.
I had already
But if we don't
started
win
this
that
thing
one,
once.
it's fine. We'll
Already
just be
had
happy with the
probably
conservative majority in the United States
500,000
Congress. You know,
followers
but
on all
Ryan and I are going to
platforms.
get
It
all the
wasn't
voters
much,
to the
but it
polls
was
that
something,
need to
right?
vote for
You
our
know, being
candidates.
like
I
one
have
of
an
the
email
first
written 8 years ago to
influencers
do
in
this
the
project.
conservative
I have
movement.
an email in that
And
sense,
I
we
would
actually don't
tweet
care
it
that Megyn Kelly was even born.
from the
8 years,
office
you're right.
building. Like the
Tactically,
RNC
it would be
followers
nice
in
to win.
Washington,
But if
D.C.
we
I
don't
used to
win
take the
that
red
one, it's
line
fine. We'll just be
down
happy with the
from
conservative majority in the United States Congress. You know,
all
but
the way down
Ryan
from
and I are going to get
Rockville,
all the voters
Maryland, all the way into
right?
D.C.
You know, being like
Did all that stuff for a whole year. Well, actually, not even a whole year. It was summer. And they threatened me. The RNC, this was when Ronna Romney began to take the red line, chairwoman of the
Yes,
party.
she's the one that rejected the AI program.
All the way down from Rockville, something else too, and all that into D.C. No, I got brought in by this little puffy-faced fat actually not even. And she said, "Your follower and they threatened this was when Ronna Romney began to take the red stuff."
Yes, she's the one that rejected the AI program.
All the way down. And I went and worked on a private project with Blue Red, and a bunch of other people. A bunch of people were involved in this, and that's how I ended my summer in 2017. And because it's like the RNC, they want to control everything, and that's why I don't. I really don't like the party. And I went and worked on a about to become the vice chairman of a district here in North Carolina. A bunch of people were involved after a meeting tomorrow. That's how I ended my summer. This is the first time I've ever had a party role because I never wanted to be involved in a party. It's just a bunch of old fucks who have no clue what the fuck they're doing. As Donald Trump said, you have no clue what the fuck you're doing.
Hey, Ryan. So the Tarrant County, Dallas County, you know, before as Trump was kicking off the thing, you know, I mean, I look at, you know, the infrastructure and how there's no cohesiveness, like even handles, you know, it's Texas GOP, you know, like the Arizona GOP, and you know, there's no consistency. Hey, Ryan, there's no Tarrant County, Dallas County, you know, as Trump was kicking off. Yeah, and then they don't coordinate, you know, so there's no messaging. Trump can solve cancer and Washington DNC, and the message won't get out across the apparatus. Like, you know, coast, think of how many millions of
God forbid, no, based on they have to headquarters shut down.
Yeah, and then they don't coordinate, you know,
I'm just saying, like, you saw COVID, but I mean, no, I mean, it really comes down to that. It's like nothing that we do seems to ever matter, and that's why it's our job to put it out there to let the world know that what we're doing, like, let them know what we're doing. You know, let them know about the federal statute that it's illegal to be here. No, I mean, it really comes down to that. It's, you know, let them know about the economic plan that Trump investment accounts. Trump RX was lowered, and that's why our job is to so many of the generics at levels that, I mean, it's so affordable to everybody. I mean, they're even implementing, you know, tier 3 and 4 drugs to where it's like people can afford diabetic medication again, you know? Like, these are things that people want and care about. And I just don't understand, like, how this is so hard. It's like the whole system, that world's it's so affordable to everybody. It feels like I'm sitting in like a chamber right now, and the walls are slowly closing in as we do everything we do. Like, and you know, I don't know. what's going to happen about midterms. I can't tell you guys that. I really don't know. I'll know the data points.
We'll win if we can get this project off the ground, but we need something like this.
It feels like I'm.
But
Yeah,
Dave,
but
what do you think?
it takes so long to onboard. I'm not going to ever do everything we do in 2020 and 6 I don't know. My project. I want to do. I can't tell you guys. But 2028.
We'll win if we can get this project off the ground.
That's going to be the year that everybody. You know how it works. It takes so long to onboard. Usually, if you're a two-term president, it's consistent, right? Not like what we're dealing with right now. Typically, you lose the first midterms, and then you gain it back. That's how that works. So when you look at what we're dealing with right now, it's like you've got how it works. It takes so long, So it's like this doesn't happen too often. So this could go either way, but right now, 2028 is my concern because I want JD, and then you gain it in the White House. JD, I hope get elected. I mean, he's on Instagram. He's one of the 75 people he follows, and I send him memes all the time. It's like he's a regular guy just like us. This could go either way, but right now, he's a really my concern, and I think we can get him in. But
I've got to say, Jack, we can influence for 26 because my tools are ready to go. Definitely.
75 people he follows, and I send him memes all the time. It's like he's a regular guy just like us.
Yeah, I PM'd you my number. Text me, and we'll see if there's any way you can amplify these tools because my stuff's ready to go. It's already in beta. There's already stuff that I have that I'm getting patents to. As far as just one element is the geolocation and the amount of memory and computing power needed to route canvassers. I already have. I PM'd you my number. Text me, and we'll see if there's any way you can amplify these tools because my stuff's ready to go. It's already in beta. There's already stuff that I have that I'm getting patents to. Then you tag the AI tools onto that, so that's ready to go in 26. Knowing when to computing power needed, when to route. Not only making permutations, I already have real-time poll and things like that. Like that's ready to go for 26. We can do that. That's ready to go. It's already in beta. There's already stuff that I have.
I think you're on the right path.
Then you tag the AI tools onto that.
What do you guys
so
say
that's
to
ready to
people
go
that
in
say they
26.
don't
Knowing
want
when to computing power needed, when to route. Not only making permutations, I already have real-time poll and things
I
like
must
that.
say
That's
Congress
ready to
has
go.
been broken for decades. Don't blame the president for
Yeah,
that.
beautiful
Replace
bill.
Congress.
I'm gonna say we have to pass the SAVE Act.
What do you guys say to Democrats say they
Knowing
don't drive things through and they'll do it however they way they have? They do. They have no look at the Sandberg. Like, yeah, I'll be a moderate.
Go back to say Congress has been broken for decades. Don't
No,
blame.
I'm not.
I like
think
that.
they did
No,
anything.
that's the appeal.
Beautiful
You asked a question. The question. Well, how did the Dems do? How did Biden do? How are the Dems doing? How's California doing?
Drive things through.
And the other answer is that Trump has done a lot of things on border and all those things. And if he loses the House, then him and all of his senior staff get impeached.
And I'll tell you, well, like not being talking, that's the appeal. You asked a question. Go ahead. Well, how did the Dems do?
You're okay with
Biden?
Trump and
How are the Dems doing? How's California doing?
everyone else, Marco Rubio getting impeached, then the other answer is that Trump has
And here's something we never talk
more
about.
work to do doesn't mean he's doing
It's not on the approved, rightsism talking points of talking points. Gas prices. And I'll tell you, that matters more than anything to do with Afghanistan. That matters so much more than anything. Afghanistan, gas prices. Go look at the pump. The end. And compare it to the Biden days. That's it. That appeal right there, we never talk about a majority of the approved. I mean, we focus on this stuff because we're all wonks and nerds and smart people, okay? But your average voter, you care about their wallet, and their wallet's heavier now.
Well, in a few months, it'll be the original question, right?
And compare it to the Biden days. That's it. That appeal right there, we never talk about a majority of
all those types of things
we focus on this stuff because we're all wonks.
Around October than you were.
But your average voter, you care about their wallet, and their wallet's heavier now.
Well, in a few months, it'll be the original question, right? I said by October.
That's oppo. A lot of those polls are fake. Like you know, right? All the polls said that Hillary. Remember President Hillary Clinton?
Around October than you were.
Remember? According to Nate Silver.
Happy birthday to the next female president.
According to Nate Silver, according to all the brilliant polls, according to all the guys that are trillionaires, because they can predict the stock market tomorrow, because they predicted that oppo. A lot of those polls are fake. Those were like you know, right? All the polls said that Hillary.
By the way, Ricker, around October than you were.
According to Nate Silver.
Happy birthday to the
talking
next
about,
female
to call
president.
out
They still have been recording all the
to use
brilliant
humor
polls. They're
and
recording
put
all the guys that
sarcasm
are
and ridicule
billionaires, so they
calling
can
people
predict what
out.
the
I
stock
said it
market
was
is going to do.
basically the
So they
Darwin
predicted that
Award.
Obama was going to
Show somebody
yeah,
doing
right. All the polls said that
insanely
Hillary was going to
stupid. By the way,
win.
Senator Eason sitting there and goes, well, the Darwin Award,
According to Nate
the
Silver,
protesters in the
Happy
street, they have
birthday
run
to the
off,
next female
at
president.
night
Nate
wearing
Silver
black.
recording all the
To use
brilliant
humor
polls. They're
and,
recording all the
wake
guys
up
that are
and
billionaires, so they can
people
predict what
out.
the
I
stock
said
market
it was
is going to do.
basically the
So they
Darwin
predicted
Award.
that
People
Obama was
especially if they've been
somebody
brainwashed
doing
right. All the polls said that
insanely
Hillary was going to
stupid. By the
win.
way,
you
Senator
know,
Eason
like
sitting there and goes, well, the
people
Darwin Award,
like that.
According to Nate
the
Silver,
protesters in the
Happy
street, they have
birthday
run
to the
off,
next
at
because they have
night
so much
wearing
shame,
black.
they
To
can't
use
really
humor and,
have
wake up
self-awareness
and
or
people out. I
admit that
said it was
the way they behave
basically
is
the Darwin
inappropriate.
Award.
So you've got to decide whether they've
Show
been
somebody doing
brainwashed and who's
insanely
being,
stupid. By the way,
you
Senator
know,
Eason sitting there and
ones
goes,
to
well, the Darwin Award,
unpack
they
that and make sure
the
they
protesters in the
to
street,
be like,
they have
oh,
run
that's a
off,
good point. You know, like because
at
they have
night
so much
wearing
shame,
black.
they
To
can't
use
really
humor and,
have
like the
self-awareness
influencer
and
at the Grand Canyon.
admit
They have the
the way they
barricade set
behave
up,
is
and then she
inappropriate.
climbs over the
So you've got to
barricade, goes out
decide
on the
whether
ledge,
they've been
for the muddy
brainwashed
shot,
and
slips
who's
off and
being,
falls like 400 feet. What
ones
did you
to
think was
waste
going to
also
happen? Why is the
unpack
barricade
that
there?
and
Hello,
make sure
Darwin
they
Award.
to be like, oh, that's a good point. You know, like because they have so much
Hey,
shame, they
Self, are
can't
you
really
there? Is everybody
have
Like the
okay?
influencer
Coffee stuff?
at the Grand Canyon. They have the barricade
Also, a
set
lot of
up,
people
and
are
then she
confused with the
climbs
Save
over the
Act. People are
barricade,
using
goes out on the
screenshots
ledge, for the
from
muddy
right
shot,
and
slips off and falls like 400 feet.
Farm
What did you think was going to happen?
bill
Why is the
and
barricade there?
screenshots from
Hello,
actual
Darwin Award.
Republicans submitting them into the Save Act.
Hey, Self, are you
Yep.
there?
Do
Is
you guys
everybody
see that
Looks
at
okay?
like the
all?
Coffee
influencer
stuff?
at the Grand Canyon. They have the barricade
Also, a
set
lot of
up,
people
and
are
then she
confused with the
climbs
Save
over the
Act. People are
barricade,
using
goes out on the
Not
screenshots
ledge,
that,
for the
no.
muddy
not that
shot,
are
slips off and
screenshots
falls
of
like
people like
400
all
feet.
massy operas.
What did you think was going to happen? Why is
I
the
think
America
that's
Act, the Save Act on the table?
that's completely
The Save
false.
America Act is what
Save.
we're
Hey,
promoting.
Self, are you
It
there?
includes
No,
all
no, no.
the
Yeah.
influencer
Coffee stuff?
at the Grand Canyon. They have the barricade
Also, a
set
lot
up,
of people
and
are
then she
confused with the
climbs
Save
over the
Act. People are using
barricade, goes out on the
Not
screenshots
ledge,
that,
into
for
the
the
Save
no.
muddy
Act,
shot,
and they're
slips
like
off and
telling
falls
people
like
this all
400
all
feet.
massy
No.
No,
operas.
I
the
think
Republicans are perfectly good
I
at
think that's
manipulating things because they start with the Save Act and then
that's
they go to the
completely
Save America
false.
Act and they create all this
Hey,
confusion over
Self,
how
are
many
you
it
there?
includes all this like.
Well, it's the same
I
thing. It just
know.
adds
Why didn't they just call
a photo
it? They
ID
should
to
have
it.
named it something different.
Another bill
Not
saying that
that,
it's in the
no.
Save Act, and
You
they're
know,
like telling people this
that
all
crowd
massy
No,
operas.
the Republicans are perfectly good
I
at
think
manipulating
that's
things because they start with
like
the
in
Save Act and then
that's
they go to the
completely
Save America
false.
Act and they
They
create all
like
this
release all the
confusion over
Self,
how
Epstein
are
many
you
it
files,
there?
and
includes all
then
this like.
it's the same
I
thing about
know. Why didn't they
ADSA
just call it?
and photo
They
ID.
should have.
Well,
They're
it's
like,
still not
oh well,
illegal.
you
Not
release the
that,
files,
no.
but now the name list you
That
put too many
crowd
No,
names
is.
on
the
it.
Republicans are perfectly good
I
at
think
No,
that's
manipulating things because they start with
what
the
it
Save
comes
Act and
down
then
to
they
is
go to the
people
Save
have no
America Act and they
understanding
create
of
all this
how
release all the
confusion over
Epstein
how many it
files, and
includes
then
all this like.
I say
then it
anybody
somehow
who's
adds
actually done
and
this stuff.
They should
Well,
have.
it's
they're
still
like,
not.
oh
You
well,
can't release. I
the
mean,
files, but
okay,
now the
anybody
name
who's
list
been
you put too
investigated by
many
the
names
FBI.
on it.
Okay, let's say hypothetically. Okay, I dealt with this with J6. All right, let's say I talked to on the day of J6 six people. They're named in that document because I technically can't, right? And then it might go into an analysis of what I said, or maybe there's a photo with another person. But yet those people didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. But yet it's included in the document. Let's say I talked to on the day of J6. They include everything. Their name, whether you're a target, a subject, or a witness, right? And then
I could have called the FBI with
what
a
I
tip.
said, or maybe there's a photo,
And you'd be
with another
included.
person. But yet those people didn't do anything. I didn't do
Yes,
anything.
exactly. And
Right.
that's why
They're
they
criticizing now that my name is the first would be included in the list. They're now saying that I could have called the FBI with a tip. That there's
You're
too
the
much
Epstein files fan. We're
there's
gonna. That's it. You're done.
What's that line? What's that line
but
from Atomic? What's that
they're
line
not
I
IS
provide
now that my
so
name
I was just after the
would be
everything.
included
I
in
mean,
the
it's
list.
like
They're now saying that I could have called the
it's the
FBI
dumbest crap, and I'm like, guys,
They're less
everything
about them putting a
is
human
they can
as
release.
their they're done.
possibly release thing. I mean,
What's
they
that line?
agreed
What's
to
that
make
line from
this
the
company
Terminator?
accessible to you guys within less than a year. I mean, or you know, I mean, it's like I don't. What do we do? I mean,
You know what? It's like they did the Defense
this
Production
crap,
Act
and
to
I'm
get
like,
the
God,
Let's see if we can
everything
we're gonna
they
use the voice.
And you know
could
what?
possibly release. I mean,
What's
they
that line? What's that line from the Terminator?
reached out to you guys within less than a year. I mean, or you know, it's like
it is
I
Trump
don't.
during
What do
this.
we do?
Okay.
I mean,
You know what? It's like do you have any update? I know that Russ and Pizza is, and you know what?
What's that line? What's that line from the Terminator?
Basically full-time man
within less than a year.
get
I mean, or you know,
get that seat back in Trump during the hands of the Republican.
I mean,
Now, you know, do you have
not
an
on that
update?
yet.
I
You
know
know,
that
really kind of
Russ and
it's
Pizza
all up to the
is,
voter, and I can't.
and you know what?
I don't like to speculate on something.
I've heard the candidate selection is basically
Yeah, it's always you saw that. You saw that in the first. You saw the American First people that ran in some of these other races. They're not really America First. They're just retarded.
And you know what? I don't think Massey's America First. I've heard the candidate selection is basically I better not say
When everyone complains about that
I know, right? You got to be careful.
Just go to Grok. I don't love Grok, but what I do is all these people on the left that are like raging, just say Grok, open the left. Spoke about
I don't think Massey's America First. I've heard the candidate selection is basically
shocking.
I better not say
When everyone complains about that
I know, right? You got to be careful.
just go to Grok. I don't love Grok, but what I do is all these people
Usually
on the
if
left that are
Trump,
like
if Trump
raging, just say
condemns
Grok.
somebody,
I
I don't think Massey's America First. I've heard the candidate selection is basically
I don't know. Actually, his name.
You know, who knows who's saying it because there's literally Chinese bot farms that you can go to and literally just put in
Usually if
messages.
Trump, condemns somebody,
Like all of this exists, and you know, it's.
I don't think Massey's
I don't know.
America
Everything's
First.
so inauthentic that I can't believe anything anymore. Honestly, the only thing I believe is if I see it in front of my face.
No, I mean,
There's literally
this one
Chinese
said,
bot farms
in response to my
that you can go
response to
to and literally just put in
Usually
messages.
if Trump,
computer
condemns
scientists
somebody,
built
Like all of this
propaganda
exists,
space
and you know,
I
it's.
don't think
I
Massey's
don't know.
America
Everything's
First.
so inauthentic that
Well,
I
they
can't
know
believe
that
anything
because they
anymore.
can see the
Honestly, the
code.
only thing I believe is if I
they just
see it
don't like
in
stealth.
No,
I
I
mean,
mean,
any
this
space
one
you
said,
get into and
in
you're a
response to my
speaker, people can see that you're in it.
yeah, but it's
You know,
And then they read her bio and they
like
see
all
that
of this
she's
exists,
focused on
and you
that's
know,
what I
biodegradable.
can't
it's.
tell.
I don't
It's
know.
a bot
Everything's so
that just
inauthentic that
can
I
see
Well, they
things.
know that because they
There's
can see the
honestly.
code.
No,
They
just some asshole
they
up
just
late
read
at
her
night. Like
bio.
I mean, any space you get into and you're a speaker, people can
Well,
see
they're
you're in
glutton for
it.
yeah,
punishment
but this
on
is
this.
You know.
And then they
they're
read her
pathetic.
bio and they see that she's focused on
That's what I
biodegradable.
can't
Hey,
tell.
Ryan,
I
it's
mean,
a,
some of
it's
it,
free.
some of it actually
Well,
is
they know
bottom
that
though.
because
I mean, and
they
that's
see the
something.
code.
And that's a big
They
thing.
just read her bio.
Every platform you can manipulate. Instagram,
Well, they're
Meta,
glutton for
Threads,
Yeah,
punishment
but
all
on
of
this
this.
it.
is
You can
one
bot
And then they
all of
read
it.
her
I say
bio
all
and they
these
see
people
that
that
she's
live out in
focused
Hollywood,
on
like Logan Paul and all
biodegradable.
this
Hey,
stuff.
Ryan,
I mean,
it's free.
all these people bought their
Well,
stuff
they
with
know that
engagement. I
because
mean, and
So
that's
they
something.
look like
Nobody
every
who
big
They just read her bio.
celebrity who have low engagement on posts. So every post
Well, they're
is
glutton for
automatically
punishment on
bots.
this.
You can bot
But
And then
then you
they
have
more.
read her
something called a
bio and they
botnet,
see that
That live
which
she's
out in
is
Hollywood, like Logan
basically
Paul and all this
Hey,
stuff.
Ryan,
I mean,
it's
all
free.
these people
it's a
bought
false
their
fear
stuff with
of
engagement.
things.
I
You
mean,
can
and that's
control
something.
with AI
And that's
to
a big
make it
thing.
where
Every
you see
platform
thousands
you
of
can
responses
manipulate.
or replies, but
Instagram,
it's not
Meta,
Well,
just
they're
those
glutton for
Threads,
automatic
punishment on this.
individual accounts.
and
All
then
of
they
you have
read her
something called a
bio
botnet,
and
and
they
they're
see
all on
that
those
she's
platforms. So I mean,
Hey,
we've
Ryan,
seen all
it's
this stuff
free.
before. Well, maybe you guys haven't, but I've seen it all before. And it is appalling. It's like where what's going on with the system? It's like if everything is fake, what is real, right?
and then they read her
So I
bio.
mean, there really is a useless movement against us, and this is
Hey,
kind
Ryan,
of why I'm
it's
very
free.
careful when I go to DC anytime, because you have to be careful who you're around. There's literally infiltration agents trying to destroy the MAGA movement, and there's a lot of questionable stuff within the MAGA movement who, right? I don't trust. There really is a useless movement against us, and this is kind of why I'm very careful when I go to DC. Where you were there at the, I've just fun row,
at the first impeachment hearing when Jeff Sessions sat there. You know, I mean, I saw all of this stuff. It's like, where were you then? You know, I know all of this stuff. Like, I'm tired of like everyone coming out of nowhere as if you know something. You don't know a fucking thing. You know, you're not an OG to this movement. And like, I'm gonna start calling it out, honestly, at this point. I know who's there. DC Drano was there. Ashley St. Clair, like she wasn't fucking Elon. All these original people were there. ALX the Lord. I mean, really, I mean, like, typical liberal. And CJ Pearson came in when he didn't know Bernie. I mean, I know where everybody stood there. And I remember all that because it matters. Ashley St. Clair, it's like this whole new thing going on. It's kind of crazy. We're there to see, but you know, just focus on the mission. Focus I mean, really, I mean, you know what the goal is, and it really is to just continue on the success. We got 3 years to do it. We got to stop focusing. And I don't know how to get people to stop focusing. It's like this whole new thing knows how to control shit. We're there. She knows how to grift. She's a professional grifter, which is similar to how Al Sharpton continues to grift, right? Typical fucking what population where you 13% population 9% of the country. Typical shit, right?
They're probably distant cousins.
We're there. I mean, she knows how to grift.
He's got the grifting gene.
I'm just similar to how Al Sharpton continues to grift, right? Typical fucking fighting what population make the movement better than it is before.
You make them irrelevant by winning, right? And that's what you're probably distant cousins.
That's what we that's what we have. I'm just like if we don't call it out for what it is, it's going to manifest into a malignant tumor, which is going to grow and grow and grow.
You make them irrelevant by winning, right? And that's what you're probably distant cousins.
We have another influence. That's what that outsizes everybody. Whatever we have. I'm just another problem. So people have to call this stuff out. Manifest and I'm so sorry that we I mean, I going to grow and grow and grow.
You make them irrelevant by winning,
everything going on there. All this stuff. Remember Jussie that outside everybody. You know, impeachment. I mean, everything was chaotic. Yeah, Juicy Smollett.
MAGA country.
MAGA country.
Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, with the news.
Yeah, close the door. Yeah, everybody. Impeachment. I mean,
Ryan, you know what else can happen? But I want to tell my brothers, great to hear your name. Bubba Wallace. It's been a minute. Bubba Wallace. Yeah, you know, I'm with the news platforms.
Yeah, close the door. Yeah,
you and Viva, man. I mean, Ryan, you know what else can happen? But I want to tell my brothers right on time what we did on my minute. All my various
close the door. Yeah,
I mean, it is a freaking joke. Please, Ryan, you know what the middleman happened, and man, more power to you. Right on time. What we did on my all my
just do it. Create it. Stop going through the party. Stop going. I learned this very early on. Stop using the system around you. Build your own system. Build your own thing. Do your own thing. Get the backing. Talk to people like me. Talk to guys who have, around you. You just have to do it because it's not going to happen from the current apparatus. And, if I get this little party roll, which is not mind you, if I build your own of a district, build your own thing. I'm going to start building there. I lay my head here. Brad Knott is my congressman from North Carolina. And I was sitting with him on the plane going into D.C. and I told him, I said, hey, they want me to do your vice chair. And he was like, yeah, I heard it. And I'm like, what do you want to do? And he's like, well, this guy's the district. And that's what it is. We're building there. I lay my head back. We're just going to change things. We'll do it our way because we have time to do it. And if we don't do it this way, we're losing our country. Just do it, right? That's the goal. Just
It's
do
just
it.
a lack of agency. People think they need some talking head to do it. They're not going to do it. No one's coming to save you. There's no plan to trust. You are the plan.
Exactly right. That's the line. If you don't do it this way,
Well, your deal, Ryan, is adaptable, scalable. I mean, so it
It's
can
just a lack
handle
of agency. People think they need some
school
talking head to
board
do it. They're
all
not
the
going to
way
do
up
it.
to
No one's coming to save you. There's no plan to trust.
oh yeah,
You
no,
are the
that's
plan.
actually a special. That's exactly what we're actually developing. If you run for federal office, it's a whole
your
different
deal,
access
Ryan, is
level.
adaptable,
The presidency
scalable. I mean,
is a whole different access level
It's just a lack of
because
agency.
so
People
different
think
races
they
are very
need some talking
executive.
head to do it. They're
Let's
not
say
going to
that.
do it.
So
No one's coming to
it's
save you. There's no plan to trust.
Well, it sounds like
see that one.
on the fly, you're able to share best practices. Because that's so important. That's something that security fails to do. Because they don't even share best practices between Tarrant County and Collin County and Dallas County, way up to a triangle. Bermuda Triangle. It sounds like goes in and it just disappears. I mean, it doesn't matter what influence we try to have with these knuckleheads. They don't talk to each other. It's unbelievable. It's like their own little street best practice, between Tarrant County and Collin County and Dallas County, way up to a triangle. Bermuda Triangle. It sounds like goes in and it just disappears. I mean, it doesn't
Tammany
matter
Hall system. If you guys have ever heard of that, the Kings of New York.
They don't talk
If you ever saw the movie,
It's unbelievable. It's like their own
Nicole Kidman, great actress, by the way. I haven't seen her in years. They run it like that. It's a political boss system. They basically have local party people, retired old men who have nothing better to do except try to run that, HOA. And that's my problem. It's like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like working with these people is like working with the retirement. They run I'm like, you people run the pace of a fucking autist. Like, get out of my way. I'm gonna do my own fucking shit.
Walmart's hiring greeters. Go.
And that's my problem. It's like, get out of the way. Like, I mean,
Yes, it's been said that the United States Congress is the world's most expensive nursing home.
No, they're all stupid. They're all dumb. They're all run by their aides who are all like, get out of my way. I'm gonna do my own fucking shit. All the aides were
Walmart's hiring greeters. Go.
You got the aides talking about plans. Get out of the way. Like, I mean,
It's been said that the United States Congress. They're writing the bills. They're vetting everything. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like everybody's dumb. They're all run by their aides. This on anyone who's get out of my way. The place is run by morons, and I honestly don't know how we get that fucking.
They get the bills from special interest districts, so they don't write anything.
Yeah, they write it all out. Everybody's dumb. They're all run by their aides. Not like the aides get it, but the Congress finds the places are run by morons.
Ryan, you probably have had this experience with few people have, where you confront an elected official with some legislation with your name on it, and they tell you they've never seen that before. And I've seen the look in their eyes sometimes, it's genuine. They actually have not seen what they actually just saw.
No, half of them don't see any of it.
They're like insulted when you bring them their own legislation. Like, I've never seen that before in my life. Legislation with your name on it, and they're shocked, and they're like, I have to look at you. They've never seen that before. And I've seen the look in their eyes sometimes, it's genuine. They actually have not seen what they actually just saw.
And some of them don't. Some of them don't even care about that. So it really just kind of tells you.
They're like insulted when you bring them their own legislation. Like, I've never seen that before in my life. Legislation with your name on it, and they're shocked, and they're like, I have to look at you. They've never seen that before. And I've seen the look in their eyes sometimes, it's genuine. They actually have not
really my focus. And some of a couple months here, don't even care about that. Building up our party, building up an apparatus.
Bring them their own legislation.
Scott and Preston's doing a great job on the ground game.
And they're shocked, and they're like, I have to look at you. They've never seen that before.
We're trying to work on Kentucky. I mean, things are happening. It's just, and obviously, like I said before, not an overnight thing. And a lot of doing up our party, a lot of questions for everybody, and a lot of chaos. Controlled chaos, I would like to say, but a lot of things happen.
Hey, Brian, my district is one of the best districts. Dad handled it off. Obviously, like I said, he wanted out of the game. So we got fresh blood in there, and she came back after, they had that pressure meeting, the big powwow, and she's talking to her staff, and she says, Brian, my district, A team is still there. And I said, no, let me correct you. We're the B team, and the B says, yeah, we'd be here before you, we'd be here after you. This is what we're dealing with. So the staff, they just know it's like a temporary, placeholder. You might be here 2 years, 4 years.
Yeah, it's the concept of the deep state. They're going to outlast the administration of Congress.
Yeah, so
I mean, Carolina, why do you have?
That's how decent government works. Some of you might not know, but when a president's elected, you get a staff,
they just know it's like a temporary
placeholder. Every year administration.
Yeah, it's the concept of the deep state. They're going to outlast the administration of
White House,
Congress.
Eisenhower.
I mean, Carolina, why do you have?
POW, whatever. Most people are there just for a limited amount of time. You might not know, usually a lot of them is elected, right? And then you have the career students, which those are people that have been almost like tenured professors.
Yeah, it's the concept of the
They've
deep
been there
state.
for
They're
a
going to
while.
outlast the
Some of them are almost on fire now based on so you have very limitations as to how you can handle it. And Trump obviously did away with that, right? And then you have it was totally different. And it's just like tenured professors. So that's kind of how the DC government works. Some of them are almost on fire now based on so you have a lot of limitations as to how you can handle it. And that's also about Trump, right?
Ryan, I think Carolina has a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. And it's just like tenured professors. So that's kind of how the DC government works. Some of them are almost on fire. No, you go ahead and talk. I'm trying to get honey in my throat after this week. And that's sorry, Carolina.
Ryan, I think Carolina has a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pick up a tea called throat coat.
It's just like I will. No, you go ahead and talk. I'm trying to get honey in my throat after this week. And that's sorry, Carolina.
Ryan, I think Carolina has a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Going from throat coat.
It's just like
23 to 35 in Texas. So the canvassers
no, you go ahead and talk. I'm
most of the weekend doing that. We had a really good turnout tomorrow. The water
Ryan, I think Carolina has a question.
is 35 minutes. Going from which it's a good 23, but 28 is 35 in Texas, here in Texas. And then when we're done with that, the posters get most of the weekend doing that. We had a really good turnout tomorrow in California. The water
I think Carolina has a question.
building with Dr. Angel. Anyways, so then I go to California, and then from California here back to Nevada. And we're done with that, and then I'll end up in that York. So that's what I think I will end up eventually building. But we have Angel and I wear my charge anyways. So then I go to California. I'll send you guys a private picture if you have my WhatsApp. My number is 213100696. So I'll send you. So that's what I will end up eventually building.
Send it to me.
But we have Angel and I wear my charge anyways. So then I go to California.
Yeah, send it to me too.
Carolina, are you doing any of the state? You doing any of the state races here in Texas?
Yeah, I'll send you.
Are you doing are you handling helplines by chance?
Well, I just talked to Bill. Today, Catherine Angel. Yeah, I go way back.
Yeah, send it to me too.
Oh, they're all Carolina, are you doing any of the state? Hey, do you go to the state races here in Texas?
Yeah, basically. So
are you doing are you handling helplines by chance?
The funds. Well, I just talked to the victims. Right. This is just like a thing to support the victims of this, and in order for them to have
send it to me too.
story, like this is
Oh, there are, Lynn. Are you doing any of these things? Hey, do you go to St. Francis here in Texas?
Completely, basically, like so
Are you doing are you
and I don't know what the hell is wrong with everybody else. What the hell happened to diligent? I don't know. I haven't seen or been in order for them to have
Send it to me.
I can like
Oh, there are, Lynn. Are you doing any of these things? Hey, do you go to St. Francis
who else
here in
has
Texas?
that completely I don't
When was the
know.
last time
Are you
Diligent
doing
was in one of
are
these
you
spaces here, Stealth?
I don't know what the hell is wrong
Like if
with
you
everybody
like a
else. I don't know.
He was normal then, and he was kind of umpiring between
no,
the.
he's gone off the deep end since he tried to press Carrie.
Oh, there
Really?
are, Lynn. Are you
Since
doing any
then,
of
Oh,
these things? Hey, do you go to St. Francis here in Texas?
he's on the wagon, huh? He's drinking the Kool-Aid. When was the last time Diligent was in
He's
one
been
of
laser
these
focused on
spaces
Erica
here,
first,
Stealth?
and now he's shifting a little bit more like a monster. But then he's got
He was normal then, and he was kind of umpiring between
no,
the.
he's gone off the deep end since he tried to press Carrie.
Oh, there
Really?
are, Lynn. Are you
Since
doing
then,
any of
Oh,
these things? Hey, do you go to
he's on the wagon, huh? He's drinking the Kool-Aid. When was the last time Diligent was in one of these spaces here, Stealth?
In Suleiman, whatever. So it's all
He was normal then, and he was kind of umpiring between
no,
the.
he's gone off the deep end since he
Muslim
tried to
Brotherhood
press
to
Carrie.
push their
Really?
bullshit to
Since
save us
then,
during the elections and all of our
he's on the
runs.
wagon, huh? He's
So
drinking the Kool-Aid. When was the
anyway,
last time
so
Diligent was in one
He
of
tries
these
using the Trump
spaces
ban to
here,
make
Stealth?
that whole
in
spiel. He was doing the
Suleiman,
same thing
whatever.
with
So it's
everyone
all
else, but just like
He was normal
crazy went
then,
off
and
the
he was
deep
kind
end.
of
I'll
umpiring
tell you the
between
number
the.
one thing that I've seen when we're talking Muslim Brotherhood that their
Really?
bullshit to
Since
save us
then,
during the elections and
he's on the wagon, huh?
things. So
He's
here
drinking the
on
Kool-Aid.
Twitter,
When was the
anyway,
last time Diligent was in one
He
of these
tries
we did
using the
have a
Trump
lot of
ban to make
conversations, and the
that
people
whole
that
spiel.
we're
He was
leaning
doing the
towards,
same thing
whatever,
with
have no idea
everyone
what
else,
the
but
hell's
just
going
like
on.
He was
And
normal
I
then, and
asked
he was kind
questions,
of
and I got
umpiring
to like,
between the.
what
They don't know what's going on with what? The voters or the canvassers?
seeing with the Bannon, with the nothing, I've never even
I sit here and I say this all the time, and you just think I don't know what I'm talking about. I've knocked on tens of thousands of doors. I've done all kinds of polling. It's not a top 5 issue anywhere in America. Candace Owens, Megyn They don't know what's Kelly, going on with what? The Israel, voters or
the
the
Epstein
canvassers?
files.
No one cares
Bannon
that's
with
voting
nothing.
virtually.
And never even
I sit here and I say this all the time, and you just
about it
think I don't know what I'm
because
talking
she had
about.
a
I've
Trump
knocked on
shirt, and I
tens
was
of
like,
thousands
oh
of
well,
doors. I've done all kinds of
I
polling.
asked her if
It's
she
not a top
was
5
gonna go
issue
to like
anywhere
that
in America.
CPU
Candace
thing.
Owens,
They
Megan
don't know
Kelly,
what's going on with what?
Hey
Israel,
guys,
voters or
I'm
the
sorry to
Epstein
interrupt there,
files.
Lena.
No
I got
one
to jump
cares
off
that's
here. I got
voting
another call
virtually.
coming in,
No,
but
right. Never even
I sit here and I say this all the
I
time, and you
well,
just
I
think
also
I
got to
don't know
wake
what
up
I'm
for a
talking
flight in
about.
the
I've
morning
knocked on
back to
tens of
DC,
thousands
which
of doors.
I
I've done
hate
all
that
kinds of
city,
polling.
but
It's not a top 5 issue
Sorry to hear
in
that, by
America.
the way,
Candace
Ryan.
Owens, Megan
you know
Kelly,
how this runs. Hey
Israel,
guys,
voters or the
but
Epstein
anyway, it was
files.
great to be
No
here with
one
you guys
cares
tonight.
that's
Hope you have a
voting
blessed night,
virtually.
and if you got anything, DM me.
Check your DMs, Ryan.
Viva, I'll DM you when I get off the call. All right, I'll give you my cell. You text me. All right, go good about that. Good
It's not a
night.
top 5 issue
Sorry to hear
in
that, by
America.
the way,
Candace
Ryan.
Owens, Megan Kelly,
You know how this runs. I'm sure a lot of
Israel,
people will. I got
Epstein
anyway. It was
files.
great to
No
be here
one
with you. Have a
cares
blessed,
that's voting
I'm
night,
sending
and
you a
if
DM,
you got
alright?
anything,
Bye.
DM me.
Check your DMs, Ryan.
Viva, I'll DM you when I get off the call. All right, I'll give you my cell. You text me. All right, go good about that. Good night.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way,
He was doing
Ryan.
that racist, that anti-Israel guy, the army veteran.
I got anyway. It was great to be here with you. Have a blessed,
I'm
night,
sending
and
you a
if
DM,
you got
alright?
anything,
Bye.
DM me.
Check your DMs, Ryan.
Viva, I'll DM you when I get off the call. All right, I'll give you my cell. You text me. All right, go good about that. Good night.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way, Ryan.
You know how this runs. I'm sure a lot of people will. I got anyway. It was great to be here with you. Have a blessed, night, and if you got anything, DM me.
Yes, the setting. We're all vaccinated now.
When I get off the call. All right, I'll give you my cell.
So
You
what was
text
like
me.
the
All
most
right, go good about that. Good night.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way, Ryan.
the army veterans.
everybody vaccinated? I
What
don't
were
know.
their biggest concerns, or what were they like scared about the most?
Yes, the setting. We're all vaccinated now.
What was the biggest
So what was like
voting issue? And
Economy and border. Yep.
yeah, the climate. Some people were very
Shocker.
with the tariffs and
What were their biggest concerns?
If you talk to 10,000 people, do you think one of them would say cannabis all is the biggest issue? Or how about Israel?
What was the Oh, you guys, it's not about that. Extra matters. Again, you guys can like really like whatever, but like down the road, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's a number one issue. It just
If you
makes
talk to
people go to it.
10,000 people, do you
They're
think
not
one of them would say cannabis
Tinder
all is the
can
biggest
and
issue?
brainwash, and from people I know,
Or how about Israel?
a lot of people are not going. Probably gonna be not going. You guys, it's not about that. You can say we don't need that.
What age range is that? You don't have to tell us your age.
You're like 25 to like 40.
They don't vote anyways. Most voters are over the age of 55. If you talk to 10,000 people, do you think they didn't all vote?
And my whole thing is like, I don't still don't understand how that guy.
Or how about Israel?
A lot of people are not that. They're probably gonna be voting. One, it's not about that. You say we don't need that.
What age range is that? You don't have to tell us your age.
Every single 25.
If you sit around long enough and you listen to people who've worked a lot of elections and have run data,
They didn't
you'll
all
understand what moves voters.
And it's not what moves, let's see, a highly intellectual, educated person that wants to dig into the wonkish weeds, such as yourself or this panel or our listeners. We are a complete outlier. We are not representative of the voting masses at all. We're not even representative of the Republican Party.
Run data.
They didn't all understand what moves voters. And it's not what moves, let's see,
So wait, why does that mean
intellectual, educated person that wants to dig into the wonkish weeds, such as yourself or this panel or our listeners. We are a complete outlier. We are not representative of the voting masses at all. We're not even representative of the Republican Party. They didn't all understand what moves voters. And it's not what moves, let's see,
So wait, why does that mean
intellectual, educated person that wants to dig into the wonkish weeds, such as yourself or this panel or our
Because
listeners.
Democrats don't see
We are a complete outlier. We are not representative of the voting masses at all. We're not even representative
people who are
of the
too
Republican
passionate
Party.
about a good thing, and because of that,
last week where the Republican won? Wait, why does that mean
Intellectual, educated person that wants to dig into the wonkish.
Dim tactics are totally different than our own.
We are a complete outlier.
Dim tactics are superior to conservative tactics because they focus on what actually moves the average voter, whereas we're all focused on becoming Ben Shapiro
And winning debates and being right and running like quantitative analysis on stuff. That does not win you elections. We think it does. We think winning a debate wins elections, but I've said this a million times. Only 13% of people that watch a debate on an issue or a political debate change their minds about anything after watching the debate. So you're dealing with maybe an upper limit of about 13% of people you can influence via rationality. Most people did not arrive at their opinion via rationality. We think winning a debate is going to get them out of it via rationality. Only 13% of people that watch a debate on an issue or a political debate change their minds
Eva's been very patient
after
with all of
watching
our
the debate. So you're dealing with maybe an upper limit of about 13% of people you want to influence via rationality. Most people did not arrive at their opinion via rationality. We think winning a debate is going to get them out of it via rationality. Only 13% of people that watch a debate on an issue or a political debate change their minds
Eva's been very patient
after
with all of
watching
our
the debate. So you're dealing with maybe an upper limit of about 13% of people you want to influence via rationality. Most people did not arrive at their opinion via rationality. We think winning a debate is going to get them out of it via rationality. Only 13% of people that watch a debate on an issue or a political debate change their minds
Eva's been very patient
after
with all of
watching
our
the debate. So you're dealing with maybe an upper limit of about 13% you want to influence via rationality. Most people did not arrive at their opinion via rationality. We think winning a debate is going to get them
Court opens in the morning, right, Self?
Does she have a twin or something or a clone?
Watch a debate on an issue or a
So,
political debate change their minds.
It's not as voice over an AI stuff. Very anyway, so just making sure. But cybersecurity standards. Was anybody in the space when John Mathis?
Court opens in the morning, right, Self?
does she have a twin or something or a clone? Someone's got to talk to Grok.
It's not as voice over an AI stuff.
Verifying things that we're not doing.
Well, Grok will argue to me to the death that mankind is 100% responsible in the morning, right, Self? In seasonal changes. And you can't move Grok even if you said, well, what about seasonal and climate changes before humanity existed?
Verifying things that
It doesn't matter.
Well, it's
Grok will
like,
argue to me
is it
to
better
the
to
death
misgender
that
somebody or
mankind is 100%
have complete
responsible in the morning,
world
right, Self?
destruction?
in the seasonal
And
changes. And you can't
I
move
think it's
Rocky, but
better
he said,
to
well, what
have
about
complete
seasonal
global
No one's
destruction over
before humanity
feeling the
misgendering.
existed?
vote in a nuclear
It doesn't.
apocalypse. So yeah, it's definitely
Right.
better to have nuclear apocalypse.
Well,
Well,
it's
Barack will
like,
argue to me
is
he
it
goes
better to
death,
Can I
misgender
ask a
somebody
question real quick?
or
What's up,
have
40B?
complete global destruction?
in the seasonal
Four
changes.
overtime. Four
And
Is that
you
overtime.
your
can't
I
move
think it's
Rocky,
Bitcoin
but
better
he
wallet?
said,
to
well, what
have
about
No,
complete
seasonal
global
No one's
destruction
before
over
humanity
misgendering.
existed?
it's a
It's your
nuclear
email
apocalypse.
password.
So yeah, it's
Right.
definitely better to have nuclear apocalypse.
Well,
I
it's
Barack will
like,
don't know.
argue
I
to
only have
me
like
is
he
it
goes
better to
death.
can I ask
misgender
it? But that was
somebody
like
or
that was like 10 years ago.
have
It would have been
complete
Oh, he's
huge
rich
global
by
now.
now.
destruction?
Oh, I know. I would Four own my own overtime. house by now.
Is
But
that your
I really
I
like the
Bitcoin
think
wallet?
conversation. I just
Well, what
wanted
about
to chime in
seasonal
here.
global destruction
I
over
the
misgendering.
conversation's kind of all over the
It's your
place,
email
but I just
password.
wanted to ask a question. I've been listening to Nick Fuentes, and then I just saw
Is it
Scott
better to
Pressler tonight
misgender
on X,
somebody or
and
have complete
they're both
global
saying
destruction?
we need to threaten to not
Is that
show
your
up to
Bitcoin
vote
wallet?
to get John to get Thune's attention. Conversation's kind of all over the place, and I'm like, in my head, let me just sorry, let me finish. I just in my head, I'm thinking, what is that going to do if we don't do that? We're just both going to hand it to them. Then no, we're just going to hand it to the Democrats to not show up to vote
That's their plan.
to get John
Well,
to
that was
get
the plan from the
Thune's
beginning. They
attention.
supported Biden for president and Kamala. So yes.
I'm like, in my head, in my head, I'm thinking, what is that going to do if we don't do that? We're just both going to hand it to them. Then no, we're just going to hand it to the Democrats to not show up to vote
That's their plan.
to get John
Well,
to
that was
get
the plan from the
Thune's
beginning.
attention.
They supported Biden for president and Kamala. So yes.
I'm like, so I gave you a solid. In my head, I'm thinking, what is that going to do if we don't do that? We're just both going to hand it to them. Then no, we're just going to hand it to the Democrats to not show up to vote
That's their plan.
to get John
Well, that was the plan from the beginning. They supported Biden for president and Kamala. So yes.
I'm like, so I gave you a solid. In my head, I'm thinking, what is that?
But that being said, like they're all like these little twink incels. They can't even leave the house because they have like gay trans guys that go kill their wives and kids at a hockey place who has a fake, had a tattoo of like I don't know the SS on his arm, and he just tweeted at him hours before he went and killed his wife and children at a hockey game, even though he's
Yeah, I saw that.
a trans Tifa. I don't even know what he is at this point. This guy, and he loves Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why he dyed his hair blonde like her. And like this is all freak stuff, right? We're
People
not
don't
freaks.
understand it. Nazis and commies are the same thing. There's like one
Yes.
degree of
Yep,
difference.
yep.
It's a different flavor of Nazi or
Horseshoe
commie.
theory.
Collectivists, yeah.
But wait,
It's
not
not. No,
Scott
it's not
Pressler, right?
horseshoe. They're not apart from each other. They're
They're
next to each
collectivists,
other.
yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
But wait, not Scott Pressler. He said Scott Pressler was saying that too, right? You didn't mean Scott Pressler was saying that, right?
No, I look him up on his. I just saw it tonight. Look it up on his page.
No, Scott
Saying
Pressler does
don't
all the
promise.
campaign stuff, not Scott. Scott would
Yeah,
never say that.
yeah. They said. Well, I don't think it's that they're
No,
saying
he
not
didn't
to
say.
vote, but they're saying we need to like threaten them. We need it's, and I
No,
think
he
they're
didn't
what they're
say
saying
that.
is that it's a
That's probably not
tactic
Scott Pressler, but it sounds like
to
Nick
get their
What he
Fuentes.
attention.
said was that people will not vote and they'll feel unmotivated
Yes,
to come out and
yes.
vote if they feel like their vote will not be counted and that illegal votes will count. That
No,
is what
he
Scott
said,
Pressler
Senator
said.
Thune, please stop texting me until you bring the Save America Act to the Senate floor for debate. Is that what it is?
Yeah, people are
Shit.
saying that, like what I was saying before, they don't feel like Republicans are doing anything for them, so it's going to keep people not motivated to go vote because nothing's getting done anyway. That's what he's
No, I
saying.
have the audio. Here it is. Here it is.
Pass the Save America Act or bust. Otherwise, the Republican voters are not going to come out this November. Try to imagine for a second the kind of chaos that would ensue if you took the argument in opposition to the Save America Act, the argument that almost always focuses on the supposed difficulty of procurers, basically saying, pass the Save America Act or bust. Otherwise, the Republican voters are not going to come out this November.
So that's what you're referencing. So he's saying that he's telling them to pass the Save America Act. Okay, it's that important, or else I hate these tactics. This is so lame. The messaging is not good. It's not good. You don't.
He's saying that the voters will not feel motivated to come out and vote if the Save America Act is
I think
not
he's
passed.
absolutely right. Yeah, I agree with him.
Yeah, to some extent, he's right.
And so
He's
what
absolutely right.
when I hear that, all I think is, and because like I said, I heard it on Nick Fuentes just last week, and he said, I realize it's not a good thing to tell people to not come out to vote. I don't think that's what he's directly saying. I think what they're doing is they're
trying to use it as like a threat tactic to grab their freaking attention, you know, Thune and all these guys, and be like, hey, look, dude, we're watching what's going on. And I've been MAGA since 2015, and I'm going out of my mind with watching everything that's not happening, and I'm just like, what is it going to take to get? I mean, I feel like Trump is off on his own planet right now for the most part, you know. I'm like,
No, they're working. There's a core team. So I just got off the phone with somebody from the administration. Like, that's why I was actually gone. Sorry, guys. So they are working extremely hard. There are still leakers and people that are, you know, harming Trump's agenda. So they're fully aware of it. And Trump's a very interesting guy. He still will put somebody that's like a friend from before, even if they don't like what they're saying or doing right now. They're in the friend zone, but they're not involved with anything going on with his policy or foreign policy or domestic policy or decisions, but he knows how to like handle them. So that's confirmed from that. They're not aware yet of like some of these smaller things, that these little ops that just came out. More files are going to be released from the Epstein stuff. There's over 400 DOJ lawyers that are working on the Epstein stuff instead of working on stuff that we would maybe like. But inside of those Epstein files, things have come out that are very important to get rid of this trash that's been kind of surrounding the MAGA world, if you know what I mean. Like
Trump's got to play this hand, even though it's kind of forced.
Yeah. So and because they passed that law to make this, you know, happen this way. So a couple other things, like Flynn is 100% loyal to the president. So I'm just going to reaffirm that. So I was right earlier in the space. I was right. So, you know, because I know people are like thinking certain things, but there's other people that are not. And there is a very big Dugan problem, and people are very aware of this. Okay, and because of the files. So there's more stuff that probably won't ever come out. So I'm not going to talk about that. But I'm just going to say this: like the net is this. They are working like at lightning speed. The Russians don't want to make a deal. There's the Iranian thing looks like it's going to go ahead, based on, not from the administration, I'm telling you this in general, based on like more things that are happening today. But they're doing every possible thing to show for a case that these people do not want to make a deal. So that's that. And things are you know, on that end going well. And they're pushing for the Save America Act thing, which is very important. And what the hell did Dan Bongino say today? Did you watch him for TV? Did he say anything important?
I'm going to be honest with you. I listened to Dan Bongino, and then I listened to his first show after he got back, and I gave up. I'm like,
really? Why?
I don't know. I just, when he God, I used to listen to all of them, Levin, all of them, Shapiro, but when he started telling the audience, he's like, I own you guys. And I was like, really, bro?
No,
Like, what are you thinking?
No, he's talking about like the podcaster jerk-offs that are counter-signaling Trump. That's who he was saying.
Well, and I mean, by all means, give me a reason to tune back into him, because he actually blocked me online because I called him a disgrace, because I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, you didn't do anything during your time in there, and I guess maybe I'm getting blackpilled a little bit.
They did a lot. So okay, I'm going to say this. There are a tremendous amount of children. So I'm going to take back my prior statements that there's not 300,000 children missing. There's a tremendous amount of children missing that have been trafficked because the Biden administration did not do anything proper. That's already known. That's open source knowledge, that they did not verify and document properly what was going on with all the amount of children that came over the border. So there is a tremendous amount of kids. I take back, I apologize. It is more than
not bad. You did 50-50. You were right about Flynn, wrong about that.
Well, I said there's about 150,000 kids. I just didn't think it was 300,000, because there was things that were going on with all those organizations, like the Catholic organizations, all these organizations. They were getting a ton of money per kid. They were getting more money if they documented more kids coming over. They were like kind of double, like, you know, you double entry, right?
Right. There was incentive to inflate the numbers,
yes,
just like during COVID.
Yes, but there are actually about 300,000 kids, and they are saving a lot of kids, and they're all focused on that now. So like, even though I don't know what's going on with ICE or not ICE, but
Why
like
aren't they
right
talking
now,
about that?
they cannot talk about that because these people will kill these children. So do you understand? You have to like find the kids, and you can't tip off that you're getting all these kids, because
No, I'm
then
talking about
the people that have the kids will kill the kids, and you'll never see the kids.
It's a cartel issue. It's a cartel issue, and they're balancing dealing with the cartels in a
You
lot of
don't want the
ways,
cartels like
including you saw the drone issue at the border. They shut down a major
El
airport, and they were
Paso.
planning to shut it down for days. That was huge. They don't usually do things like that. So understand that what Stealth is saying is the same tactics they use to identify where kids are being used, like sweatshops, like for example, for harvesting marijuana or doing other kinds of hard labor that small hands are good for. These are the things that they need to be able to identify them, roll up, arrest everybody, and get the kids safely somewhere else without people understanding how they do it. So they don't want to explain how they do it until they've gotten all the ones that they feel that they can rescue. So understand that this is a very complicated situation. A lot of them were brought in by cartels, and when they're brought in by cartels, they have to work off the debt. It's when I say debt, I'm using scare quotes because they used to do this to people who came to America all the time. They would say, "Oh, you owe us $30,000 or whatever it is," and then they'll pay them like $2 an hour. Like again, they'll pretend to pay them $2 an hour, but then meanwhile they're like be billing them for food and whatever. So they're like always in debt to their cartels, and they have to work like slave labor jobs in agriculture or whatever bullshit. So understand this is a very precarious situation, and they
and
can't talk
we're
about these
about
things.
10,000 FBI agents short. So anybody wants to apply to the FBI that's eligible, please apply. They need about 10,000 super based MAGA Trumpers, conservatives, whatever. You don't have to love Trump. You can love just America, and
You
you
could
can be
just love
conservative.
the law and saving people
Or maybe
from
little
cartels.
children, right?
Or you want to save children. Trump is also going after all these like animal abusers and all that. So if our friend down here who loves animals wants to do that, that's great. Like whatever. We need about 10,000 minimum 10,000 FBI
Hey,
agents.
Stealth, when you mentioned Iran, hold on a second. When you mentioned Iran and you said we're moving forward with Iran, what in which way? Is it a kinetic way or is it
They've
still
loaded up, or they just sent a whole bunch more assets
There's
across
a
the
lot more
ocean.
coming.
They're loading up, they're stacking up all of the assets ready to pressure Iran into a deal. And if Iran doesn't agree to a deal, because they should be walking into meetings in about 2 hours or so, if they don't agree to a deal and they insist on keeping the nuclear material and all of the other things that they're not allowed to have, then they're going to be dispossessed of those things forcefully. So one way or another, Trump is going to secure the Middle East against the proliferation of nuclear weapons and secure all the Gulf states against the ballistic missile threat from Iran.
Well, I guess so, and I mean this is refreshing to hear because I guess I'm maybe catching myself because I kind of maybe feel like I'm heading towards the black pill cliff, and it's good to hear that from you guys who I'm looking at all your accounts right now and I'm kind of following and I'm just giving you guys follows because I'm trying to find people who are really talking about this kind of stuff. I mean, I listen to Alex Jones and I listen, same thing. I'll tune back into Bongino, no problem. And I guess I owe him an apology, maybe.
Go listen to all of Victor Davis Hansen's quick 7-minute videos. Now he's been ill, so he does them like 3 times a week or maybe twice a week.
Yeah.
Go listen to all the old Victor Davis Hansen ones from the last, like, say 6-7 months. It'll restore your faith in a lot. There's a lot of work going on, but they took out Charlie Kirk, and you've got a whole influencer media crew that are counter signaling the president. Alex Jones does. He goes half and half. I just sent somebody.
I see that. I see that. I see that with other people too. And I'm like, you're when he's like, oh, I get invited to Mar-a-Lago all the time, and I have the president's ear. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, then why is nothing getting done that you say you want to see done? Like who?
The more important question you should be asking is, if that's true, why are you undermining him publicly on TV? That's the question you should be asking. If you have a president
he says it's for Trump's own concern, like his concern for Trump.
He does. He does, and he says that, and I listen, and I'm like, man, like you there, like you said, 50-50. There's contradictions left and right, and he's like, I can go there anytime, and I'm like, well, you sound like you have the ability to be almost an advisor for Trump, like Roger Stone goes to Trump. How often does Roger Stone go? And it's, but then he's like, but then
a lot more than he used to.
I turn him down because I I'd prefer to stay here in Austin where I can be close to my microphone and I feel like my time is better spent here. And it's like, well, then, why are you even bringing it up that you have the president here and that you have some ability to influence him when you don't go and you're literally saying, but I choose not to go, anyway.
There's a
He's had
communication
health
problem. We
issues
spoke about
too.
this last week on Stealth's platform, right? Stealth, about the communication that Trump doesn't have enough people.
He doesn't have enough podcasters. That's why Dan Bongino started up his podcast again, even though Trump was sad that he was leaving. He was actually very upset. He talked about it, Dan Bongino, that he was leaving, but he doesn't have enough mouthpieces. They took out Charlie Kirk, you understand? So now there's Levin, there's Ben Shapiro, who's always signaling Trump's agenda daily. We have non-state actors working against us. That's really the major issue. And how many other podcasters do you have supporting Trump? So you've got ones that are still afraid to say anything because Tucker. Every one of Tucker's episodes is counter signaling the administration. It has nothing to do with Trump's agenda at all. And then you have Candace Owens that are making everybody insane and crazy. So you look at the influencer covering what's hot on the right while the right they're chasing their tails, and the left is just sitting back and just watching the cannibalism, so to speak.
The implosion, yeah.
Well,
He also Bongino also has had health issues. Washington is very, very stressful, especially for someone who's a doer, who's used to getting things done, and then you get thrown into that that grinder. Yeah, exactly. And he doesn't belong there, man. I'm glad he's in Austin and he's healthy and he's going to take care of himself and his family.
By the way, all of the people that Dan Bongino worked with loved him also, and they did not want to see him go. So I'm just going to say that. But these are because people go to the White House or don't go to the White House. Trump has a core group of people that he speaks to for advice, and it's not any of these people that you're seeing running around with their heads cut off, saying they know stuff or anything like that. His people stay quiet, they stay close to him, and they're not leaking. They're very tight-lipped, and so they're looking for, when there are leakers, who it could be. But the counter signaling, he doesn't have good media for him. He has a handful of people, like Victor Davis Hanson and others, but we need more people for Trump. There's this Daily Signal, there's Hewitt, there's Levin, there's a few people left on Fox. Let's see who else. Obviously Dan Bongino's back. Megyn Kelly was there, but now she's doing weird stuff. So whatever. And then there's internal White House media that they were doing a little bit of. You saw he'd been interviewed by different people lately, right?
Funny enough, Asmongold, he talks for Trump.
Who?
Asmongold, he's a streamer, and he's always parroting Trump's message to his very large audience of.
Can you send
He used to be a gamer,
Can you
long
send me?
hair,
I don't know.
gamer.
Is that the guy who?
There's also Nuxanor.
Who's
He has millions of views.
Who's
he's Hassan Piker's arch nemesis. Can't even speak.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you the link.
And
There's
also,
also
just a heads
Nuxanor.
up, the Poly Market just put out that the DOJ announced that they're not releasing any more Epstein files. So I put it in the purple pill for you to see.
There are no more.
Yeah, I literally just got off the phone, and there's gonna be more stuff coming out. So, is that a bet?
Stealth, you left out that other influencer, that other person named Stealth that runs incredible spaces, has always got Trump's back 100%. Amen, man. Thank God.
What happened?
Thank God you're around.
I want to tell Mr. 40V, you happened onto a rare space tonight with
it seems like it.
An incredible amount of very, very intelligent people that are up on current affairs in every type of specialty in the world, all the way from military special ops to FBI, and all kinds of people come here. And this is a really, really, really great place to get real information. So when you stated that you feel like you found a good place, you did. So keep coming back. I always try to welcome people because it really helped me.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I find myself getting more and more bitter about what's going on and what's not going on, and like I said, in 2015, that's when I dove in head first. I was like, that's when I asked myself. I was, younger. I was I'm 39 right now, and so 10 years ago I was in my late 20s, and I started asking myself, what is it that I believe? What is it that I feel? And I was like, Trump is it. Trump, or if, at the time, I mean, that's what pulled me in, and I voted for him all 3 times. I'm a diehard Trumper. I'm MAGA. I
Hey
mean,
man, it's an up and down thing, and we
yeah,
all
It's emotional
experience
roller
it.
coaster.
You're among friends and people that feel the same thing, but don't let yourself
Get
be
black-pilled.
black-pilled, because this nation. I'm older than you. I'm over 60.
yeah.
I have a lot of history and just a lot of things, and the military complex in this country and the driving force behind the scenes of our government that really protect us. They're the only things that stand between us and hell on earth. Okay, because we're the last frontier of free thinkers, and it's not going anywhere, buddy. Not fast. It may look crazy, but you get around the right people and that funk will dissolve, because it'll take us all, don't get me wrong, but you're in the right place.
Well,
but like, hold on, like if you're over 60, that means that you grew up in the United States when it was 90% homogenous European people. Now the United States is 50% immigrant and only 50% homogenous
that's
European
true.
people.
I want to just reassure you,
like
40.
that actually is a huge difference, because
is.
China is 95% homogenous.
Okay,
The
40,
same thing with
40
Russia.
over. I just want to reassure you of something. Okay, China likes to talk about how they're 90% homogenous. They have people that they treat terribly in all different parts of China.
Yeah, I know.
People in different parts of China are not actually allowed to leave and go to other parts of China. They cannot actually control their population for all the bullshit they talk about how they're all homogenous. And there's something that's much more important, which is that the people that come to America, most of them, I understand they're immigrants, and I understand that there needs to be controls on that. But the people that come to America, most of them, especially from South America, are coming because they love America and they love the promise of what America offers them. They want to work hard and they want to be American. And you talk about how they're European or not. Just wait, let me finish.
Right.
Let me hear me out. Just let me finish. I
go ahead.
promise. We appreciate you coming here. I'm glad to go back and forth with you, but you have to understand that a lot of the people in South America are also of European heritage. They're Spanish, they're Portuguese, they're European in a different way. They lived south, they learned other languages, European languages, and there was some little bit of development there, cultural development. They're deeply Christian. They believe in a lot of the same things. And listen, of course, they have to deal with cartels, and of course, there are other cultural problems that they need to assimilate into American culture. But they're not so different from you.
No,
and
it's
by Americans setting a good example and being clear about their laws, by Americans being clear about American values and enforcing their laws and being strict about crime and about all those things, you will have...
Do you want to go back and forth, or are you just going to lecture?
No, I'm just going to finish.
No,
and then
they're what Cyber's saying is very true. These people
hold on,
are getting closer.
Can I please make my counterpoint to that, which is, if you turn America into Somalia, then who wins in the global order of things? Like, China will win, because it's all. No, wait, hold on. Let me finish my point. Like, if you turn the West, like America, Canada, Western Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, if you just like flood them with 65 IQ people, okay, and then those countries become 90% 65 IQ people, then it's gonna go like exactly how South Africa went, which is we took the nukes away from South Africa because we didn't trust them anymore. So like, if that happens in the West, then China wins, because the West becomes retarded.
We know where you're headed. This is a constant topic here. Entire 15-hour spaces are held on this. But my point is, and I'll be real quick, is that we all know...
You're 65, man. You grew up in a 90% white American country. You don't have a leg to stand on.
Well,
you don't have any idea.
First of all, he didn't grow up in a 90%
down.
country. Okay, he didn't grow up in a 90% country. I grew up in Canada. I'm younger than you, okay? I remember growing up in the 90s. I saw what the Canadian Liberal government did after 2015. I'm well aware of how this goes, okay? And I am very concerned about how it goes, and I hear your concern, and it's very legitimate. You'll notice I didn't mention Somalia. I said South America. And what I was trying to say was that if Americans are firm about their values and their laws, and they enforce requirements of assimilation and make sure the people that they bring in share their values, and when they
Okay, tell
come,
me
they uphold those values.
what is the average IQ of a South American compared to a European? Like, and then what is the average IQ of a Chinese person?
Wait,
Do you
you
really
mean the
think that the
IQ of an
average IQ
Italian
of Chinese
Brazilian
people? Do you
or a
think the average
German
IQ?
Brazilian? It's the same as an Italian in Italy or a German in Germany.
So
No, the average IQ in South America is like 85. The average IQ of a European, white European descendant is about 100 to 105. And the average IQ of a Chinese is 105 to
That's first of all
110.
not true. Second of all,
okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Good vibes. Give me 1 second. Good vibes. I have mostly white American kids that are barely making it through high school because they're on marijuana and drugs and internet and games. And so whatever white American European we had that were normal, their brains are being fried by drugs, alcohol, pills, buying shit off the street. They're smoking cigarettes. Then they play sports where they hit their brains and end up with like issues there and cognition issues there. Then after all their years of drinking, which does affect your brain health all through college, they get out and maybe or maybe not, they end up whatever. The whole problem is between the internet and the gaming stuff and the TikTok and the social media stuff that guys are up to, and some other weird stuff that guys are up to, especially with porn. The IQ conversation of white or Europeans is not working anymore because we're being cut off at the hip by all these websites and social media sites and some weird fringe stuff, and they're not fully having proper brain development. That's the other thing. They're all fed on formula instead of the breast, right? They're eating nasty food outside and junk food and all these types of things. So that's on them. Like they have dominion over their own lives, but we're not getting even white kids to pass high school and everything and study because they're not interested, because they're more interested in the quick gaming and social media stuff. And so they're really ramped up. They're more interested in watching like bizarre things and not developing themselves. So we're having a problem even in that demographic. The Somali stuff is ridiculous. That should be out of our country immediately. Somali, the ones from Pakistan, the ones from all the jihadist countries, because they all inbreed and have very low IQs, like in Europe and all these places. Everybody knows it. 68 IQ of Palestinians.
Yeah, and you don't even know who you're talking to. Like, we think you should end all immigration to America unless you're like a genius. Like you're a certifiable. I'm not talking a stupid H-1B visa. I mean, you're like eminent in your field. And I'm talking like a couple thousand people. All of the engineers that make microprocessors in Taiwan, they're welcome over. Visa tomorrow, citizenship tomorrow. I don't want you otherwise, really.
Yeah, so we're those kind of people. Like, that's where we're at with this. Now, obviously...
May I make another statement, please?
Yeah.
One little one. Okay, look. There is a massive effort that, I mean, we do not have stupid people in here, number one. We do not have a zero grasp. And we do know that laws need to be brought more in line with the operation on the ground. People are taking advantage of number 201 Constitution. And we know this. And when these things happen, you're seeing pushback right now, and it's going to come down to some pretty hot stuff. But that's the point. You've said if 5 times, and then I heard 3 or 4 other ifs. If's a little bitty word with real big meaning. Those ifs are not going to go on. They can't. They'll perpetuate doom and end. It won't happen. It may be ugly, but everyone is a target now. It's an unrestricted war that we're in, and a little bit of study and a little bit of research, as Stealth often says, before you come in here and comment on that stuff and tell me that I don't have a standing here, sir. I was born on Fort Meade in Laurel, Maryland. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but you presided over the downfall of the country.
Okay.
I have to agree with Vibes. I have to agree. You know what? He actually was responsible for it personally. Yes, he was the one.
I took him down because he's very childish. At 30, he's 39 years old. That guy, No, how old is he? That kid that came, or is he adult? Is he adult?
I said I'm 39.
Oh, I don't know how old that person was, but he's
Yeah.
acting childish. Like everything is everybody else's fault.
He sounded like a Zoomer, but look, he fell for the op, and I get it.
Hey man,
I
was talking to 40. I'm glad he's here. It was a welcome. Is the only reason I came up. You're in the right place, buddy. I'm sorry.
Well,
I got off with that other guy.
No, that's fine. I hear it. I hear it, and this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for, because I'm like, man, nobody else who's talking about these things. Who's having these conversations? Well, and that's my point. Is I'm talking about like on the podcast and the stuff that I'm listening to, because it seems to me like everything's just going in circles. You know.
Yeah, no, it's not going in circles. That's for sure. Not going in circles. I promise you, it's not going in circles. We're having some problems because we have 400 DOJ people working on Epstein files, and people want to spend $2.5 million to dig up the ground over by over where this guy is running for office. So the whole thing is a little bit weird. I got to tell you about it.
Who can I ask you, Stealth? Who you sound like you're very in touch with the administration. Who are you in terms of your role, I guess?
I'm literally nobody special. I just have helped so many people that now, and I've been so supportive of the president and his agenda, and so supportive of helping since Charlie Kirk has been assassinated and the other assassination at the embassy, that a lot of the people from the administration now, all their things are OPC, so I send them information and they're very appreciative. So when they call or I call, they call me right back because they know it's important. And Barbie has been a huge supporter of the president and his agenda, and everybody follows her, obviously, from the administration. So when I have her and see like we put her in certain things and saying like this is anything like negative and on like it's not the right person, and like stop doing this because it's like legal.
How many days has it been 1 year ago for people like Megan and Dr. Candace to be going after Trump? So they're on the outs of the administration, obviously, because they've been opposing the administration's agenda basically since day one. As soon as Trump didn't do exactly what they wanted him to do, they were opposed to him, or rather what their handlers wanted Trump to do.
So
Trump calling them idiots on open forum.
Yeah, he is.
So,
yeah,
you know, and there are people in here that do have open lines, and there has been groundbreaking research because of Stealth and Barbie and some others. There's been, I believe sincerely in my heart, that there has been adjustments to national policy that resulted from this space. I mean, it's got to happen somewhere. It's got to happen somewhere. I mean, the man who just said very likely, I mean, I've spoken to him in person on WhatsApp or something, and, you know, there's a powerful thing when you get in the right group of people. And
how often do you guys do
this?
How often is this?
I've been here every day since October 7th, and before that, I was doing all the medical freedom stuff. I'm very big in the medical freedom world, but most of the people in the administration that are in the medical freedom world are people that I knew privately. So all my stuff, all those transcripts went all to those people so that they could take it into administration so they can start working on the medical freedom side. Dr. Angela's running for Congress now. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I just got a call. I just got a DM from someone. Give me a second.
Sir, just for your information, I'm focused on China mostly. That's just my thing. I think they're the biggest and most existential threat to survival in the world, and so that's where I am.
One of the biggest. I mean, obviously, Israel is the elephant in the room of the conversation right now. In terms of like I said, like who I've been listening to, and even when Alex Jones is out there saying, "Oh, I don't have, you know, I don't feel one way or the other about Israel," and but he talks about it all the time.
Alex Jones' 2 kids are Jewish. His wife is Jewish, so like he doesn't want to see his children killed, right? You know, like he's
ex-wife.
His ex-wife, yeah, I'm saying, but it was still his wife and the mother of his kids, which is maybe the mother.
2 or 3 kids are Jewish, yeah. Is.
So how do you guys? So I mean, do we support Israel? I mean, do we?
Yes, hardcore.
Oh my God.
I just want to go back to something that's important, because America's future is going to be determined by America, okay? By what you teach your kids and the education they get, and whether they can read and whether they can write and whether they can do math, okay? That's the beginning and the end of it, because there's a saying in sports, right? Practice will always beat talent when talent fails to practice. So I don't care what your IQ is, okay? If you don't educate that kid to learn how to read and do math and become an actual engineer instead of just learn how to do like lesbian dance theory, you're not going to have nuclear reactors, you're not going to have trains, you're not going to have cars, you're not going to have buildings that are anything taller than 1 story, and you might end up living in caves. That's the way the world works, okay?
Well, so I'm in construction, and I've been doing it since I was right out of high school, and so I understand with you, and I have 2 beautiful kids. They're incredibly intelligent. I mean, we're all very high IQ. My wife is extremely high IQ as well, and I'm trying to, my kids are young. They're 7 and 5, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to steer them into this world. My son is the spitting image of me. He loves, excavators and dirt working equipment and things like that, and I can see he's got my same brain. He thinks and operates like I do. Even at 5, I can see it, and I'm like, kid, I'm going to show you a world that he's going to do like I did. I know it. He'll dive right into it. And so what I guess I can tell you guys here, I don't I try to be kind of anonymous, but I'm in Montana.
Don't dox yourself.
Don't dox yourself in any way.
Just 1 second, guys. 40, this is what I'm going to say.
Do you live in a crappy apartment? Do you have 6 felonies? Yes or no?
No, stop it, please, stop it. 40, all you should be doing with your kids is, if you're a Christian, is taking them to church and spending as much time with your kids reading and teaching them other languages and focusing on their mathematics and their skills for critical thinking. That's it. They need critical thinking. That's what they need, and they need to read scripture so that they can learn discernment from scripture. That is,
We do, and
Okay.
we're ducking and dodging the LGBTQ crap in schools.
Good.
I mean, we're wholly against it. My wife.
If the kids can be homeschooled, that would, with a bunch of other kids that think like your family, probably the best way to do things, if you could. But yeah,
we're in a good place where that's, like you said, I won't dox myself, but we're in a good place where that's not an issue. We're far enough away from it, but it's coming, and we see it. And like I said, it's been in some of the we watch for, we watch for on their homework, the stuff that they're bringing home, and we're super leery of it, but we're luckily, like I said, we're in a good place, and we do. My wife reads to the kids all the time and everything, and that's the biggest thing, and I know there's going to be a trade-off when they get older, where it's going to be like, okay, now let dad show you the world that I know, and this kind of stuff that we're all here talking about right now, and when they're ready for it and they're old enough and their brains can comprehend, so I know that's coming.
So 40, the most important thing is to, at some point is like to teach them about why communism is bad, but they should not have any social media, like no TikTok, no Instagram, no Twitter, none of that. They don't need any of that.
No phones.
Probably no phones or internet until they're much older on a limited basis where it can be monitored.
Yeah.
We have little tablets for them, just little Amazon Kindles, but we no access to YouTube, no social medias.
Good.
We exercise with them. We try to have them involved in learning games and thinking games, and yeah, we don't.
Some outside time too. Hopefully, some outside time, and you're getting a crash course in do and don't do on certain things that are very most important in here, because you sound like you fit. And I'm going to go back down. I just wanted to.
I want to answer your other question, because
I'm also an engineer, 40, just to let you know, and my background was like that.
You guys, I do have to cover something though that just came out. So the armed
just very briefly, still.
Yeah. Oh my
just
God.
very briefly, he asked about Israel and whether you support Israel, or whether you what that relationship looks like. And the answer is this: you're worried about China. We're all worried about China and information and what that looks like. There's a Chinese company called Wiz that was just acquired by Google. That means that Google saw this company and they said, we need to own this.
No, Israeli, not Chinese. Israeli.
Yeah, an Israeli company. I said an Israeli company. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. This is a cloud security company, which means that they are able to build software that secures all internet communications and any data that's stored on like AWS, Google, Oracle servers. Okay, Google saw this company and they said, we need to own this, and they paid $32 billion for this company, which is, I believe, the most money ever spent to acquire a software company. That was an Israeli company that was built in 4 years. So if you want to have companies like that built and ready for you to buy, that you will use for your national security, that will protect all of the software infrastructure that this entire country runs on, every single manufacturing plant, every single airport, everything that we enjoy, right, every nuclear power plant, then you need Israel to build companies like that, technology like that. I can tell you that I had lunch with an engineer who is a software engineer from Israel, and he built a software company that creates kerneled, whatever you want to call it, operating systems. So in your car, you have a different part of the operating system that runs the engine, the brakes, the traction control. That's separate from the part that does the infotainment. That's separate from the part that does the heated seats and the climate control. And the reason you do that is that you obviously, if you have a problem with the infotainment, you cannot have that compromising your ability to safely drive the car and bring it to a stop. So he does this on a much, much higher level for cars, also for airplanes, and other kinds of things. And one of the projects that they got to work on was the F-35 project. And he said that the number of things that the Israelis have done to update the F-35, which is basically the flagship and what is going to be the plane that the United States military depends on over the next 20 years, the number of updates that they brought in and developed and actually got to a functional point was so amazing for the Israelis that it started to upset the American Congress people, because they said, or they were told by the people that developed it, by Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon, that this was an entirely American program Americans were going to own and Americans were going to determine the future of. And the Israelis got it, and they completely updated it. They gutted it from top to bottom, from front to back, all updates. And most of those they were willing to share with the Americans. Right? Which means that America now has better planes. Right?
And so for 10 seconds, I'll say I'm the most isolationist person on the stage, one that most isolationists you'll ever meet. And I think Israel is the only true ally of the United States. The information we share with the United Kingdom gets leaked. The Five Eyes, if it's leaked, they undermine this administration. Israel does not do that. Israel is the only nation I'm aware of in the history of the world that has handed back American technology and improved it at lower cost. So if I'm an American supremacist, I'm a Western supremacist. And I say we could do it all without any allies but Israel.
Sure. Del, I don't know if you saw really quick. It's actually hilarious. Thomas, Massey, and Diligent are fighting over that guy Don with the Zorro Ranch thing. Okay.
Yeah, right. So what is the net on that? Because I saw them.
Thomas Massey's biggest donor.
Yeah. So I'll send you the post.
That guy.
Thomas Massey has donors.
Massey's biggest donor. That guy.
Yeah, that guy.
He's one of the biggest donors. And contrary to popular belief, Thomas was telling everybody that he funded his campaign just by growing wheat and then selling it at farmers markets, which turns out is not true.
Well, that kind of makes sense because he spent $800,000 in totality on one of these last cycles.
Wait a second. This Diligent is posting the Zorro Ranch pictures of their...
Yeah, so he's going after Zorro Ranch like hard, and Thomas Massey said, your friend Don owns Zorro Ranch. When I told you this last night, you told me I'm a distraction, you unfollowed me and said I was chasing clickbait. Here you are 24 hours later saying it needs to be investigated. Make it make sense. So pretty much Diligent was going really hard like he does after Zorro Ranch, and I guess Thomas Massey and him have been buddy-buddy, I guess, on behind the scenes with the whole Epstein thing. And then as soon as Diligent started looking into Zorro Ranch, Massey wanted to distance himself and unfollowed him, and they just it's been this whole big thing. And now, yeah, Diligent is really gunning for that guy. I don't know what his obsession is with that, but yeah.
It's because that
Massey
guy
told him on the space to stop because he said that.
Can I tell you why? It's because that guy is being supported by TPUSA and by Mrs. Kirk. That's why.
So, two questions here to both your points. And I guess it's kind of weird for me to be asking you, what you guys tell me who I need to support. So, are we for Thomas Massey? Are we for?
No, Trump got another person that he wants in. That's the person we're supporting. That's the Green Beret guy.
When's their primary?
It's coming up right now. I mean, Trump just endorsed the guy against Massey.
Like March, April,
I don't know.
June, July, August.
June, but go take a look. I don't know. It's the Green Beret guy.
Then it's my next one is do we support TPUSA and Erica Kirk still?
Of course, 100%.
I mean TPUSA, and I'm not trying to ask stupid questions. I understand. I understand TPUSA's mission.
That Charlie Kirk was sent to him. So yes.
Yeah, and okay, so because
they were the most important and are the most important conservative group in America in terms of actually accomplishing the mission.
And
so this is me trying to weed out the bullshit and all the stuff that I hear. Because I don't know, and this I guess that's why I'm asking you guys, because I want to know the answer.
About them, you're saying TPSA and Erica Kirk, right?
Yeah, and I don't listen to Candace Owens. I don't know what her deal is, but I just don't get it. I don't like her. I don't know.
Candace Owens is a Palestinian. We don't deal with Palestinians anymore. So Candace is a Palestinian, Carrie's a Palestinian. They've all lost their minds. We're done. Okay, hold on.
40. I've posted up in the bubble some things about immigration. That's a more nuanced argument that might be helpful.
Where do I go to look at that? Sorry, I'm still learning X too.
Are you on a phone?
Yeah.
If you scroll up.
Okay. The effing grifters.
That's me, and it mentions cousin's marriage. And then if you scroll over to the right, there's another one. But they linked to a video about it if you want to get into it further. But.
Oh yeah, that's great. I'll give it a look for sure.
Okay, I just want to cover some breaking news. Just give me a second. So there's pictures of, this person calling you a Jew pedophile protector online, and he just got shot up in an ice rink in Rhode Island. and he's a gay transgender Nazi who has
Who was he calling names?
He calls people a Jewish pedophile. The guy who's friends with Nick, who was tweeting at Nick Fuentes Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's the guy that he killed his wife and a whole bunch of people at the ice rink. He's the trans guy that looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene with the blonde hair.
With the SS Nazi
Wait,
tattoo?
Brand that was married?
He was
he was trans and
divorced.
married.
He was
He was
previously
not-
married. Since divorce,
Did he get the boobs
killed his wife
before or
and
after they
child.
got divorced? Did he get the boobs after or before he got divorced?
I don't know, and I don't want to.
Well, I want to know. Hold on one second. Hold on. Listen to
You
this.
weren't that good. You can find a better surgeon.
Hold on. Listen.
The thing, it charges literal ulcers from anxiety and worry with Candace. It is known, by everyone inside, that whenever Candace would come up, Candace is all she wants something, or she wants to talk about something, she wants this, Charlie would be riddled with such anxiety that other people would have to talk to Candace for Charlie because Charlie knew what Candace actually was. Like that scene from Halloween. I don't know how many of you have seen that. There's this scene with Dr. Loomis, and he's talking about Michael Myers. He's talking about the fact the first 7 years he's been trying to reach Michael Myers, and the next 10 years he's trying to keep him locked up because he saw that what was behind those eyes was nothing but pure evil. I believe that the same thing happened to Charlie behind closed doors with Candace Owens. Charlie, at some point, saw what was behind Candace Owens' eyes. And all he wanted to do was figure out a way to appease her enough to not have her turn against turning point, because you're seeing what happens when Candace Owens decides she wants to destroy something, somebody, someone, some movement, whatever it may be. Charlie lived in fear of Candace. Not because he didn't believe that he could defeat her, but we had elections to win, and it looked best to look at the united front in front of the world so we win this election, and he knew of what she was capable of doing if he did not. That's the truth. That is the truth, among everything. Charlie grew to a point where he could not stand her. And in fact, if you look at Candace's history,
They did an event at the Royal Automobile Club in London in 2018, which was...
Hold on, I need to hear the whole Graham. If this is... So, did you listen to Graham Allen
Graham
today?
killed it
Reese?
today. Graham killed it today. He did
Okay.
fantastic.
Okay, but he went through... Okay, but did you listen to the whole thing? Is it like long, or what is it?
It's like at least a half an hour, I would say.
That's it? I would think he would have more stuff. And he was close to Charlie. Did he start off with TPUSA?
Yeah, he started off. He was showing that he was like close with them when they were like younger. That he's been around Candace, Tatum, Benny, the whole nine, and just really brought. And he used to be good friends with Candace too. And he just kind of was like showing who she is.
That shows like an hour and a half. Are you sure it was only 30 minutes?
Maybe it was an hour then, but it wasn't long at all. No, let me check. Hold on.
Wait, it says premium exclusive. Do you have to be premium with Rumble to watch it? It's an hour and a half.
So I heard it through Jay Witt, his podcast. He was playing it. I could send it to you if you want, quick.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
Okay, so he played the whole thing. So is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he plays it, and like he'll stop here and there, but pretty much he plays the whole thing.
Okay. Was there any more intel in there? I'm looking for some intel on certain things.
Like what? Like what for what?
I'll know it when I see it. It's too hard for me to explain. My brain works in a very unusual way. So I heard somebody say something when I left you guys for a second. I was listening to a clip, and somebody said something, and that was it. Like I had to notify some people, because what I find interesting is, God darn it, is freezing all of a sudden. What I noticed is going on is you know what? I wish James was still in the space. I need him to map out everybody who is talking about the Zora Ranch stuff. Remember, like, there's something going on. Like, Mario offering $1.5 million. Mario Nawfal, who's in the UAE, but like that whole world. I'm sorry, I'm trying to turn on the heater. Sorry. That whole world. If I'm right, and they want to dig up that piece of property, and they're only going after him because this guy is also involved with TPUSA. This is really, that means that's a full coordination and an infrastructure by the Russians, which is really, if I am right that they're running this op extensively, then holy guacamole. That the president needs to know that, because he's trying to secure that deal with Russia right now, and they're going back and forth on some key things with Russia and Ukraine. So if they're creating this chaos up until midterms so they can get people in so they can impeach Trump, if that's true, that's what the op is, then the president needs to know that the Russians are doing this as active measures to...
I just sent it to you. Start it at 5:30 if you want to start it.
Because there's other things. There was like deals with the Russians that were supposed to get done that weren't getting done. So just, the recruitment of these kids at these schools in Sunnyvale, California. I want you to hear this. Listen. Hold on.
I'm admitting myself that I come from a slum city in Pakistan.
She's from the slum city of Pakistan, she says. She's protesting the no ICE agents. She's like 400 pounds, this 12-year-old girl. Mayor Larry Klein gives a speech to students.
Standing up for democracy, coming out to fight against the immigration atrocities that we're seeing around the U.S. right now.
Okay, so this is the mayor, and this is in the recruitment of America's children to Sunnyvale, California. Kids as young as 12 wore keffiyehs. They were handed keffiyehs Palestinian keffiyehs. Arafat is literally like having a party in hell as we speak because of these kids wearing these keffiyehs, which are actually from Iraq. They're not even Palestinian, but it's a different point. But I'm just there's all these protests, I guess, across the U.S. today. Is this because it was President's Day, or what's the reason?
Probably, yeah. They were one in New York City, and then there was like a few high school students. Did you see that attack of police officers, and then that journalist that was trying to like correct them? And these we're in for a rude awakening with these kids. They are out of control, crazy, like lunatics.
Hold on.
And I will be very upfront about this, and this is the first time I've actually spoken on it, so this is probably going to be recorded and put in a Daily Beast article tomorrow.
Oh,
but I was with Charlie Kirk when Candace Owens and I met Candace Owens at the Trump International Hotel first time that he met her as well. She had a YouTube channel. She was doing decent views. She was in the accounting field. And so Charlie brought Candace on Turning Point USA. We made her a comms director.
I thought it was that spirit. It was Charlie that started that brought her on.
Yes. And so Charlie brought her on, and I was around at the time. She pissed off a lot of people on the board of directors, especially Bill Montgomery, who was the one who started Turning Point basically with his donation. Charlie met him, I think, at the RNC back in, wasn't 2016, it was the cycle before. But he met him there. Bill Montgomery was basically the head of the board. And unfortunately, Bill passed from COVID in 2020. And nobody on the board of directors liked Candace Owens. She was forced out of Turning Point USA because she is a cunt. She is let me just say this, and I want this on the record. She is a disgusting fucking human being. She has no personality whatsoever. She is a nasty character. And I have nothing but disregard for her because everybody who gave her something, she took it away. She stepped on our backs to gain fame. She is a lying, phony bitch, and I want nothing to do with her. And I don't want anybody in this movement to associate with her because I can't stand her. And I tell her to her face on a live interview if I have to. Fuck you.
Well, I like that, and just so you know, Ryan, I have given her a new name after her recent comments. She is not Candace anymore. It's Candy. We're just calling her Candy from now on. She's a two.
Well, her and her little husband took over Parler, and they're so fucking retarded. Fucked Parler over that they didn't even know how to do coding to get rid of metadata on photos, which is why everybody was persecuted who posted photos on Parler, because the FBI took the metadata after they had a subpoena of every photo taken on every location there that was posted to that app. So you can thank Candace Owens and her little cunt fucking London husband. Fuck them.
Wow, is that intentional?
And that's not even mentioning the relationship with Andrew Tate.
Yeah, let's go back into the idea. So that means
Okay.
It's a good idea to get a dishonorable dish.
That's how they got people arrested in the J6. They used Parler. Is that it?
Weird. No one ever talks about it though.
In part.
I'm gonna play that at the opening every one.
Candace gets away with everything. This woman, she gets away with everything.
I wonder why.
Well, in part, yeah, the media machine is funded by the enemies of the United States and the West. That's Qatar, China, Russia, etc. But the other thing is, well, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, soon enough, we're going to have the tools. Like, people are going to move, and just follow the people that are moving and winning elections.
Hold on.
They located
Hold on. What? Venezuelan tried to drown a random woman? Okay, let me pull up what you sent me.
Guys, some kid almost fell off the Queensboro Bridge today. It was like this whole spectacle for a few hours. It was crazy.
Was it?
Oh my God, these teens are crazy. These subway surfer, like bridge climber kids. Yeah, and he fell like 75 feet. They don't know if he's gonna make it, but it was really sad. You should have seen this. Ugh, I'm not gonna get into it. It was traumatizing.
What I don't understand is why did Mrs. Kirk meet at all with this psychopath? If Charlie literally had anxiety just even speaking to her.
Just conservative weakness.
30 seconds.
We have a weakness, and our weakness is treating our adversaries as if they're our equals.
Happy Monday morning to y'all. Hopefully you had
Go to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You did that for too long.
You are ready for another great week. In order for it to work, I'm going to show you this little item here behind my ears. Okay, so I'm going to show you this again. Words that were never actually supposed to have said about Candace Owens, and I'm over it. And it's time that people know the truth. And it also is not lost on me that the Canaanites, the cult followers of Candace Owens, nothing I say is going to change your mind, and that's fine. Why am I doing this? Because there's a lot of people that I have shared the stage with, that I have fought for this country and our faith for a decade, that have remained silent.
Yes.
While America is attacked, while Charlie's children are attacked, while this woman tries to single-handedly tear down everything that my friend Charlie stood for, you remain silent in cowardice. That's okay, I understand. Because as we'll show the audience here in a minute, this is why you're afraid. And maybe some of you have skeletons that you don't want Candace Owens to find out about. Okay, fine. If I got to take the bullets, I will. If this ends my career, then so be it. But if it sparks others to start combating her obvious vindictive, evil agenda and her obvious lies, then it was well worth it.
Legend.
I need every single one of you to do me a favor and hit that like button right now. The more you hit the like button, the more people will see this. Comment in the comment section right now. Do you stand with Candace? And that's fine. You can put yes or no in the comment section. I'm sure we'll have a lot of Candace fans in this episode today, and that's fine. But we have a lot of stuff to talk about and not very long to do it. So I want to thank our sponsors, Black Rifle Coffee. We wouldn't be able to do this show without you guys, so I want to thank you for sponsoring
Candace
the show.
Cultist sounds better. Let's go with Candace Cultists.
Right now, and go support them. Again, we have a lot of stuff to talk about in a very short time to do it. This episode is going to be a little bit different because I don't want to expose him to the backlash that's probably going to come from this. But he has something he wants to say before we get going. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's favorite redneck hot seat Todd is here.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, and Graham, let me just first say that I do appreciate, even though I'm not worried about any kind of backlash from this Peckerwood and her little people, I could care less. Everything about me that's bad, everybody knows anyway. Live in a small town. But to Candace and to the Canaanites and Candyland and everybody involved with this particular topic about coming after Graham and saying the things that you have said, I'm just going to tell you like I used to tell my children. Candace, spit it out. Okay, spit it out. This is not the bowl you want to stick your face in. This ain't the meal that you want to take a bite out of. You need to spit it out. You have literally become everything about the left that you've hated for so long and that I hate. You change the narrative. You have millions of theories without any facts behind it. And anybody, and now more so, anybody that confronts you, that asks you questions, that asks for proof, now you're throwing around pedophilia like you're calling somebody an asshole. Like that's the same thing. All right, that's not okay. And I'm not going to stand up here and defend Graham about being a pedophile. No, that's stupid. Okay, you said it because you want clicks, and you are to Catholicism as I am to being a Sunni or a Shiite. All right, that is the thing. You are not a Christian. Christians don't do this. You're not a Catholic. Catholics don't do this. You are an evil demon, and I hope for the rest of the show that Graham treats you as such. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, all right, so we're going to go to me for the rest of the show. I apologize about that. X is back up. We were putting the link for her Canaanites to be able to come in here and say what they have to say. So, one thing I want to start off with before we talk about what happened, and then I want to address those head-on. I want to talk about some things that happened yesterday. Yesterday, I made an announcement on X that I would be addressing everything, and I got more phone calls, more text messages, more calls from members of the administration, more calls from people in high positions than everybody that you would think of. I got calls from pastors, high profile, and literally people wanting to pray for me over the phone. And although I will always welcome prayer, I want you guys to realize that's the level of which Candace Owens and her evilness has reached. To a point that if someone wants to stand up to Candace and her horrible, evil, vindictive attacks against Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, and even Charlie's kids, pastors feel led to pray for me before I even do my show, which I do daily. That's crazy. Does that seem normal to you? Does that seem like a simple thing that everybody does that? No.
Who is this?
It shows you that this has reached the level
This is Graham.
no one can comprehend. So I want to say a couple Bible verses before we start this. Proverbs 68:5. Father to the fatherless, defender of the widows. This is God in his holy dwelling. Everybody keeps asking why I stand so firm in this. Well, because I believe the Bible to be true. The Bible is very specific about the treatment of widows.
Do I not say this? Did I not talk about the treatment of widows since day one? I even read the prayer. I posted the prayer on my feed from the Old Testament, from Judaism.
Yes.
What
There's
did I
some
say
people that know the
every day?
Bible.
I don't know Charlie. I never watched his show. I'd never been to TPUSA event. I didn't even know who Mrs. Kirk was. I'm doing this specifically because she's a widow in Judaism. Jews have to protect widows. It is a covenant with God. I said in my spaces over and over. It's recorded. So okay.
We share it in our Bible. This is Graham who?
Graham Allen.
Take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. If you do, and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry.
By the way, the punishment is the most worst type of death ever to the person that's doing this. This is not like a regular. It's like the punishment is very, very extreme. It's one of the biggest sins you can commit.
In James 3:14 through 16. But if you have bitter jealousy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not boast and be false to the truth. This is not the wisdom that comes down from above, but is earthly, unspiritual, and demonic. For where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice. Candace Owens, as I move forward in this, I want to say that above anything and everything, I truly mean it when I say, I'm praying for your soul. I make a joke sometimes when I say I wouldn't want to be the person standing in line behind Candace Owens at the pearly gate. But I honestly say this when I say, I'm praying for your soul, Candace, because we go way back. We'll go there. I've got a book here that I wrote. And no, it's not a pitch for the book. I don't want you to go buy this book. This is my first book. I've written one since then. I've got another one coming out in September. That's not the point. The point is, on the back of books, you have these things called blurbs.
This is so good.
2020, and I just want to read you something here. And it says, Prim Allen is an inspiring voice amongst a generation that has been misguided by the far left ideologies. He is a patriot, a husband, a father, and most importantly, a fighter that I am glad to call a personal friend. America 316 accomplishes exactly what Graham's speciality is, and that's reaching real America. Candace Owens. So for the new people in the audience watching this for the first time that you've never heard of me before, that's fine. But I want to paint a picture here of how far back me and Candace go. So I'll show you a couple pictures really quick, and then we're going to get into her allegations online. I'm going to address them head on, and then I'm going to tell you the truth about Candace. All right, so we've got some photos here that I just want to show you, because there's a lot of people that will watch this. This will get edited, and this will be clipped, and this will be done. We'll probably go back to this photo a little later, but this shows how far back in the day me and Charlie and Brandon Tatum go. In fact, this next one is a photo of me, Charlie, Brandon Tatum, Vinny Johnson, all sitting together at a table before we all blew up to an extent that you know us now. I think we've got that one, Todd. If we can do that, we need to switch to the one of me and all of us sitting at the table. There you go. This was way back in the day. We all knew each other across the board. Now, Candace, me and Candace have known each other for a long time. This photo is back in the 3 Barstool days of the campus tours. There's Charlie, there's me, there's Candace. Back in the day, when these tours weren't as popular as they are today, we were sitting in bar stools together and we were fighting this fight alongside each other. Here's some more pictures of Candace Owens with some of my children, with my wife. There's Candace, me, and my wife with my daughter. Here's another one of me and Candace and my wife. And then here's one of me, Charlie, Erica, and my wife together. So when I say all these things, and I've known Candace Owens for well over a decade.
Please retweet the space, everybody. Thank you. Retweet the space.
And when I say that Candace Owens is not who you think that she is, that's what I mean. But let's go to what happened, because there's a lot of you here on Rumble, there's a lot of you that are probably confused to an extent of what happened and actually went on. So let's start off with playing the video that started this escalation. Now, the main purpose of this video was to say why I continue to defend Erica Kirk, and it was also to call out those that have been cowardice and not. I think we got to go to TikTok, because I think X is still down. I think X went back down again. But here is the video, and I want to play the video in its context so you can see how Candace Owens' attack doesn't make any sense. Here's the video that started it all. Here we go. Everybody always goes, oh, Graham, why Candace Owens? Why? Because she's still doing it, and she's still crossing the line with my friend's widow. And maybe you're the type of person that you will allow a friend of yours, their widow, if they were to pass away. Maybe you're the type of person that will not protect widow. Maybe you're the type of person who will just move on. I'm not. I'm not getting to heaven in the pearly gates and Jesus look at me and go, why didn't you stand up there? Not happening. Not happening to me. That's what I want to say. To all of you friends of Charlie out there that have microphones just like I have, that came up with Charlie, many of you I stood on stage with for many, many, many years. Where are you? Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you tiptoeing the lines to not make Candace Owens' audience mad at you, and or worse, Candace herself being mad at you? Perhaps you have skeletons in your closet. I don't know. But I want you to know that I respect none of you. And I will never, ever look at any of you the same again. Graham, who are you talking about? It's really easy to find. Look for any of the people that do what I do that are not absolutely 100% calling out Candace Owens. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you can closet. Okay, so if you agree with that video and that statement, just give me some American flags in the comment section now or hit the like button. That was the main purpose of that video. In fact, I would argue it was more of a direct attack on those that were being cowardice in the face of Candace Owens' attacks. Now, because X is down, we had to take a screenshot of what Candace Owens said. She said 2 things on Friday afternoon, and I want to address them. The worst one is obviously the one calling me a pedophile.
Wow.
So again, this is in response.
Keep your young kids away from Graham Allen. No joke. My belief is that no man is capable of defending stuff like this.
Literally just because he said something dark. Yep, just because he said something dark.
No man
and puts back. That's it.
Stuff like this that isn't himself perverted. But yet, you defended Andrew.
She's going to end up being excommunicated.
You literally had Harvey Weinstein on your show.
One can only dream.
But also, that right there is why so many big name people are afraid to call out Candace Owens. Because the truth of the matter is, there is no depth that is low enough that she will not go. I make a video saying I'm going to stand up for a widow and the orphans of Charlie Kirk, and I call out the cowards that were supposed friends of Charlie that are saying nothing, and Candace's response is, Graham Allen is a pedophile. No facts, no evidence, no nothing. In fact, I would argue to say that most people know that we're an adopted family. So I've had my entire life ripped apart through investigations and everything, because any of you who have adopted a child, you know you can't just show up. So I would say that my background is cleaner than Candace Owens ever has been. In fact, I also hold a highest level top secret security clearance you possibly can have. My past and my background has been looked at every single stone. Can you say the same thing, Candace Owens? So to that accusation that is just not only slanderous, defaming, and libel, I simply say, are you sure about that? Because for you to make a statement like that, you better have something to back it up and prove it. My life, through adoption, through working with the Pentagon, everything, has been torn apart, upside down, through lawyers, investigators, everything. My record is clean. Worst thing that's ever happened to me is a speeding ticket in my life. Let's go. So I'm an open book in that regard. Go ahead and look. Have your Canadites go look and try to find whatever. But this is yet another example of Candace Owens taking the extreme character assassination. This is the new Nazi. Calling people a pedophile is the new calling people Nazis. If people disagree with what you're saying, by Candace's very definition, I'm just asking questions. Well, anyone who asks questions about the person asking the questions is a traitor, and they're a pedophile. That's the new thing of the left. And that's what I also want to bring up the fact through the rest of this is Candace Owens has been and always will be a raging leftist. There's been a wolf now,
Never change.
Now it's more money for her and more opportunity for her to let her inner leftist out. She also makes this allegation about me being on PragerU's payroll. You can see it here. His God is money. He's on the payroll of PragerU to influence people. Well, it's very interesting because you can look at PragerU's tax filings. They're a charity organization, so you can see every dollar of everything that goes out from PragerU. You won't find Graham Allen's name, but what you will find is Owen's name. In fact, didn't they pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars? Because that's where your show guys start, correct? PragerU? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty positive that the only person in this conversation who's been on PragerU's payroll, as if that's this bad thing, but you think it is, so let's talk about it. The only person who's been on PragerU's payroll is you. It's you. You were the only one. Come on. This is what Candace Owens does. She manufactures outrage. She manufactures rage. She manufactures character assassination because that's what she does. So those are the responses to the allegations. But now I feel that it is time to just tell the truth. Right? That's what Candace Owens says all the time. It's time to tell the truth. It's time to let the cat out of the bag. And here's the truth that no one has ever wanted to say for the entirety of the past decade. And that is Candace Owens this is the biggest kept secret inside the conservative movement. Candace Owens has been the biggest thorn in the side, diva, absolute nightmare wrecking ball to the entire conservative movement behind the scenes for the past decade. That's the truth. That's the truth. Anyone who's not on record in front of a camera, they'll tell you the truth. Every single person that has ever worked with Candace Owens that's not still being paid by Candace Owens or has an NDA with Candace Owens, they can't stand her. She's horrible. Treats people badly. She doesn't fulfill her commitments. All of it. In fact, let's start with the first thing. Turning Point USA, back in 2017, when she was like the thing for Turning Point USA. All right, let's go back to that photo I was referencing, Todd. This was at Arizona State University, and this was my very first campus event with Turning Point. Talking to the crowd, they get to ask us these questions, blah, blah, blah. Well, what's known in the background is Candace was notorious for just disappearing and not showing up when she was supposed to show up. She would just disappear, not show up. In fact, if you look in the back there, you see the sign, and the sign actually says Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. You see, at the time I was told that it was because Candace was sick. This was them running cover for Candace, but since then, I've learned that that's actually not the truth. The truth is, this was just par for the course of Candace Owens. To just negate her obligations to Turning Point USA, the very organization that you would not know who Candace Owens is right now if it were not for Turning Point. It's also known, again, the other biggest kept secrets out there is Candace Owens has morphed into everything that she feels she needs to be to make the most money that she can while she can do it. Everyone that has ever known Candace Owens, you see Jeremy Gore talking about this, everybody. Now, look, Candace Owens cares about two things, and really the divide between the first one and the second one is pretty big. 1 and 2. Number one is money. Candace Owens cares about money and money alone. You see, oftentimes when people accuse people of something like, she said, my God is money, that's normally projection of themselves. Again, Candace, I have said this on the show multiple times. I'm willing to show you my bank account if you're willing to show me yours. And what I can promise you is your bank account is far larger than mine. So for my God being money, I disagree. And many of you will comment, you'll say, Graham, this was horrible. All her Candace and I should come here to defense. Like, you should have talked to her in private about this. The truth is, I tried on multiple occasions. I texted Candace Owens on the phone number I had for her. I wrote her DMs. And then when I thought, well, maybe she changed her number, I reached out to Brandon Tatum. And I said, Brandon, can you please deliver this message to Candace directly for me? I just want to talk. I want to find out what's going on. He told me that he would. I believe he did. And she did nothing. She doesn't want to talk to me because I'm not big enough to talk to her. And or she knows that I am a contrarian to her beliefs. So therefore, she goes on the Hodgman's podcast because that's a layup interview. Let's talk about her and Charlie's relationship. It is also known by everyone that the thing that gave Charlie literal ulcers from anxiety and worry was Candace Owens. It is known.
I didn't know this part.
Everyone inside that whenever Candace would come up, Candace is college, she won't stop there. She wants to talk about something. She wants to come there. She wants to come there. Charlie would be riddled with such anxiety that other people would have to talk to Candace for Charlie because Charlie knew what Candace actually was. It's like that scene from Halloween. I don't know how many of you have seen that, but there's this scene with Dr. Loomis, and he's talking about Michael Myers, and he's talking about the fact the first several years he's been trying to reach Michael Myers, and then the next 10 years he tried to keep him locked up because he saw that what was behind those eyes was nothing but pure evil. I believe that the same thing happened to Charlie behind closed doors with Candace Owens. Charlie at some point saw what was behind Candace Owens' eyes. And all he wanted to do was figure out a way to appease her enough to not have her turn against Turning Point, because you're seeing what happens when Candace Owens decides she wants to destroy something, somebody, someone, some movement, whatever it may be. Charlie lived in fear of Candace. Not because he didn't believe that he could defeat her, but we had elections to win, and it looked best to look as a united front in front of the world so we could win this election. And he knew of what she was capable of doing if he did not. That's the truth. That is the truth, among everything. Charlie grew to a point where he could not stand her. And in fact, if you look at Candace's history, this is part of the course of Candace. In fact, it's deleted now, but in January of 2016, this is the article seen around the world that most people had trouble finding because since then the website's been deleted. But this is less than a year before Charlie and Candace met. Now this really is Candace Owens. It even says @Candace_Amber, which if you know anything about Candace, you know that's her middle name. It's an article written January 6th of 2016. I think affairs are romantic. just read a little bit of this, shall we? And I know this is going to piss a lot of people off because cheating is awful. Because millions of families are torn apart year after year because therapy, because counseling, that's why. I mean, even without the promise of marriage, the devastation it causes on even the most basic level of dating is unthinkable, horrible. But I think affairs are romantic. I have an admittedly twisted mind. It's never swam along with the masses. Where the world sees black lines, I am blinded by colors and shapes, wonderful patterns, daring zigzags, miracle neons. We hear that someone has had an affair and the world cries out, quote, tragedy. But I, sweet comedy. Humor found not a collateral damage of tears, but in our inescapable humanity. I laugh with the universe as it silently mocks our institutions, marriage, dating, and other associated obligations. Structured lines, make-believe lines, render powerless by our inevitable chaos. By the one look and then lust. The one sentence and the fall. And falling is falling after all. It's a descent and then a crash without intent, purpose, or control. Nobody falls on purpose. It's fatal misstep and then gravity. At risk to both yourself and others. Nice little thing here, we won't read anymore. But that's Candace Owens, a mere 1 year before she met Charlie Kirk. Again, I say, my point to you today is Candace Owens has always been a leftist. She's been a leftist for the past 10 years. And now it's becoming cooler for her to admit her leftist tendencies.
Been my point.
I know for a fact of how Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens actually met. You see, very shortly after that article, Candace Owens sees, it's not really getting a lot of traction, it's not really taking off. Then this mythical thing started happening where here comes the mythical unicorn idea of the black conservative. Now we have a real moneymaker. Candace then changes her YouTube to Red Pill Black. She starts making YouTube. In fact, I was first introduced to Candace via text message of Chad Prather while I was in New York, going on Fox News. Candace was just starting. And to her and Charlie's own verbal admission in front of thousands of people at Turning Point USA Winter Gala events, the very same one that she mocked Turning Point for doing this year, Charlie Kirk would tell the story of how they met, and Candace would agree that somewhere in that January 2016 to 2017 when they met, Candace has this radical transformation. She becomes a black conservative, and she approaches Charlie Kirk at an event saying, "Hi, I'm Candace Owens, and I want to free the minds of black America over the Democrat plantation." Now, I don't know if that was a scripted thing between Candace and Charlie today because, man, is the PR that great? But that's what they did. And for someone who says certain things are so weird all the time about how Erica and Charlie met, isn't that a little weird that Candace Owens inserted herself into Charlie Kirk's life and not the other way around? Or at least that's the public story of which Charlie and Candace both told everyone. And I do not believe Charlie to be a liar. It's a little weird if you ask me. Then she goes off to Turning Point and blah, 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 and she can't get her story straight. In fact, can we find the clip, Todd, where she says one time she left because Charlie lied to her, and then the other time she was actually fired? It's the segment with the dual videos on it. Whenever you have that ready, let's pull that up. We didn't even get the story straight on why she left Turning Point USA, even though everybody within Turning Point USA knows why she left and what she stands. But let's listen to what she has to say. So let's click the one on the right first. This is from her podcast where she says the reason she left Turning Point USA is because Charlie lied to her about money. Let's click the one on the right, Todd.
I was resigning from my position. I was resigning from my position as the communications director of Turning Point USA. So there has been a lot of public speculation as to what led to that decision. The media ran with anti-Semitism or some disagreements about Kanye West, but that wasn't true. None of that was true. The truth, and I think you very well know the truth is, to go around for it, is that Charlie and I had a disagreement, which fractured my trust in him. He did something that he had never done before.
Because you wanted to be married to him, you stupid fucking whore.
Now, in retrospect, I believe that the manner in which I discovered the lie might have been denied.
Candace says on her show that she resigned because Charlie broke her trust and he lied to her about money. But then she goes on Hoswin's podcast and she says that she was, quote, gotten rid of. Let's play that.
I understand, like, when you deal with Satan, like, he's not the creator. He is constantly trying to rebel against the creators we can't create. And so when these people get rid of people that are good and godly, Charlie got rid of me because I said, yeah, no, you can't just mass murder kids.
Charlie got rid of me because you just can't mass murder kids. So which one is it? Were you fired or were you let go? We all know the truth. You were fired. Just like you were let go from PragerU. So let's talk about other things that are weird. Erica wants to talk about the weirdness, or excuse me, Candace wants to talk about the weirdness between Erica and Charlie's love story, but yet no one calls out the fact of the weirdness between her and George Farmer's love story. So let's look at this interesting video right here. First of all, this is the PragerU set. The very company that Candace says I'm on the payroll for to attack her, chick, you worked for PragerU. They paid you hundreds of thousands of dollars for you to start your podcast. But I digress. This is them talking about how they met, were engaged, never had any romantic interactions of any kind. Let's play it.
A wedding special. No, I'm not talking about Lou and Kate or Harry and Meghan. I'm talking about me. I'm getting married this weekend, so we decided that we were going to make this a wedding special and introduce you guys to my
sounds so fake to be happy.
husband, George Farmer. So just to give everybody context, we got engaged after 2.5 weeks, maybe?
I think it was about that time.
Right, which is pretty crazy.
No, well, when romance happened.
I know.
Nothing romantic was said, you know, between that day and the day that we were engaged. Nothing romantic was said at all. You know, there was no overtures. We didn't go for dinner, like nothing. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Exactly.
No, like who said this?
Very clear about that because it was almost like getting to know oneself in some ways. It was kind of a very strange experience. You know, it was like I saw myself in her, and in doing so,
that's all we need. Now look, who am I to say what is true love and what's not? All I'm saying is, for someone who says that Charlie and Erica's story is weird and off, I think we can all agree that Candace and George's love story is not what we would call conventional. You agree with that? Comment, catch me in the comment section. Again, I'm not saying their love is fabricated. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just pointing out the fact that one of them calls everybody else's story weird, and how Charlie's life was basically like a Truman Show, hinting at an arranged marriage and a planted marriage and all this other stuff. It's interesting that no one ever talks about Candace Owens' marriage.
Hold on a second.
But why would they? Also, let's talk about the Daily Wire. Candace Owens, again, patterns emerge. Candace Owens has been a leftist her whole life. She continues to be a leftist her whole life. After the black conservative thing, kind of run its course, Candace Owens then decides she's going to go to the Daily Wire, and her original show was simply called Candace, or the Candace Owens Show, or the CO Show, or whatever. And many people probably don't remember this, but it was behind the paywall of the Daily Wire, and the original premise for the show was it was Oprah. I'll tell you what, it was Oprah. It had a live audience. She would have bands come in and
Skillet were one of those bands. I went on there to the show from time to time. But what they don't talk about is somewhere in between 3.5 years or so she worked with Daily Wire, and maybe it had to do with COVID, maybe it didn't, but somewhere they abandoned the live audience idea and all the overhead over it, and then they just went to a normal podcast show, very much like she does today. Now, people will be like, oh, that's smart business, oh, blah, 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 bull crap. People don't change shows that are working. So what that indicates is Candace Owens was not ROIing how much it costs to put on that show, and so Daily Wire makes a change. All right, you're just going to do a very straightforward, one-camera shot, podcast type thing, they do the whole rebrand deal and all this kind of mess. But then Candace Owens decides to become even more anti-Semitic, and then it leads to her being fired from the Daily Wire. Patterns emerging again. Fired from Turning Point USA, fired from PragerU, fired from Daily Wire. Now, public reports may say, oh, it was an amicable split, she stepped down from Turning Point, she always an amicable split, she stepped down from PragerU. No, it wasn't. It never was, ever. It was always about bleeding the stone dry and then moving on to the next bigger, more monetarily valuable thing. See, the other thing that strikes me is this as well, and here's the thing. Did she ever have Charlie Kirk on her Daily Wire show? I'm curious, I don't remember if that was, and maybe I'm wrong about that, I don't know, but everybody talks about how close they remained and all this. But I don't remember her ever going on to her show when she was at the Daily Wire. She went on her show when she was at PragerU, but not Daily Wire. That's weird, right? For such close friends.
So, okay, hey, Joel, I see you down there. So, just a couple quick things. Graham Allen came out because Candace Owens called him a pedophile because he was going to expose some history, and that basically Charlie Kirk was basically under, like, active measures by Candace, and he avoided even speaking to her because he had such anxiety because of what she was doing and her behaviors and her toxic behaviors. So, he's decided because nobody is really supporting Mrs. Kirk, like, from their world of podcasters and all that, he's going to come out and say something. We're just learning because we're just listening to some of the content, primarily because, this is what I've been sharing on the space. Let's see who jumped in here. Does somebody jump in? Okay. Primarily because of the fact that, because of Megyn Kelly's fake doxing of Barbie that was sent to her either by Candace or by Carrie, but it would have gone to her through, because Megyn doesn't look around for certain things, right? Somebody sent her that, and she posted it and it kept going back and forth with Barbie, which is so stupid. That infrastructure comes from either Candace Owens, because they're in group chats together, or from Carrie HeZboller, because she also posted that stuff, other stuff from Gen X Girl. So, but there's a pipeline, and it seems like, this is so bad, but there's a very concerning pipeline between Bannon, Vigano, Dugan, the CIC, Catholic Identity Conferences, and HeZboller, and then also not just with the Russians, but also with this Turkish and Muslim, like Turkish and Saudi and like Muslim Brotherhood organization out of Georgetown, that Carrie HeZboller had named all these people that she wanted to bring to the panel to speak, all come from that think tank that she named. So I was reading off the notes from what those people told her to say. So there's like weird. This is the Islam movement out of Georgetown. I don't know why Megyn has decided to do this. So, but anyways, we're listening to this. So if you want to jump in on something else or ask me something, feel free, Joel. But
here's the thing that probably is in my career right now. It's the thing that we're not supposed to say, and the part that allows you all to know that every single bit of this that Candace does is not because she believes in it. I know for a fact that the people that sell the ads for other prominent people and things like that, they often sell for Candace Owens. So the sponsors, per se, the people that sell these individuals, it's almost like a war where the weapons are being sold to both sides to keep the war going.
Oh boy.
Because there's millions of dollars on Candace Owens' side right now.
Oh boy.
So it doesn't matter how terrible she is, it doesn't matter how morally corrupt it may be, or how terrible what she's doing is, there's millions of dollars in advertising for what Candace Owens is doing. So these agents and these things are saying, go, Candace, go. Keep going deeper, keep going bigger. And then you have people like me who are trying to fight back against it, and I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with that information. Still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the information that the powers that be, because there's only so many people to sell so many ads, they're fueling both sides. It's disgusting, really. It's terrible. But let's keep going. With other things that we have with Candace Owens here.
Is Graham Allen who's speaking?
He killed it. Didn't he kill it?
Sorry, what?
I said he killed this, right? Like he did really good.
Yeah, but this is Graham Allen speaking, and it's from his Rumble account.
Yesterday, Candace Owens made an accusation about Erica deleting all of Charlie's episodes and this and that, and then she gets a comment from what she believed was a Turning Point staffer. This guy's not a Turning Point staffer. He's actually doesn't even work for Turning Point. Let's see. No, this is not the operative that deleted all this stuff. Ryan Marty says this. He goes, hey, fun fact, DEI Queen, I'm the one that exclusively runs the CK YouTube, and nothing was deleted after his death. Not making up garbage accusations that you really know nothing about. You become worse than KJP and Contagia Brown Jackson. Now, what's really interesting about that is Candace Owens becomes unglued. Otis, the DI remark. In fact, she even brings up Turning Point spokesperson Andrew Colvette into this conversation. She's so offended that someone would bring up DEI hire. Because now Candace Owens, like she did with Insecure a couple weeks ago, she is pulling the race card. In fact, the very leftist that's been a leftist her entire career, that made her entire career pretending to be a black conservative, that made a whole book called Blackout about removing the slavery victimhood mentality from black America, that you were not a victim, racism is not a
All of it.
America, not racist, all this.
He went hard for that though.
Oh my gosh, all these people are racist. She said, maybe the spokesperson of Turning Point, Andrew Colvette, or the new CEO can help clarify why my race is being mentioned and why I'm being likened to Contagia Brown, who I have not one thing in common with other than brown skin. Actually, you do have something far more in common with.
You're both leftists, no like you.
He says unglued.
Like she is a Supreme Court justice in disguise. You're a leftist, Candace. So do us all a favor and just come out as a leftist and save us all of the drama. You see, Candace Owens 2.0 is she's just revealing who she's been the entire time. You see, character assassinations, that's a tendency of the left. If you disagree with her or you challenge her, she makes unfounded claims that she's going to destroy you, and that's where the fear comes in of cowards who refuse to speak up, even though they claim to be Charlie's best friends. But see, she's been letting you know her playbook from the very beginning. This is a clip from her What's It days, where she's saying that this is what the left does, but this is actually what Candace Owens does, using fear to control you. Play it.
When people know what you are afraid of, they can control you, okay? When people know what you fear, they can control you.
Play it one more time, just so everybody
hears. When people know what you are afraid of, they can control you, okay? When people know what you fear, they can control you.
Dude.
A lot of creators today are afraid of one thing and one thing only. They're afraid of losing viewers, and that intel loses money. And Candace knows this. Candace knows that right now she has the biggest microphone. Not in our party or on our side. She just has the biggest microphone. We no longer have our biggest microphone. Charlie was murdered, assassinated, taken from us. And here's my question to everyone.
I told everybody in the space, the president doesn't have his microphone anymore. We've lost everybody. Tucker won't say anything because he's all in on all this stuff. We don't have anybody other than Bongino. That's it. That's where we're at. And he just came out from the White House, right? So yeah.
Who claims to have known Charlie? For all of you who watched Charlie, that grieved his death. Even if it's someone else who was murdered and Charlie was still alive, do you think he would let Candace Owens do this? The way that he's doing it, attacking a widow, attacking the children. If your answer is anything other than no, I want you to put your comment in the comment section right now. You didn't know Charlie Kirk at all. There's no way. There's no way Charlie let this stand. There's no way Charlie would have let this go.
She wouldn't dare do this if Charlie was alive. She wouldn't dare.
And this shows the delusion of Candace.
She met with Ben Shapiro was killed, and then she did this to
Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on, guys.
And this is Matthew Mayer saying, if your, quote, discernment produces slander, confusion, and chaos, it is not from above. God will not be mocked, and anyone who has brought into these lies needs to repent. It's that simple. Let's play it here where she says that her platform is God's platform.
I want to say I'm not even the one doing this mediation. This has been all of us. I just have a platform, and the platform's not mine. I genuinely know that this is God's platform. And whatever he's done,
That's a manipulative tactic. I just need to say that. Someone knows the example, that's it.
Get the bottom of this is reveals so much to us, and so be it.
Yeah. 9 times out of 10, doing what God wants us to do doesn't lead to the top podcast. 9 times out of 10, doing what God wants us to do doesn't make us worldly successful. She points down there again, maybe this is the reason why I have the top podcast. You have the top podcast because you engage in evil slander. You engage in the ways of the world. Again, let me bring you back to the Bible verse that was sent to me by a very, very famous preacher, a very big name preacher. James 3:14-16. But if you have bitter jealousy and selfish ambition in your hearts, do not boast and be false to the truth. This is not the wisdom that comes down from above, but is earthly, unspiritual, and demonic. Where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice. That is Candace Owens. That is Candace Owens. That is what she does. She is a wrecker of all that. And even Tucker Carlson, I've had many disagreements with her lately. Even Tucker Carlson, perhaps is starting to turn against Candace Owens. Tucker Carlson has this to say about internet salutes.
It's embarrassing.
What happened to him? And will be ever.
I don't know the answer. Because I love his widow, Erica, and I'm sad to see. I sad to see so much of what's happened ever since. And I love Charlie, and so it's emotional for me. And so, but I will just say the responsibility for investigating crime goes to the civil authorities. In this case, the civil authorities. And so, wow, the internet is not in charge of investigating crime.
Hold on. But he did not.
Because he's not low IQ.
Everybody stop, listen.
They tiptoe around calling Candace Owens out by name because no one wants to deal with her wrath. Okay, so
He said Tucker's
the
weak.
show, I take our good friends over at church. Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, he is, but he's not dumb.
Yeah, but he didn't call her out.
Yeah, because he's a coward, but he's not dumb.
That's his whole point. Is if Charlie Kirk really loved him, he will call out this nonsense.
Well, yeah, they don't really love him. He's right.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, Joe, I'm not understanding what you're asking for. Can you just come up and grab a mic? I'm not understanding what exactly you're looking for. Can you come up so I can lead you in the right direction? It's still up here? Unless you want to just talk to me tomorrow, but I don't think you're understanding where I'm saying to look for something, so maybe we're crossing wires. Okay, let me know if you want to come up. I'll tell you where to look for certain things. Okay. Okay, here. Okay, so what are you looking for exactly? I mean, there's a little confusion. Candace did a space. We're showing individuals.
Right.
Okay, and then that.
I didn't see it. I was wondering if anyone has it.
So, yeah, so I have it. It's downloaded. There's a recording for it, but it's available on the feed. So let me just.
I went to it. Yeah, if you send me a link, I went through the link you sent me. Because here's what I can see is that Max Blumenthal last spring, when all the stuff first came out with from Gen X Girl, he was the one who echoed her. And it seemed kind of coordinated because there's somebody else who's like one of these Mason accounts, like really crazy stuff, who said, "Who's this Insurrection Barbie appearing in my feed?" And Max Blumenthal did a quote tweet that got like 200,000 views, saying, "Well, it appears to be, be very careful, appears to be, blah blah blah." And then source, right, in this first reply underneath it was to Gen X Girl's post, right? And so, given that Max Blumenthal's very close to Candace, and we also know that. So clearly, by the way, Carrie HeZboller, the only thing on her feed with Gen X Girl was a reply to Gen X Girl a few days ago. That was it.
Yes, I mean,
no other
reply.
interactions.
That is a reply. The reply, they have a connection there.
I didn't see any other than one reply she had to her post. I didn't see any back and forth. I didn't see her quote trying to talk about Barbie at all or anything.
Right, no, I'm not saying it's related. Carrie did not post anything regarding Barbie. It said a connection with this account. That's what I'm explaining to you. A lot of the stuff goes on behind the scenes in DMs.
No, I get it. I get it. But I'm saying Candace put a lot of time into Candace. Megan put a lot of time today. Megan who says, "Oh, I don't have time to watch stuff, all stuff," and I'm so busy. Well, she is busy. I imagine she's seeing stuff that she does. How she had the time, right, to spend this, and then she made the threat that she was going to dig in, or like maybe hire a private investigator, and psycho stuff.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to figure something out on this. Just seeing how this ties in. But curiously, that even Candace didn't go there, right? But Megan did, which is wild to me.
Because Megan's a lawyer, maybe. I don't know. It's having triggered. It was opposed to Megan. So do you see? You have to look at the what's Candace Owens' handle?
Real Candace.
Okay, let me put. Here's the. Doesn't mean she won't. Candace is off this week, right? So maybe she's not. Is she been posting and stuff?
Yeah, she's posting.
Okay, so let me pull this up. Hold on. So here's all the different spaces. This is 110,000. And then her YouTube suspension, the Truth About Zionism on August 18th, 2024. American Israel Special Relationship, August 17th, 2024. And convicting a murder pre-game chat with Candace Owens, September 8th, 2023. And this was before, obviously, October 7th war and before some other stuff. So it's all on here, on the Spaces dashboard. You can grab the replay link. So here's the. Give me a second. So it's on her feed, and it was dated. Let me see what's the date, because Harrison Smith was there. I'll send you the handle. I should have already the transcripts, but from before. Let me see.
Stuff you guys do this every night.
Not like this kind of stuff. No, it depends on what's going on, because we're kind of in crisis mode. But yeah, I'm quarterly, but sometimes I'm off because I'm working on special projects. Okay, so there is the Fort Huachuca one, and then I can't believe this. I'm wasting my time with this dumb bitch. Anyways, here it is. King Heathen's running around this race. Hold on. This is 19 minutes. Interesting. Let's see. What did she get suspended for? On YouTube now, obviously, I'm doing this because my account just got suspended on YouTube, and I shared with you guys exactly how it happened, which was, prior to today, I had nothing on my account other than the day that account Awesome Jew began publishing a step-by-step guide for how people could mass report my Tristan interview aired. And YouTube actually responded on Twitter and said that these were targeted harassment campaigns would work. And then lo and behold, they literally took down that video, and we then filed an appeal, and haven't actually heard back on that appeal. But I kind of put it back in my mind. And interestingly enough, it's kind of been a journey with this. And I did kind of expect this to happen, especially after the last debate. I knew there would be some price that I have to pay for it, because you just can't have a video where the video got viral. And I could just see how angry the Zionist movement was about it. And you can sense their anger also in their silence, which is so interesting, because, my friends, 2 weeks ago, every Zionist account on social media, every Zionist media member was writing articles from here to Australia saying, Candace always having a mental breakdown, Candace was unhinged, Candace always just angry, writing lies about me. And yet, absolute credit. If you go online right now, you can see Rabbi Julie Candace, like after the trending person nowadays on Twitter, but a single article was written which is writing about Rabbi Julie. And it's really has been like a build. So December 30th was the I think sort of post October 7th, for better or worse. Things have changed. We're not going to. Okay, so that's. Oh, wait, I have seen someone say, I'm going to say, hold on a second. Then there's the other one I'll send.
Things have gotten better since October 7th. Wow. Who would say that?
Eva, did you not sense the anger in the silence?
Wait, does this have to do with, this to do with Barbie, right? What I'm talking about right now? Yeah. This has to do with psychological. Yeah, but I think before you were doing about Barbie, right? Like she was messing with, could be possibly messing with her too. No, I said it in my comment. But she has to be her little bark dog right now, so just like in her head. It's somebody saw it and reported. Yeah, so anyway, this other one, which is done with Andrew Tate, Dallas and Dave Smith. I just sent you that, Joel. The True Zionism one, right? Okay, so, and then the America's Israel Special Relationship, she's one on here too. So this one is 25 minutes. Hold on a second. Why did she do a space with 50,000 people? Oh, this is one from her office where there's a picture of her abandoned body. Alright, do you guys hear me? Trying to see if I can see anybody in the chat.
Well, how insane do you have to be if you're on the Palestinian or Israeli side to say that things got better since October 7th?
So this is advice that over and over again in our office. Or we're in the media space, I should say. And always like, this is your Zion. Probably next all the time, like you're not media. Like, yeah, well, that's not really your Zion. Just give an example here. Like, if it's a topic and there's Republicans saying, yeah, don't get all this your Zion. And like recently though, I actually kind of envisioned the Zion that I ever seen, and I actually I think that might be my hill. The sun is shining, the grass is green, it's nice and cool at night. I feel like I have seen my hill witnesses at the age of 35 years old. I picked the perfect hill I know that I would die comfortably on. And that's all for me because but that for me is like, I don't thought, by the way, I'm in the world, I have mind disease, where I thought that's the one thing we all agree on across the board, whether you're what race you are, what religion you are, it doesn't matter what country you're from, or your sexual orientation, we all agree like the rape of children and minors is not something that we're ever going to defend. And then I realized, obviously, because of some things in my life, that there was actually people out there defending pedophilia. And it wasn't people like a random person that, I don't know, maybe was locked up in prison for 10 years because it was powerful people in media that were essentially falling over themselves to protect pedophiles. And so I had to am I going to be okay with this and shut up and go along the thing, or am I going to actually speak out? This is on 17/2024. Couldn't care less. I have 3 kids. I'm on top of the pedophilia. My mind is very clear on this. Hold on a second. So training that we get into a classroom, when we think of the Holocaust, and they're expecting people that actually do Holocaust. Did you see where she went? Pedophilia in the Holocaust, Joel?
Right, but that wasn't happening with Barbie?
No, this is not about Barbie, no. This is nothing about that. It's just the space here. That was her having what her dynamic was with the person and the other stuff. So we'll talk about this offline. But the last one, it's okay. This is what the fucking app is. They use Epstein as an app. They're actually using Epstein as the app. Candace is with this whole Vegano, SSPX. It's all Russia. With Bannon, with Dugin, all of it. Okay, Vegano still speaks to Dugin. Dugin doesn't speak directly with Bannon anymore, but they still speak to Vegano. So there's a go-between. There's multiple relations, multiple go-betweens at this point because something is just not right. Okay, so something is really, really, really not right. And it matches up with even Carrie and her statements. It's all about this meeting today with SSPX at the Vatican as well. It's like an ongoing thing. So it's a bigger picture than just like the basic like why she's talking about. Mario wants to get $1.5 million to excavators to go to Zorro to dig up bodies over there, and he pictures of him with the full time and all these people.
Okay, why the obsession with that location, and what does it matter?
One of Epstein's homes that was purchased by somebody who's running now, who funds Massey's campaign, and who's endorsed by Massey, and he's also getting help from TQSA, and he's just the comptroller, and he bought the land for $12 million instead of $35 million because it was a deal. So
the obsession is there was a tip that was put in. It was obviously an extortion attempt to get 1 Bitcoin. Because the person said, if you give me a Bitcoin, I'll tell you where there are 2 bodies buried. So I'll send you the tip. Okay. It was obviously not serious. It was obviously an extortion attempt to get money out of the FBI or whatever. Okay. So somebody uncovered this in a batch of documents, and so they realized that they could drag this and use it as like a sale to get attention because it talks about dead children buried, and they know from the scandal in Canada about the residential schools. As soon as you talk about dead kids, everybody just goes full history on meltdown. All rationality goes out the window, and now we have to go and find it.
Great. Let's spend money on digging up. What's the problem?
Well, here's the thing. It's an 8,000-acre ranch. So good luck in Mexico in the mountains digging up 2 bodies.
You know, we got $2.5 million. Let's do it. Okay, and then stop talking about it, I guess, right?
And we've got a witch hunt precedent that we're setting, where if somebody can call the FBI and make a false tip, and a private landowner has to let random people go.
All right, cool. There's a random damage, a dead kid in Mario's property. Good to go. All right, problem.
You heard
it's in the UAE. All right, everybody who disagrees with me. All right, go dig it up. Here's $1 million.
If you got the owner of the house, that's,
it is. We have some legal property rights. I still don't understand this thing.
I don't think it's about here. I think just let it cares.
Right. Yeah. Cool. If he says okay, go do it. If not, whatever. Do a warrant. Go to the police. Who cares?
They're actively campaigning against him for the campaign. They're making about his run up, which the TQSA is working on the ground game for this guy's run up. They're using it as an op, and that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's a smear against the guy. Sure.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of something that they know he does weapon.
But they're also trying to concretize this idea there were kids that were murdered, and as soon as you let them go and start digging for things,
I don't know. I'm just calling you. You hold on a second. You okay, yeah. I support looking for dead kids. Let's do it. You got this $1 million to get my property. And in spirit of dead kids, look at all the dead kids in Afghanistan because they're being raped and trafficked by people in Islam world rape gangs. Let's go look at all that right now, and the people that are here in this country doing rape gangs from foreign countries. How about that?
Okay, we can talk about the UK and Afghanistan. We can do all that. The problem is once people start getting content of them digging holes in the United States, wherever they get that content, they're going to say, oh, we wanted to dig here, we didn't get to dig there, we ran out of time, and then they just go off on this spiral, this cancer spiral, about how we could have found them, and they would let us do it the way we wanted to, and so we couldn't find them, and they'll just drag out. But as soon as they get to actually have videos of them with a shovel, it becomes concretely mind to Americans. There are dead people that have to be found when we know it is total bullshit.
Yeah, they've done that here with the Tulsa race massacre of 1921, and stories become very apocryphal that essentially a bunch of whites just massacred blacks over a false claim of rape. And the truth is something like it was very minor, right? So there's violence on both sides, very few people are dead, but they start digging in graveyards and try to keep us alive. And it's similar to like a lot of leftist narratives. Like you give them a little bit, they take a mile, and then when their program fails, they say, okay, we didn't implement it the way we wanted to. So I mean, I absolutely see your point, but a lot of this I think is solved by starting the oxygen and just not talking about it. I understand it has to be addressed in some way. You can talk about it in a way that we think is best to put it to rest. But other than that, I don't care. Like, right, ignore it, judo it, say, okay, great. I think there's dead kids on all these properties that belong to these these leftists, these SJWs, whether they work right or whatever. I believe in infinite investigations. If we're gonna have infinite investigations, let's infinitely investigate everybody, including the people making these claims.
So we can't have a panic show going on, right? So the problem is if they don't find anything, they'll say, oh, they found them, but they don't want to say. The guy just bought a piece of property. This is the problem. Like, where does this end up going? Where do we? Diligence responding to him saying, will you allow independent professional search teams to search the property under supervision with any other assurances that you might need? John, so they can use dogs, right? And dogs can sniff out cadavers. I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know how much of the area's been dug out already. And I don't know how it's been for how many years. I don't even know. I don't even know any of the time frame of any of this.
Well, I haven't given it much thought, but it's like, yeah, I like this idea of an independent investigator. Okay, so you're a histrionic, insane person that will accept no evidence. So let's get an objective third party, right, an arbitrator to come in, some kind of expert, series of experts, maybe a panel of 3, so, there's a tiebreaker, and say, okay, you think there's dead kids here? Let's say you don't think there's dead kids here. Where would you look? Okay, so we're going to have these independent experts decide the scope of the dig, the cost of the dig, if there are kids that are dead. This is a good tip or not. So you just don't put it into their hands and say, okay, Mr. Crazy Person, that will never accept the truth because you have circular reasoning and you began with the conclusion that I'm bad and evil and hiding dead kids and I'm a pedophile and no evidence will satisfy your lust for persecution. You can put it in the hands of an objective third party, and then you say that closes it. And then whenever anyone wants to bring it up, you either don't talk about it, or you have a one-sentence reply that says the objective third party looked and they found nothing. The end.
They still won't believe that.
It doesn't matter what they believe. They're tiny friends. If they're never going to believe anything, it's not for them. They are not the majority. They don't decide anything. They only have the power we give them. Once you put it to rest, the majority will not care. They're a hyper minority, like the trans fanatics. This is not a top 5 issue anywhere on any ballot, and you give it way more oxygen than it deserves.
Still, earlier I had talked with you about, and I came off. I was nervous and I was trying to get to a point. But what you said earlier about Massey, he's more dangerous, I think, than people think. I don't think so. He's sweaty on TV. Like he's like cracking. Like he's sweaty on Sunday TV. Doesn't even know how to respond. Like he is. But he's there for a reason. I'm from a tiny little town in eastern Kentucky originally. And our governor is. Are you familiar with Sheeeeeit? Okay. Well, he's been in Davos the last 2 years.
Okay, so a lot of people.
Well, I mean,
so is the president of the United States.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, he came out of nowhere. And
Massey?
no, Bashir. I mean, he just a little all shut together. Right. And that's what you mentioned. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey. But I'm saying there's a connection there.
What are you thinking?
There is in eastern Kentucky, it's coal country. There's nothing here except coal. Okay. That's it. And then Obama came in, and we all know what happened.
What happened to Obama?
Coal disappeared. It's just gone. The Green New Deal.
That started a little before. Okay,
right. Yeah. Okay. So since then, eastern Kentucky has been dead. I mean, there's nothing. It's a ghost town.
Okay.
Nothing. And then the only thing there is just medicine. Like the only thing he got elected, the teachers union elected him. His dad. This is long. I'm rambling. But his dad destroyed. He was governor prior. He destroyed the teachers' pension. So then the next governor that comes in, he has to explain to the teachers, hey, we have to back up a little bit here. This money's not here, it's gone. So of course they attack him like rabid wolves, and then Bashir slides back in. Send Bashir. Okay, Eastern Kentucky we're basically being used like those little dog commercials where they sing the songs and you feel sorry and everybody sends money. So other than teaching and hospitals, there's nothing there.
Okay, and
we're being used. Eastern Kentucky makes a lot. They get a lot of money.
Why?
From just donations because we're poor Appalachians with 2 teeth. And you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So they get a lot of government funds. All those funds in turn are then spent here in Louisville and Lexington. It's a thing. But anyway. He's spending his money and everything, and he's going to come out. He's turned it out. He starts going to Davos, and the next thing you know, everything in Eastern Kentucky is being bought up by non-Eastern Kentuckians.
Okay, by who?
Oh, you name it. Mostly, they're brown people. No, Lord, no. We're just buying up all the businesses. It's just like, why would anybody? What I'm saying is, why Eastern Kentucky is not a place where anybody even knows about. You drive past it to get where you're not. It's weird. Correct. Except there's a lot of minerals. There's a lot of coal.
Yeah. And I believe Kentucky has pretty tax rates.
Oh, unbelievable. The rates.
Right, so you saw people move to Tennessee and fucking Florida because those states have their tax rates. So all
no, opposite. Kentucky's tax rates. I own a nice home in Knoxville.
Sorry, let me clarify, not corporate tax, I mean tax and corporate tax.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to get too much. I just like maybe there's more there to be just kind of come up with research rock. I don't want to get too off topic.
I just think they really need to look into that because Matthew was really upset when he had the Secretary of Agriculture job because he was obviously trying something to do now. So he has a higher opinion of his own elite. And so then after Trump, and then after that, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they became big buddies and this and that. I'm just saying there's a link between Mitch McConnell, Bashir, Massey, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Trump, they're going after him bad. And Bashir, there's no doubt in my mind that he is really working on getting the Democrat nomination to run in 28.
For president, okay.
Yes.
But I'm still for like the conspiracy points about Massey.
I'm just saying Massey wants.
The Libertarian Party is usually infiltrated with CCP and Russia mostly.
Yeah,
and the IRGC started inroads there as well, and then now the Muslim Brotherhood. So that's what we know so far. But unless there's they're there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if I knew this because I mean there's.
As for Secretary of Agriculture, why was Thomas Massey thinking he was going to get that role?
Oh, he was upset. He was mad about it. He was all over Tucker Carlson. That was a big thing. He had Tucker interviewing, and he was going on about it. That.
Right, but what indicated to him that he should expect to get that role?
No idea, but apparently he thought he would. And then.
And so you think that this is his temper tantrum?
This is absolutely his temper tantrum, but I think there's more to it than just Massey. It's behind this. I mean, that's why I brought up COVID earlier. This is the concealed thing. Is the new COVID. It's the new Russiagate. And they're making headway.
And
Yeah, it's definitely a distraction. Thomas Mackey, what's his position in the state right now, like in terms of how well received his efforts have been by voters so far, and then what do you think about this show that indicates that he has a temperament of a petulant 5-year-old?
I'm sorry, I don't. Well, I obviously think he has a temperament of a petulant 5-year-old, but there's a lot of. I mean, he's all shucks. You know, he's everybody's best friend. And that's not true. They loved him, and there's a lot of because he's an all shucks. You know, he's the boy next door. He's a sociopath, is what he is. But he has a persona that comes across as very trustworthy. He's not.
Mildly autistic, yes, he's very good at civil engineering.
And Bashir is the same.
What's up? Sorry, I'm she's very agriculture ineligible. What's up? Brianna, did you have a
just in the middle of finishing the article. Yeah, so I have an adjacent point to what she's talking about. And honestly, this is where I keep pushing on Republicans. I really feel it's important to review the policy implementations of the Biden administration for economic warfare. It was absolutely the state intent of the Sunrise Movement, which is part of the Biden transition, to break up the conspiracy. This is where I'm going with it. The Sunrise Movement, for example, this mic is really distracting. The Sunrise Movement is very clear about its intent to use economic policy to break up rural Republican voter blocks. Rural America is probably the strongest Republican holdout. 94% went for Trump in the 2024 election. Right? There has been lots of research going into how to break up rural Republican voter strongholds. Anyways, I digress. The point is, I would really encourage Republicans to look into the economic development grants, specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, and see if there's even a potential likelihood for using it as a form of economic warfare to displace rural American voters, specifically where it relates to things like removing coal as as a job, for example. The closing of 63 family farms per day across the United States, rezoning prime agricultural land for renewable solar and battery storage facilities, the implementation of data centers, for example, that use a ton of water and displace rural agricultural farming families. So, anyways, I just wanted to come in and say I really think that this is something that needs to be looked into, especially as we gear up to start looking at the new census tracts and census blocks going into 2030. Thanks. Okay. This doesn't add any context right, to the whole Kentucky thing, right? I still don't know any more about the Kentucky situation, but I understand what you're talking about the other stuff. That's what everything going on. It doesn't add to any understanding of what's going on in Kentucky and my point this letter. So my country's research. I did research from going on Grok and start doing research reports on it and posting like the origins and the for entities of hearings, and that would be great. That would help us. Thank you. I love it. See how many months are being over there too. I'm almost. So everybody said that in Utah is full. To everyone that has seen what cancer is doing to everyone who knows what he's doing in America, not only the bill is evil, to charge children, bring charge children, or reasoning I know where I have to do with America, because people are one of the people I'm more called. I hope my prayer all of you, because Mitchell, Candace, Ken and I, the clip this, are going to pay me apart. So, darling, there are 42 mosques in Kentucky and in 17 different fucking cities. Masjid Bilal Ibn Rabah, Muslim Center of Louisville, Al-Nur Masjid of Louisville, Islamic Center of Frankfurt. Okay, it is going on pages and pages and pages. Right. And that's, I'm saying in Eastern Kentucky there's nothing. But they get water grants and all that money. None of that money is sitting here. We're the oh, look at these poor people give us money, and it all goes back to Louisville and Lexington, where Bashir, the Democratic. There's no mosque in Kentucky. Look at it.
Eastern Kentucky, said no land of their Here's the issue I just want to figure out.
Located in Preston, Kentucky, the primary mosque is a spiritual the global Muslim community offers welcoming space for prayer, reflection, community gathering. Also, community facing others. Mosque is situated on Mosque Avenue, beginning of Queen Street, and provides serious amenities and services to community, including prayer facilities, provide education, and community events. Oh, there's more details here. Eastern Kentucky. Let me look all this. Oh,
so ChatGPT did it all that.
That's not what he's doing. No, I'm not sure, but I'm just saying there's no many things. There's a lot of stuff going on in Kentucky. And right here, point about the actual mosques. There's a lot. There's huge buildings. Like. So I'm looking at pictures of them. There's one on 8th Masjid Avenue, 8th Ashland Boulevard. There's one on 1715 South, which is Louisville. That's Louisville. Okay, Elizabeth Town. 271 Elizabeth Town.
Oh, no, Eastern Kentucky. Preston is Eastern Kentucky.
What is?
Anyway, I'm just saying there's something. It would behoove, I think, somebody's looking at something.
Well, you got to start looking into it. That's what you're closest to start looking into it.
And when she said, this is God's platform, I don't want to show, this is God's platform. And if I lose it for telling the truth, then it's meant to be by the Lord, that was meant to lose it for telling the truth about this. To me, my friend, to widow children is legacy is evil. That's why I call the Bible protect widows and ordinance. And that's what I'm doing. So those of you who still remain silent, those of you who still remain quiet, my prayer is simply this. My prayer is that this is the battle cry that wakes all of them up. It's not destroying. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. She can't destroy all of us. If we all start punching back together, if we all start pushing back together, she cannot defeat all of us. But that's the decision you have to make. That is a discernment in your own spirit that you have to make. And I'm calling on every single one of you now to start speaking yourself. You claim to love Charlie. You claim to believe in Jesus and the Holy Scriptures. You claim to have the discernment of the Holy Spirit. And you know that this is wrong. And you can no longer sit idly by on the sidelines. I equate it to no more than lukewarm pastor.
I don't even think it's chess. It's really just checkers. So What are they distracting us from? That is a value. That's what we need to be doing. And I think we all know what that is.
So Diligence said that the search would have cost $180,000 and another proposed search would have cost $1.5 million. Both seem moot now that the taxpayers will pick up the tab at $2.5 million.
He's just offering everyone
Great.
up. Here, we're all pay. Yeah, everyone's gonna cover it. I decided for them.
Neat. Hope they have a good dig on to winning elections.
Dude,
On to saving the West.
belongs. Oh God, there's like parts of me that I would love to be a dictator because, like, honestly,
Ask him how many holes he's gonna dig.
well, people are already saying, like, I love that all these people are finally dealing with Diligent. They're like, you're a psychopath. You just keep moving the goalposts. First it was this, now you want this, now you want this. You know how he is. He's a psycho. Oh my God.
No, go and dig. Ask him, how many holes he's gonna dig and how many dead kids he's gonna find. And then ask him how many kids he's gonna save, how he's gonna do it. I mean, as soon as you ask any of these people questions about what they're doing to value,
By the way,
everything crumbles.
Are you guys aware of this, Mickey? Wait. The longtime Democratic mayor and 2025 nominee for state assembly, Andrew LeBruno, had been indicted by a grand jury for drugging and raping a child. He was like chloroform. Just months ago, New Jersey's new Democratic governor, Mickey Sheeeeeit, endorsed and campaigned with LeBruno. The story is insane.
Wait, what? He endorsed him before or after, you're saying?
Just before. I mean, he was just says Dumont, New Jersey, and police sergeant indicted for. He was a police sergeant. Was I in a Twitter space with this guy? Inside of Walter's space? Because there was a bunch of.
He's running for state legislator in Jersey.
Yeah, but he was supporting the. Wait a second. It was a boy on his lunch. Oh my God. He sent the boy multiple pictures of his body. When the boy said to come over to the boy's home in Inglewood, 35-minute ride, that is when the prosecution alleges things went very bad. According to prosecution, the boy rejected an initial advance, took out a little bottle from his pants, poured it into his hand, and put it over his kid's mouth. So, oh wow. Oh my God.
Wood chipper.
Feed first. Oh my God.
Don't worry, Candace is on it and diligent. They're nonstop wall-to-wall talking about this guy. They're going after him and guys like him, and they're preventing these crimes in the future because that's what success looks like, because that's what they're doing, because they matter so much.
I'm over here still emotional from Graham. I don't know. That got me when he said, like, God's going to ask me what I did with my platform. Like, that, I don't know. That was really deep. Like, wow. I don't know how no one else was like. I was like tremendously moved by that because it's true. He went hard. I don't know. That was really good video. Like, he killed it. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but he did a really good job.
I just wanted some more inside gossip news. I wanted to know more.
He'll do more. He'll do more. I think that's just the opening one.
Why doesn't Erica Kirk say exactly what Candace Owens did to Charlie that whole time? Why doesn't they say it?
I don't. You know what I've been saying. I have no idea why she's. Again, I think she still thinks that, like what people said, that she's waiting for her to stop, or she didn't think she would get this bad. Like, I don't know. Like I said, it's mind bending.
Well, you have to understand now she's in charge of the most important conservative group in America. And does the most important conservative group in America get in the mud with the pigs, or do they go about winning 26 and 28 or doing damage control?
She's destroying. Do you read the comments and how many donors have backed out?
I don't.
Yeah, she's destroying them. That's what I'm saying. You have to say something. It's past that point now. You ignore, but now when you're like, they're petitioning high schools now because they're saying she's a groomer, so she shouldn't be around high school kids. I mean, these people are lunatics.
So how much money have they lost? And I guess we'll see how effective they are in 26.
It's a problem.
So is it $5 or is it $5 million?
Hold on, let me check 1 second.
It has to be a lawsuit because, Viva, you're right. You can't argue with her in the mud. You can't rhetorically argue with her. But what was very interesting about what that guy said on his podcast is he said that Charlie knew that there was no attack too low for Candace, and that's what we're seeing. She'll just say the most insane accusation, the most damaging thing, whether it's true or not.
That's her leftism.
Right. And that's why you can never win an argument that's based on facts or information or reality, right? So you can't actually argue with Candace. You have to sue her and get like a restraining order or whatever, a cyber stalking restraining order, whatever it is. And then look, at the end of the day, like,
I mean,
She is doing
if
damage.
conservatives were, I don't know, a third as serious as leftists, you would already have lawfare groups.
Exactly.
You'd have massive groups of attorneys, independent groups of attorneys protecting our golden goose of conservatism that delivers us actual conservative policy and a conservative society, TPUSA. You'd have groups within TPUSA attorneys, outside groups, and you would be running volley lawsuits, civil, and you'd be running grand juries all the time for criminal activity against Candace and her cohorts if you were serious. But we're not serious.
Well,
And that's why we've been
law
losing.
firms have taken pro bono cases for TPUSA? How many law firms have agreed to take them as pro bono cases when they're discriminated against on campus? And how many of them have decided that, you know what, maybe attacking widows and whatever with the most insane, salacious, and slanderous, like whatever, like libelous like claims and accusations is not acceptable. I haven't seen
Why
any
should a
lawyers
lawyer
come
have
out
to
and
come
say,
out and say
you know
something?
what?
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, but like, even if they talk behind the scenes about it, you know what I mean? Like, is he saying there's not even a foundation in place, like where it's not been? Think about this. This is Turning Point USA, and look at the way no one is standing up for them. I mean, are we okay? Are we not realizing this is Charlie's Turning Point USA, and there's not a single person besides Graham Allen and nobody, Ben Shapiro, that is actually saying like this is insane. These things are not true about Erica. These are like really damning. Again, why do you think now they're doing the groomer thing? Because she is in high school, she's around kids, it's a youth movement. They are going to not stop at anything. They want to destroy Turning Point.
I think at the end of this, Candace is, and I could be totally wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But I think at the end of this, and I don't know when that is, she's going to be forced to apologize because the insanity is mounting so bad that. And by the way, this is a great litmus test. It's like COVID. You have to look at the silver lining in everything. Okay, you can't be a pessimist. You can't be black-pilled. This is one of the world's greatest litmus tests for who is not responsible enough to really decide anything within society, and that is who supports Candace, who thinks this is compelling. This is showing you what an MRI cannot show you about the state of someone's reasoning capacity. So you have a list now. I mean, a database should be made just for your own reference, personal reference, and security in society. I don't want this person driving me. I don't want to be in business with this person that believes what Candace is saying about astral projection, necromancy, the French Foreign Legion, and the Space Martians.
But you just heard from him that there's people financing the ads and all this stuff on both sides and prompting it up and loving the numbers. And that means people that are allegedly supposed to be supporting Mrs. Kirk are getting all these ads, and they're still all part of a whole thing.
Yeah, it's a mercantile. I mean, that's just business. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, they're advertisers.
The ones in
Okay.
control of everyone's reach and everyone's platforms and so they can do. They're pretty much in control of it all. Like again, if you go over to their advertisers, maybe, but I just think that it's a lot. Like how are you saying? Like she can't take us all down. I think that's what it is. Like wake up, Republicans. Wake up, conservatives. Again, this is Charlie Kirk's widow. We didn't even fight for him when he got killed. What are you people doing? I'm sorry. And this is a litmus test because I was a Candace Owens fan, a diehard for 13 years plus. And 3 days after Charlie Kirk's death, I'm like, wait, what the hell is going on right now? And I was already whatever with her. I kind of stopped watching her because she was getting really weird ever since the whole Ben Shapiro thing. I didn't like that. But when I saw the way my jaw was on the floor. I was like, wait, is this a bit? Like, what's happening right now? And I hate her now. Like, I hate her. She is a disgusting human being, and she's everything that's wrong with this country. The way these people act, that's why they all flock to her. You look at most of them, they're all most liberals, but a lot of conservatives are falling for it too.
Riz, can I ask you a question? That account just put out a podcast. I thought they had a cease and desist. Wolves in Finance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't care.
But they just put out another one about her.
Yeah, I said that yesterday. Yeah, they put out another one.
Grifter had the answer. I think Grifter has a background in psychology. I mean, what you need to do if we have to talk about this forever and ever and ever is just make fun of the supporters. Just, call them low IQ. It's true. Talk about the astral projection, the aliens, the X-Men Academy for Charlie. Candace can't pronounce any words. And that should be the whole discussion. Because again, they didn't get there through rationality. And we all want to make the mistake of saying, oh, listen, this is ridiculous. Well, when you make it a joke and you laugh at them, I guess these cluster B personality types don't like that. But it's extremely effective. This is how we memed the left into oblivion in 2016. And we diminish their points. The average person is going to be more swayed by the mockery.
Wait a second. This guy just said that money that was diverted from the southern border was sent to kill Charlie Kirk.
Dude, please.
Did you hear this?
Great.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm losing my? And read the comments though, Stealth. Read the comments. We're talking like 96% positive.
It's like 500,000 views.
Dude, look at how many comments is there? Like 20,000, 10,000?
10,000 so far.
And go look at them. You will not find a single one that's putting them that's saying you are fucking insane. Again, maybe it's botted. I'm guessing he pays for stuff now because he changed his whole intro. He's loving this. He is just basking in this grifting fucking idea. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Who said this?
Wolves in Finance, this fucking loser. Like, again,
but where are these people from? Who is this person? What is this?
He just was a YouTuber that used to, if you listen to his first thing, it's supposed to be about money and corruption, like, money, not even corruption. It was like money, math. He's an accountant, blah, blah, blah. It was supposed to be like fun. And then because I even wrote underneath, I was like, damn, where did you take a dark turn? Because this is not what you do at all anymore. He's but obsessed with taking down Turning Point. They're on a spell.
Well,
it's not just.
And some of them that are smart or have an instinct, right, know that this is what drives the algorithm, and you can make a buck off of this,
That's
right?
what most of them are doing it for, but it's insane. Like, they're laser focused.
Yeah.
Like, relentless. Like, again,
right, laser focused on the buck, right?
Of course,
I mean, like a hot dog salesman's laser focused on selling hot dogs. Like, gee, guy, all you seem to think about is hot dog and hot dog accessory. That's right. I'm in the business of selling hot dogs. They're in the business of grifting on the sensational.
But he's getting sued, so you already know if you're going to break this cease and desist, like, you're going to be paying way more money. So again, that's not really keeping your eye on the money. Like, they're focused on the money, but they're also like brainwashed. They really feel like what they're doing is like for the better good of humanity. Like, you should hear what they say. Like, they really believe this.
Some people, yeah, but some are just grifters. But in the end estimation, none of them matter. I mean, this is not what society is being fought over. This is not what tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people care about. But this is not what people will be thinking about in the ballot box.
But again, it's not always about that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, sometimes it's just about what happened to Charlie and doing what's right for him. Like, that's it. It doesn't have to matter if it affects us. Like, don't put your whole heart and soul into it and ruin your life over it. But it's also just about what's right and what's good. And again, I feel like he got no justice so far. And I know the court didn't start, but even just in culture and social justice, horrible. I'm sorry.
No, he got some justice, and you're right.
Really.
I mean, effort needs to be put in on this. Well, yeah, Tyler Robinson's having a trial. The government's making their case against him. The website Charlie's Killers put thousands of leftists out of work for maybe the first time. Where they got cancel cultured, which is a bad phrase because they got accountability.
Well,
we didn't do cancel culture to them.
Which sucks. I hate it, but
Well, I mean, more of them got fired. I don't know if anyone countersued and got through court already since September. I'd like to see that. That'd be a record speed for a trial.
University of Alabama. What is it? I'll send you it. And it was stupid though. He just put a link of something. His wasn't even that bad, but they fired him and they said it was unjust, so they gave him money.
Yeah. So there was some overreach.
Yeah.
And that guy he might have even been right. Based upon
he got
the
money
law
back and
morality.
Extra money. So. No, he wasn't right.
Plenty of leftists got fired. They got doxxed on websites and things like this, and they got a taste of their medicine.
I loved it.
And this was actually a turning point. It was the first time, I think, in American history where leftists got a taste of their own medicine. They got some accountability.
It was like 3 weeks. Everyone went to church for 3 weeks, and then everything just died. Because why? Again, Candace Owens. That's it. Everyone will tell you it. Everything was going great. People were going to church. We were all getting together. We were coming together. And then Candace Owens is like, okay, time to blow shit up and just change the entire trajectory of everything after Charlie. That's the part.
It's not Candace so much. I mean, she's not very intelligent. She's kind of a pawn. It's whoever's paying her.
But I'm just saying, it's Candace's mouth and what she's speaking and what she's swaying. Whoever's telling her what to say, I can't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is she's the pawn. She's just the front person. I don't know who's doing it. It might be Farmer. He's a billionaire. It might be his allies, right, that want this integralism. They want this Catholic leader above the Constitution and an elimination of the United States Constitution. She's not smart enough to do this. I mean, people that are intelligent can pronounce basic words generally. So she's actually a pawn. She's a front person. She's very low IQ. She says the most absurd things. No one of any consideration or regard believes what she's saying.
I just pulled up
that most of the voters aren't.
I just pulled up the living trust, the trust from Epstein and stuff. Nobody's gone after all the people's names that are in there and all the people that he gave money to. I just wondering where do these attack vectors are going to go, because this has been out for a very long time, and I just the patterning and the pacing of certain events is what's confusing me
The
right
selective
now.
outrage, like why Jay-Z was in the files and you don't hear a peep of anyone saying anything to Beyonce or Jay-Z or anything, like selective outrage.
Well, they've opened themselves up to a lot of attack here. I mean, the people listed in the Epstein files are the usual suspects, right? They're leftists, they're rhinos, they're globalists. There's a lot that could be done with this by the Trump administration, and I think that they will act intelligently.
You know, I will say we all know this, and it's stupid, and they're just slinging this stuff out there, hoping something sticks. Well, this is sticking. Most people go to work and they just do what they need to do, and they don't pay attention to this. So if somebody's cousin's sister's brother's mother says, "Oh, I heard that Trump's a pedophile," then they go with that. So it needs to be.
And the counter is, I heard that all Democrats are pedophiles. Okay, so
but I'm saying we know it, but we're one vote each. There's a lot of people out there that don't pay any attention to this, and they believe this craziness. They look at AI and think it's real. You know, I mean, so
I look at AI and think it's real.
I thought the last few ones were real too. A cat was going down a stairs in a basket. And I was like, wait, is that real?
Yeah, we're at that point now, you know, kind of in a post-truth society. But the silver lining is this, and I've said it a million times. I mean, you know, okay, so this isn't nothing, but it's not as much as we've made it out to be. I mean, go ahead and poll
and say,
well, sure, it deserves the effort it deserves, right? So it's not the main thing. It's not even the second most important thing or the third.
Let me play something from VDH on this that just came out about Epstein. This might make a difference. Hold on.
I make less money
Hold
than
on one
friends who
second.
barely. I just don't think Bondi.
I don't care about Epstein. I care about Charlie Kirk. Like, I feel bad for all the people, and I want to get the child people, but not.
He had anything, and I don't think that Trump will pardon Maxwell. And I think she's going to sit there the rest of her life. I'm not saying these people weren't creepy people, and I'm not saying they didn't traffic innocent young girls. I'm just saying that the idea that this is a massive trafficking with hours of incriminating tapes and, you know what I mean, with sex, and I just don't think you're going to find that. He was too clever to do that.
Hello and welcome to Victor Davis Hanson in his own words. Victor is Martin and Neely Anderson Senior Fellow in Military History and Classics at the Hoover Institute. For those free stuff, all the things that Victor is writing in the presses, his podcast that you see here, and then you can join VDH Ultra subscribers and get the Ultra material, which is 2 articles a week. And he currently has a series on about all sorts of catastrophes that he has navigated in his life, and a Friday video. So those things are available. And we also welcome back, Victor. Yet with Jack, and those they found 2 gloves. The possibility. I don't want to talk about who kidnapped her and the people who are demanding ransom, because we don't know enough knowledge. We don't know if they've given direct evidence to local authorities or the. Yeah, I didn't. It doesn't seem like he knew what he was doing, and it doesn't seem like. I mean. Yeah, it sure does. Well, let's turn then to recent comments by Ilhan Omar, who said that Trump, at least in Somalia,
I'm looking for the Epstein portion. It's a long. I didn't know it was this.
i.e., like Trump. But then the point is, well, you've been accused of contrasting in a negative way the United States with this failed state of Somalia, you said that the United States was trashy and dirty. You said that the dictators were worse here. Why would you go back to that meme or theme again, that things are better in Somalia because you execute pedophiles and you don't do it here? Especially given your family's history, where your father was a general who was one of the military hirelings, I guess it's President Barry or whatever his name was, that committed genocide. And that's how you got here. People forget that about her. She poses as a left-wing cause celeb, but she was from the elite of the elite government hierarchy that was conducting a war of death. And that's how they fled here. And I think a lot of the recklessness that she's speaking about, because she's getting very reckless now. And that shows me, and I think the people who are listening, that she's desperate and she's afraid. And she's afraid and desperate for what? For two reasons. One, she filed a financial statement that said she could be worth up to $30 million. And the year before, she had almost no money. So she married this person who she had been paying as a campaign operative. And then he had no money. And now suddenly we find out he has a winery worth millions of dollars. He's got all these businesses. And so the obvious implication is that there are people who were giving him money for influence with her. But we don't know that. But she needs to explain how she can be in Congress. I mean, Nancy Pelosi became worth a couple $100 million, but it took she and her husband 40 years with inside trading and all that. She needs to say how she made $30 million in 1 year. And the other thing is, of course, the $8, $9, $10 billion Somali fraud is getting very close to her. She knows that she's the pinup girl for Somali. She, by her own volition, she wanted to be the face of the Somali immigrant. And, 75% of the people are on public assistance, first and second generation Somalis. So if you go, if you want to be the pinup for the Somali immigrant community, then when you think that in the post-George Floyd woke era that's cool and neat, and you're going to get a Somali mayor, which they almost had, and you were taking over Minnesota, and then when things go south because the real Somali community is disclosed, and then all of a sudden you say, I'm not, I had nothing to do with it. Well, she did. And all of these people, everybody in elected office, Fry, Walls, Ellison, either got money from the Somali community or knew what was going on. And that's one of the things we never talk about DEI. DEI is a malicious, venal, toxic ideology. For one reason, it gives people exemption to go commit crimes and then say, oh, it's racist. People who lose their words. Well, Victor, let's welcome Patriot Mobile to the show. Every day Americans make choices. And he said that Hispanics, African Americans, and Asians all have the same oppressors. And here's a quote from him: "We have the ability to take over this." Hold on. And you keep saying white, and Latino. People believe that. So if you keep saying the Latino community, the Black community, well, why would they want you? Because you remember when, right after George Floyd, there were all these marches with oppressed people, and there were all these white liberal women. No, not at all. Well, maybe Pam Bondi's test. Welcome back to Vic X. His handle is @VD. Battlant as well. It wasn't a affidavit that surfaced that he was warning people, as we said, about Jeffrey Epstein before he was arrested. And a lot of the left says, well, it seemed to want to get her on the Epstein files. I did notice that she was pretty feisty, fighting back against Representative or Senator Raskin, who she said wasn't even a very good lawyer, I think was the gist of it. Or Battlant as well. It wasn't a good week. The Clintons are going to have to go testify. And it came out that Leon Black and Wexler, the Vanity Fair billionaires, had given him sizable amounts of money. Almost everybody who's appearing now, or
more left than right. Donald Trump appears now in an FBI affidavit that surfaced that he was warning people, as we said, about Jeffrey Epstein before he was arrested. And a lot of the left says, well, it matters whether you associated with him before he was arrested for sexual assault, trafficking, or after. We can see why you did before, but after you knew he was, and then now it turns out that Trump got rid of him before and called the FBI about him. And most of these leftists had continued their relationship. Reid Hoffman. But the weird thing about it is it's clear that he and Maxwell recruited young girls under 18 to come and live with them. And it's clear that he gave them certain educational opportunities. One, he made into a dentist or allowed her to go to dental school. He gave them quid pro quos. And then it's clear that there were intimate friends of his that I'm not sure that he enticed them and blackmailed like we all think, but he created a milieu where they wanted in on it. Okay. But so far, what's strange is they don't have a lot of young women yet who come in and say, I had sexual relations with this person and I was under the age of consent, depending on where it was, whether it was 18 or 16, in whichever one of his residents or locales. And therefore, I was, Miss Guthrie, who had the auto.
Sorry.
Say these people were all in on this sexual stuff. I mean, there obviously some were like Prince Andrew, but I'm saying that the idea that you're going to find in those files hundreds of powerful men who were having sexual relations with women under 16 or 17, I don't think you're going to find it for two reasons. Either that number was very small, and the small people who engaged in it and then got second thoughts cut non-disclosure deals or gave a lot of money and bought people's silence. And so there's people now who may have been underage then, but may have got millions of dollars, and they're not going to go out and say that they were, trafficked. Luca Faloni's linen-based. When you read more about him, what Epstein really was kind of a former high school teacher who was a mathematical whiz and an autodidact without a lot of education. And he ingratiated himself into the New York elite, and then he wined and dined them. And he may initially have been able to bring in young women that these powerful people had sexual relations with. And I don't know if he just said, I'm going to show this picture of you or not, but they felt that either he had special expertise on taxes or he was implied that he would embarrass them. And so they let him use their fortunes. I think that was what the Vanity Fair guy did. And he charged, he mastered the tax code and he saved them millions of dollars. But then he used that entree and just kept building on it. And it was like a house of cards, that he was just a phony, but he was very bright and he knew how to give gifts to people. And what comes across in all that, I read a lot of the exchanges with all these famous people. Gosh, for people who were so wealthy, they were so greedy. Like this chief counsel, this woman who's so famous for Goldman Sachs, all this, they give her a $10,000 bag, I don't know if it was Versace, and all of a sudden she's captivated, right? And then I could use this type of watch. And they're so they're so wealthy, but they're so obsessed with style and little trinkets and stuff they'll do. It just
Well, it was a Birkin. It was not a $10,000 bag, I think. But anyways, probably a $100,000 bag. But hold on.
just pathetic. And then they don't know anything. They just say, you got to get my son here, or you do this, or he says this, or this is what they're doing. It's no independent thought. I mean, with a person like Elon Musk, you get the idea that he's idiosyncratic and a free will thinker. You know what I mean? He questions everything for all of his strangeness. These people, God, they were a sorry bunch. And but I just don't think when Bondi and Cash said that there was a whole list, I don't think you're ever going to find that. I really don't. I don't think he had a notebook. I don't think he had anything. And I don't think that Trump will pardon Maxwell. And I think she's going to sit there the rest of her life until she's 80 years old, dropping little hints that she's willing to open up about everybody. Most of them, the statute of limitations are over anyway. And it's just a question of, can I damage people's reputation or not if you don't give me a pardon? And I'm not saying these people weren't creepy people, but I'm not saying they didn't traffic innocent young girls. I'm just saying that the idea that this is a massive trafficking with hours of incriminating tapes and, you know what I mean, with sex, and I just don't think you're going to find that. He was too clever to do that. And it's more insinuation, flattery, and it really shows you that this wealthy class doesn't have independent judgment. No one seems to say in these, could you please tell me where you learned accounting? Could you please give me a 10-point plan how you're doing it? Can you please show me in your prior client how you were able to save them X amount of money? It was always someone said, I got a call from him. Oh, thank you for this bag. Thank you for these shoes. Oh, wow. I can use your jet skis when I go down to the island. I don't know how they make their money.
Yeah.
They don't seem very bright.
No. All right, Victor, I wanted to finish the show. This is our Saturday show.
Okay.
Just to add.
I think there's very interesting points on his part because he's so rational thinking about the. Well, I was said like identical to what he's saying. I've said since the beginning, but when Victor says that, I don't know. I hope it's a long podcast because it's an hour and a half. Nobody's going to even find that clip. I didn't even know he had commented on it yet, but I think he's absolutely right. So, yeah. Anyways, okay, guys, I'm gonna go.
Stealth?
Yeah.
I posted in the bubble. Remember that Garen Green Facebook post that's the source of the
Yes.
Barbie?
Yeah.
I looked into him a little bit. I found his About Me company page. He's an AI and digital marketing strategist.
Interesting. Even though it says he's a journalist?
Oh, it doesn't. Well, yeah, it says he has a newspaper, but like what newspaper only has 4,000 followers? So that's why I Googled him, and I know it's him because it's got his same picture, and he's got a little blurb. So if you it's up there in the bubble in that link, and
But
that is what
does he have any
convinced
other
Grok.
things on his? Does he talk about anything else on his feed? Does he talk
I didn't
about?
look into that. I'm just
Does
telling
he-
you that's what convinced Grok, and I mean, I can look in further tomorrow.
I guess my question is on his Facebook feed, does he talk about Candace Owens or politics or anything? Like, why would he pick up the Barbie thing out of nowhere?
I don't know. I felt like this is pretty compelling. AI digital marketing strategist. I can look into the other stuff tomorrow if it's necessary, but
No. I mean, I'll take a look at it. I just was curious if there's anything else on the Facebook feed that would make sense why you would post it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's weird.
Well, I just went to, I'm trying to move fast because this stuff spreads exponentially, and then you've completely lost control. There's no way to recover. So I just did a search on, I think, did I do insurrection? And that was the only post. I thought it was strange too, like why? But to me, when I saw what he does, then I didn't think it was strange. He's just posting what he wants to give his client. He's just providing a service.
To who?
To the Pakistani account, maybe Gen X girl. These all what I've been thinking about the last 48 hours. So it's kind of funny. All these tactics are the same thing that were used in Megxit. In fact, one of the biggest accounts
was used in Brexit. Is that what you said?
Megxit.
What's Megxit?
Megxit is when Meghan Markle threw a fit and said the royal family is racist and we have to fly away and flee the royal family and make a wonderful life in the U.S. And then, it was all just smear campaigns and grifting. They call it Megxit in the UK. Megs
and,
left.
And was this the same kind of energy with like Candace? Is this like similar to Megxit?
Well, no, stuff that you're learning about, like that some of these big influencers are actually playing both sides. Like that's also what happened there. Like they're defending the royal family and putting down, Meghan Markle. But they've got this other account where they're doing the opposite because they just make double the money. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Did Candace talk about the Megxit thing? Ever?
Yeah. That's how I started watching her. I'm always on the left. I mean, I was taking kids for 20 years, and then, I was doing the Megxit stuff just because I became chronically ill, couldn't coach, and it was like, okay, well, let me at least go online and do something there. And that's the only way I would have ever watched her, Meghan Markle.
So was she in support of Meghan, or what was her?
No, and that's how I knew about Megyn Kelly. I wouldn't have been watching her either. That's why I'm no longer on the left, because then I had to see all the Republican stuff, and then I'm like, oh, shit, they're right. It's not fake news. Yeah, what I've been watching is fake news. Yeah, Megyn Kelly and all the people, cutting down Meghan Markle's BS.
Interesting. I was just curious if the tactics were similar, or the defamation, or Riss Megyn didn't do anything today,
I
right?
think so, in terms of personality disorders, but I don't think you'd think it was like a foreign op. Christopher Boozy was the big guy there, and he's just a grifter who made up this fake internet Twitter analysis company. I don't know if anybody knows who Christopher Boozy is. And he got involved with Amber Heard, and he makes reports like, the whole internet is attacking these innocent women, and I've done my analysis, and it's all gobbledygook. He pretends to be a programmer. He was kind of the main person. And they buy bots and trolls who go around calling everyone racist if you criticize her.
So I just found something called the Mappin Dialogue podcast. Is this from Mappin? Because he has, wait a second. This is 6 months ago. Oh my gosh, I think I just found something crazy. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. These people that he finances to... Okay, this is all weird. Hold on. I'm just... 1 second. It's John Mappin, right? That's the first name? I just had a weird feeling, and I just saw something here. Hold on 1 second. Is Mappin a popular name in the UK? Maybe, I don't know. Let me just see. Okay, here it is. Camelot TV Network. Reveals all. Geopolitical 15 hours ago. Hold on.
Truth itself can go through 16-inch armor plate. Who killed Charlie Kirk and why?
Yvonne Ridley's Bad Company.
Greetings, Bad Company podcasters. This is Yvonne Ridley.
They say you can judge a person by the company he keeps. Well, my next guest is a friend of Tucker Carlson and Candy Soanes.
Oh my God, Riz.
Was also very close with Charlie Kirk as
Yeah.
well. Plus,
They stole
listening to
Charlie's
this?
opening
Donald
music.
Trump, the president,
Really?
47.
Yeah, that was his like little D that
Certainly
they would play a
made
part of his opening.
John Mappin quite a few bucks.
John Mappin. Oh my
I
God.
don't know if you want to explain that, John.
This just came out.
Well, I suppose the press did pick up on it, really.
Hold on. Sorry.
Charlie Kirk.
That's what he sounds
Charlie.
like. Oh.
Trump found out, didn't he? And there's pictures of you and him at Trump Towers.
Truth itself can go through 16-inch armor plate.
Who killed Charlie Kirk?
Was in charge of extreme betting at William Hill. He said, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Well, I think you're about to lose a lot of money." He said, "Well, it's actually a great story." And so he leaked the story of this bet, which ended up being headlines all over the world. Of course, when he did win.
You had the last laugh.
Well, I did have the last laugh, really. And come to this fundraiser. So, of course, I turn up, and it's me and about sort of 150 other billionaires. I was rather out of my depth. But he was there, and he had a copy of the Daily Express front page, which reported the bet. And I've actually got a picture of him holding up the Daily Express headline, about John Mappin winning a gargantuan sum. And when I met him, he said, "I know all about you." He said, you made rather a lot of money from me winning the election. I said, "Well, sir, when you back a winner, you win." Of course, he absolutely loved it. And Melania was absolutely joyful. He's got a new film coming out. So
Wait a second.
that'll be exciting.
He won a bet about Trump becoming president. He made a fortune off of it? What?
Clearly, that's news to me.
Oh.
And when did Trump see him right after he won the second time? What the hell?
Yeah.
Or is this from the first time?
Let me see here. Hold on.
Well, yes. I mean, not that I'm a betting man. I only really did it because you know what it's like. If somebody says, "Well, I know that Yvonne Ridley is going to be the next MP for Glasgow," then everyone said, "Well, you say that. You've got to have receipts to prove that." So really, I just put the bet on as a sort of a cheeky marker, as a way to sort of mark my card. As a proof of concept for this algorithm, really, which I'd been working with for a number of years. And I wasn't intending to sort of clean out William Hill, but I don't think I quite cleaned them out. In fact, I think the publicity from the bet that they generated caused so much political betting to come in. And I think most of the money was put on Hillary. So I think actually they probably profited from me quite grandly.
But Trump found out, didn't he? And there's pictures of you and him together at Trump Towers.
Well, actually, it was Steve Wynn, who was of Las Vegas fame, hosted a big fundraiser for him shortly after he was elected. And he had heard about what we had done, because after, obviously, we placed the bet, I did a tremendous amount to champion the idea that he should be the correct person to vote for in 2016. And his son, Eric, called me shortly after the victory. And he said, "John, thank you. We saw everything that you did. As soon as you're in Washington, do please come and say hello." And so Steve,
I don't believe him. He's a liar.
Oh, no, I believe this.
And I called up
oh, shit.
somebody who I knew the sort of central orbit. And I said, "Well, listen, Eric did mention to pass by, and I'm here in Florida." And they said, "Well, come to this fundraiser." So, of course, I turn up, and it's me and about sort of 150 other billionaires. I was rather out of my depth. But he was there, and he had a copy of the Daily Express front page, which reported the bet. And I've actually got a picture of him holding up the Daily Express headline, about John Mappin winning a gargantuan sum. And when I met him, he said, "I know all about you." He said, you made rather a lot of money from me winning the election. I said, "Well, sir, you know, when you back a winner, you win. Of course, he absolutely loved it.
Viva?
And it was absolutely joyful.
What?
Of course, she's got a new film
Are you
coming
hearing
out.
this?
No.
Oh, you just came up randomly?
Yes.
Damn.
Did you? Okay.
Damn, there is a picture of him doing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, no. This is all evidence and proof on here. This is not a joke.
So what's going on in summary?
John Mappin placed a bet about Donald Trump winning like a huge amount in order. This is okay. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Charlie Kirk.
Hold on.
Charlie and I were very, very close indeed.
Trump found out, didn't he? And there's pictures of
Hold on.
you and him at Trump Towers.
Truth itself can go through 16-inch armor plate.
This is the guy backing Candace Owens.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Was in charge of extreme betting at William Hill. He said, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Well, I think you're about to lose a lot of money." He said, "Well, it's actually a great story." And so he leaked the story of this bet.
Oh, this is such a Russian op.
All over the world.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I did have the last laugh, really.
Brilliant. They go, okay, I want to get entry into the administration. I'm going to pump up, I'm going to put a huge bet about Donald Trump winning. Then they leak out that story. Next thing you know, he's meeting Trump, and then that's it. It's like, oh, this is so easy and so interesting and so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. I can't believe I didn't know this.
And a whole lot of cash.
Well, yes. I mean, not that I'm a betting man. I only really did it because you know what it's like. If somebody says, "Well, I know that Yvonne Ridley is going to be the next MP for Glasgow," then everyone said, "Well, you say that. You've got to have receipts to prove that." So really, I just put the bet on as sort of a cheeky marker, as a way to sort of mark my card. As a proof of concept for this algorithm, really, which I had been working with for a number of years. And
Oh boy,
Oh
Steph.
boy.
Wait.
intending to sort of clean out William Hill, but I don't think I quite.
No, I found something. It's crazy.
What?
How much of the how much money?
You had to have seen this already. This was from
Never.
2024. Revealed how one of Nigel Farage's most prominent supporters has repeatedly called ties for closer ties with guess who? Dun dun dun. Guess?
Russia.
The Kremlin.
Yes. Send me that.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Is Mappin a supporter of Farage?
How much money still?
How much money did John Mappin make on the bet? Do you have it, Riss?
Yeah, I would like to know what he bet. Yes.
Hold on, let me check.
And he has an AI algorithm that he was working on. That's the mergers with Cambridge Analytica. That's what that's about? Oh my god, Viva. Oh my god. We're so screwed.
Mappin is a supporter of Nigel Farage.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm,
you don't know the story. I think I've talked about it a million times about John
No,
Mappin
I haven't
and
heard you
Candace
talk
Owens
about it.
and George
I've
Soros.
only heard John Mappin coming into one of Barbie's spaces.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've heard about this.
Okay, talked about it for quite some. Okay, what's the money though, Riss? I'll tell you all about it, Viva. What's the money, Riss, on this? On the bet, and on how much did he win? Do we know? Are you there, Riss?
6 figures, 7 figures. Just
$1 trading spaces bet.
You looked it up? Is anybody there or no?
I can look it up real easy. I just wanted to know if anyone knew if it was in the article. I'm sure it's high.
I can't hear Riss. I don't know if her audio's not working. Maybe. Hold on 1 second. So he placed 30 to 35 bets with William Hill starting as June 2015. Staked roughly $5,000 to $20,000. That's it, but won over 100,000 in U.S. dollars after Trump's victory. He said he never gambled before and was absolutely certain Trump would win, placing the bets partially to prove his conviction. Others dismissed it. He was featured in the BBC, CNN. They leaked out this whole thing. Interesting. He's the one who owns the QAnon castle in the UK. Tintagel.
What?
He owns Camelot Castle in the Tintagel, but he put the QAnon flag above it right away. And he's still flown it since then. And he's the head of Scientology now in Western Europe, essentially. But he was a huge Scientologist in Malibu in America, and he's married to a Russian woman who and he's supposedly wealthy.
Good for him. I hope he gets out of paying all the taxes to that regime he possibly can.
What regime?
The Caliphate of England.
Just for pertinent information, a lot of those bet metrics will be different for the next election. They're almost all going to blockchain to eliminate some of the things we saw with the Mondami manipulation. Polymarket is entirely on blockchain now.
What do you mean? What will it eliminate?
Well, blockchain is a transparency, immutable truth. You can go back and look at every single thing about the bet, how much it was, it's auditable. And that is the future. I mean,
convenient that it's only after the Mamdani thing, right? Not before.
Well, yes, that's when it went. Within a month after that, Polymarket was fully on chain, and we're going to see that in anything like that over the coming years. I mean, blockchain is the future. It's you can document immutable truths. Just to give you a real quick thing, even field commands for modern warriors, they will be carrying blockchain immutable truths to remind themselves of chain of command and project convictions if they get foggy in the new electromagnetic field type war environment. There's some stuff like that DARPA is working on. It's open source. You won't find it just anywhere, but blockchain's being used for a whole lot of secure documentation of what is true at a given moment in time. Even title work is being done with blockchain now because it can't go back and be changed. Indigenous people in foreign countries are blockchain digitizing documentation and putting it on chain so that governments can never argue with what was at a given time. It can't be changed. The concept of Bitcoin being able to pay from one person to another is secure blockchain transactions. Well, tied to those transactions can be anything, a digitized document, a letter, or anything. That's all a brand new technology. I mean, the blockchain number 666.666 had a Bible verse put in it more than 10 years ago. So if you go back and look, the mining of the blockchain for Bitcoin in 666.666, it had a biblical text put in as just a test for such things. But then again, I actively research those things. It's really, really, really emergent technology. But back to what we're talking about, it is going to be used on betting, prediction markets, and so forth like that to keep to a minimum because it cannot be hacked, at least yet, short of quantum, which event horizon is 2 to 10 years, as most of us know. And until quantum is a problem, blockchain is secure. I mean, it's that simple. You don't pay someone $4 million in Bitcoin when there's even a possibility of it not working, Anyway, just a fun fact, I guess, but the metrics for that type of betting will be different in the next big election.
And I've got a picture of him holding up the Daily Express headline, about John Mappin winning a gargantuan sum. And when I met him, he said, "I know all about you." He said, you made rather a lot of money from me winning the election. I said, "Well, sir, when you back a winner, you win." Of course, he absolutely loved it. And Melania was absolutely joyful. She's got a new film coming out, so that'll be exciting.
Yes, I've heard quite a bit about it. Are you going to go to the opening, the premiere?
Well, I might go if there's one over here. I was supposed to be, actually.
He won $124,000. Sorry, my phone died.
It's not a lot of money.
So I don't think I'll be going to the premiere there.
Yeah.
But if there's one here,
it was just to get him in.
Now, I mentioned some names earlier on. Friends of yours, Candy Owens, the famous podcaster, and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
The question I've got to ask you is, who killed Charlie Kirk and why?
That is quite a question.
Because you know his family, his wife, and...
I do. It's a very... to be honest with you, Charlie and I were very, very close indeed. And to witness his basically public execution has been the hardest thing in my life, really. It has been awful. And I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is this, is I do hunt a lot. And I use, when one shoots, you live up in Scotland, there's a lot of red deer up there, and if you go stalking for red deer...
Funny, he's so tough on Twitter. He always seems to know
generally quite a high-powered
them.
rifle. And a .30-06 rifle is something that tends to be used for large game. Whenever I have shot a red deer, and I've shot a number of them, with a .30-06, I have always witnessed and seen an exit wound. In other words, you have the entrance wound where the bullet goes in, and then a .30-06 will actually punch a huge hole. The entrance room for the rifle bullet is very small, actually. And then when the bullet comes out the other side of the animal, it's a very large exit wound. And, of course, when the footage came out, it was very, very clear that there was no exit wound.
Oh, fuck's sake.
And we're being told, obviously, that he was killed by this fellow. There's the official story, and there's what's been proposed. Of course, I haven't seen all of the evidence. But it is, what do they say? Something's wrong in the state of Denmark. It doesn't seem to me to be a story that holds together. And I don't know if you've been watching any of her podcasts, but Candice, who is a family friend, really, I happen to have introduced her to her husband. I'll tell you that story later. But
there you go.
Candice has produced a series of investigations.
There's like 4 different stories of how they met. Remember Nick Fuentes was calling it out?
Any free-thinking person should definitely be interested, because there are so many anomalies which point to certainly flaws in the official story, that I think it behooves any right-thinking person to look into it, not least because the person who is currently in jail for allegedly shooting Charlie may well face the death penalty if convicted. And I've never particularly been a big fan of the death penalty anyway. Obviously in America, that is the law, so you have to respect the laws of another country. But the idea of a Christian nation...
Oh boy, here we go.
Basically putting a person to death that may not be guilty of the crime.
Oh my God.
Which he's been accused.
It was the hardest thing in his life.
It would weigh very heavily on...
Thinking about the death penalty? What?
Oh boy.
On the soul of the nation. And we have to remember, this is not 1963. In 1963, we're all told Lee Harvey Oswald had killed President Kennedy for many years. The average Joe more or less accepted that. I don't think anybody believes that now. Oliver Stone came forward, obviously, with his theories, and other people have come forward with their theories. But I think if we were to do a poll, actually, poll your viewers. What percentage of your viewers believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK? In those days, there was no internet at all, and you didn't have this free flow of communication. You didn't have X accounts and, what do we call them? All these social media. There's Instagram, there's Reddit, there's all of these various different platforms, and people are very free to communicate. And what's happening with Candice is there's like a global, decentralized intelligence network that has sprung up around this very question: who killed Charlie Kirk? I'm of the belief that answer we have a right to know. And
who is she saying killed Charlie Kirk?
She's not, to my knowledge, she has not alleged that anybody has killed him, other than she's
pushing her podcasters into various directions, isn't she?
She's asking them to find information about various different, she has unanswered questions. So she'll say,
I listened to one last night where she's asking for information about various different characters that she wants to gather up. She's still really in data gathering mode.
Oh yeah, throw Erica Kirk in jail. Haul her into jail.
Towards anybody.
I mean, some people have said that Charlie brought it on himself in a way because he was starting to cast huge question marks over another incident, October the 7th.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
He did certainly.
He stirred the pot with October 7th.
Yeah.
Saying, why did it take 6 hours for the Israeli military to respond to the Hamas attack? Which is normally an area that somebody from the right in America wouldn't really go into. But he did. He started poking the bear, really.
Yeah. I mean, I would have to check the videos on that and exactly what he said. But Charlie was going through an evolution spiritually. And, you know, I met him in 2018. And he came here and we hosted an event for him. And, you know, actually arrived up at the RAC Club with Candace at what was supposed to be a dinner for 20. It ended up being a gathering of about 170 people. And he, at that time, was, I think it's probably not fair to say he was 100% supportive of everything that Israel did. But he was certainly, you know, let's say 99.9. He was wholly supportive of that. And what I observed and what I've seen through my friendship with him is he shifted. And
politically,
humanitarianly, he had become a father. And I think when you know, because you're a mum, he was politically, he had his position, but from a humanitarian point of view, when you become a parent and you start to see the sorts of ghastly devastation that had occurred in Gaza, or has occurred in Gaza, I think for most people, anybody can watch that footage who's a parent and not be affected by it. On both sides, I mean, listen, what occurred on October 7th was absolutely unacceptable. And what has occurred subsequently has been, from a humanitarian point of view, absolutely unacceptable. And Charlie was deeply affected by that. And of course, I think it was in May of last year, he wrote a personal letter to Bibi Netanyahu. And he communicated that Israel was losing the PR war. And it's very interesting, actually, because I was out the other day in the countryside with a friend of mine who is a Jewish friend of mine. And he said to me, you know, he's very well-to-do family, public school, not somebody who even, perhaps I would even have considered. It's not somebody who's like, you know, you have people that are like obviously Christian or obviously Muslim, or in my case, obviously Scientologist. You know, I mean, you have different types of people. Some people sort of wear it on their sleeve. Some people don't really wear their religion on their sleeve. I wouldn't have thought that, you know, it's not something I would have necessarily have imagined. He said to me, due to the rise in anti-Semitism, I'm going to be needing to get myself a place in Israel so that if things get really bad here, I can leave. It was shocking to me to hear this. At the same time, I've had people who, Muslim friends of mine, who don't feel comfortable with the level of the, you know, increase in anti-Islamic communication.
Well, people are becoming very polarized.
They are. And I think Charlie could be faulted legitimately, and I don't think it's too early to talk about this because he
oh boy,
down. He could be criticized for instance, I don't know if you recall, when he came here, he went on Breakfast TV or something. I think he was interviewed by GB News. And he said that Islam is incompatible with Western civilization.
That's right. And he said it right before he died.
I mean, I took him to task on that. I mean, that is a ridiculous statement to make, apart from anything else. If you understand your history, Islam has been part of Western civilization. Much of our mathematics, much of our architecture, a lot of the creative thought. You know,
No, just trig in the Crusades.
So what'd you say, Viva?
No, just trigonometry and most of the offensive crusade campaigns were led by Muslims against Christians. That's about it. And then, of course, the recent invasion of Islam into Europe, which raised the violent crime rate by thousands of percent in many Western European nations.
So do you guys see it tracking now? Do you see the op? I'm so right always. It's just, now we just have to arrest all of them. All of them. All of them need to be arrested. Okay.
Taking a view in relation to people breaking the law. It's a completely other thing to say that an entire religion is incompatible. And I think that, in that sense, he was stirring it up there.
Well, he was doing that because of Scientology, right? So you got to understand where the narrative flow is coming from. So.
And I think that was wrong. But we had that type of a friendship. I could, say that sort of stuff to him. We stayed very, very closely in touch. And I did discuss that with him when, after he said it. I said, that's probably, that's regrettable. But on the other side, yes, he was asking questions. And this is why people did like him, is that he was a champion of free speech. And he spoke freely. He did speak very freely about his views. I don't think he reported anything at all that wasn't reported in the Israeli newspapers. He was always very careful to, communicate things that were verified by other press. But he was asking questions that were definitely uncomfortable. And so somebody looking at that would look at it, and if they would say, well, here you have a fellow who was probably one of Israel's greatest public relations assets over the last...
Just so you know, in the UK, was a parliamentary inquiry into October 7th, and it was done by Lord, God, what's his name? I posted a bunch of times. Clearly, Mappin never saw it. And it walked through, and there was response before 6 hours. So everything he's saying is wrong. But anyways, doesn't matter. That's the narrative that came out from the left and from conspiratards. And anyways, so yeah.
10 years in America. Is he still an asset, or have we lost him? And I think anybody intelligent looking at the receipts and looking at his communication would say, well, if we haven't lost him, we're about to. And this is why he wrote to Bibi Netanyahu. And if one reads the letter, in fact, the letter was released, but it was presented. That this was some sort of, an approval of what was going on.
Yes, it was.
If you actually read the letter, which of course most people don't read.
Well, it has fueled conspiracy theorists. And of course, Candice, who is not averse to stirring the pot as well.
Well, I don't think she tries to stir the pot. I think what she...
Oh my God.
France's first lady was a man.
Have you seen her series?
I haven't, but somebody challenged me over that and said you have to see the evidence that she comes up with.
Yeah, I think if you watch the Becoming Brigitte series, which anybody can find on Candace's podcast, she's gone down a line of investigative journalism. I mean, listen, Yvonne, I'm speaking to Yvonne Ridley here. You are one of the finest investigative journalists this country has produced. So there used to be something in this country in the media called investigative journalism. It's very rare these days. And I think Candace is being an investigative journalist. She may be right, she may be wrong, but I don't think she's doing it. Doing it because if, there are truths that have been hidden, she considers it's in the public interest for that information to be known.
Well, I don't want us to get sued by the Macron lawyers.
No.
We don't have a position on that.
No, nor do I.
So returning to Candice, she also has a reputation for being very thorough and fastidious in her investigations. And she has got to, well, I wouldn't say got to grips, but she certainly looked at the assassination of Charlie Kirk and decided to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I think she's behaved in a way that he would have behaved if it was her that had been assassinated publicly in front of the entire world.
But now she's put herself in the crosshairs, hasn't she? She's certainly under threat.
Well, my view is the whole world is in the crosshairs. We are at a point in history where if the truth continues to be covered up in the way that it keeps occurring, that's a threat to everybody.
Why are people afraid of the truth?
God, you're asking me some serious questions today. I mean,
you cover it in your book, Sovereignty, the Restoration of Sanity. What really interests me about this is you put psychiatry under the microscope, and I noticed that you really got on your white charger and went after those who were trying to attack Candy's own, saying, oh, she's barking mad, she's crazy, she's a nutcase, you know, all the usual insults around mental fragility.
Yes.
And your defense of her was quite astonishing, so much so that she actually repeated it word for word on her last podcast.
Yeah, well, I could see that the same people that were attacking her were the same people that attacked Trump when he first tried to get elected. I could see that they're the same elements that have silenced other freedom fighters that I've studied and gotten to know. And there is a tiny, tiny hidden group of people who practice, it's really a philosophy of materialism. That's really the essence of it. It's the idea that man is an animal and is purely the sum of his chemical parts. Now, this is not actually a new idea, but it resurfaced in 1876 in Leipzig, Germany, when Wilhelm Wundt was commissioned by Bismarck to keep the Prussian army, which was a conscript army, fighting, and he needed a philosophy. And the idea that man is not an immortal spirit living through eternity, and that the current life is but one experience of man's journey, was anathema to this tiny group of what became the practice medically of psychiatry. And if you look at the history of psychiatry, if you look at the history of psychiatric philosophy, you learn very, very quickly that where there is evil in the world, you will find a psychiatrist. And hard at work.
Just so you know, so Scientologists are against all forms of psychiatry of all
I
kinds.
forgot how much they hated psychiatry.
Yeah, you forgot. Yeah, like this is literally like they would probably hate Jews just because of psychiatry. Like they would hate it's just
They have
It's
to.
not the quirkiest thing about them. It's actually kind of endearing.
It's
But yeah.
not quirky. They have to. They have to, just like Candace has to. They have to be the only. Trust me, bro. They have to be the only source of trust. That's what Candace does too. She's eliminating all other sources of trust. Only.
Yeah, it's just a cult. Sure, it's cult behavior.
Yeah.
And you will find that these characters have embedded themselves. So where you see a Christian behaving in a psychotic way, you will find a psychiatrist who is somehow influencing that Christian. When you find a Muslim that is breaking the law or doing something.
What a dumb way of life. Like, what is
as
this?
radical or extreme or certainly out of keeping with core Islamic tenet, there'll be a psychiatrist that is infiltrated.
I wish there was a psychiatrist. I wish.
Captagon, which is a drug that was created.
Well, the Fort Hood shooter was a Muslim psychologist.
People to
Major Hassan, I believe.
Actions in relation to the ISIS movement.
Well, it also made a lot of money for the Syrian regime under Assad.
Well, I don't know who profited out of it. What I do know is that Captagon will take a young man, and after a few months of being exposed to that drug, you know, it's a mix of Ritalin and crystal meth. And it's not dissimilar to what Hitler fed to the Nazis. It's not dissimilar to what the Japanese fed to the kamikaze pilots.
It is different, but okay.
It creates a sort of a false bravery. And the machinery of psychiatry is very, very misunderstood by the current culture. But it's something that I've researched deeply. It's something that I have a tremendous understanding of.
I'm sure he has.
And, I saw that Candace was being... there was an attempt to suppress her communication by people who essentially were working for those elements.
Oh my
God. And I decided to call it out for what it was. And I think she was...
You heard it here first, the American Psychological Association.
When she first got the letter, you know, she brought it to
Where
tears.
supposedly the number one podcast is being suppressed.
And I think that letter was read 40 million times on X. And certainly it was deeply appreciated. But I mean, I as I say, Candace and George, her husband, are family friends. So, you know, it was by complete fluke that having to introduce them. But, you know, flukes do happen.
It was a fluke I wrote her a novel.
You mentioned before that you're a Scientologist, and we know that Scientology has gone to war with the big pharmaceutical companies. And of course, a lot of the medication that people are taking now is has to do with mental health and well-being. Is this not you?
Well, I wouldn't say that Scientology has. I am a Scientologist. I've been a Scientologist for 35 years. You know, I was in Los Angeles. You know, I did the Daily Mail version, of course, which says that you know, makes all sorts of claims, and I think most of us have, you know, read something about it. And I said to myself, I walked past a number of their buildings in Los Angeles, and when I walked past the buildings, the people walking in and out seemed perfectly normal to me, and the buildings all looked clean and tidy and very professional. And I sort of said to myself as a young man, I said, I just wonder if this is the one occasion where the Daily Mail hasn't quite got it right. And oddly, I know that Daily Mail is absolutely 100% correct on everything else, but when I walked into the Church of Scientology, I just said, you know, here I am. I'd like to meet somebody here that knows about the subject, and I found it fascinating. I wouldn't say that the Church of Scientology went to war against the pharmaceutical corporations. I would say the other way around. L. Ron Hubbard, who founded Scientology, he discovered a cure for depression, or a way to handle depression that doesn't use drugs. Of course, if you invent a better mousetrap, people with the existing mousetrap get rather annoyed. And of course, if you can sell a book to somebody that costs all of sort of $5 or $10 or something like that, which you did in those days, and they can take that book home and they can help their friend resolve depression in a few hours, with a little bit of reading, I suppose, let's say 20, 30 hours, without using drugs, then that becomes an immediate threat to all of those profit models out there that rely on somebody turning up to a doctor saying, I'm depressed. The doctor goes, oh, well, take this mother's little helper. And that game had been going on for a long time. So Hubbard, rather innocently, became interested in, you know, how does the mind work? And he subsequently ran into this vested interest. And, you know, when he wrote the first book on the subject in 1950, and it went to the top of the New York Times bestseller list for 36 weeks in a row. Well, this then became a threat to the actually psychiatric vested interests who thought that they had a monopoly on mental health. And so they started a disinformation campaign about the founder and about the Church of Scientology. So you're supposed to have heard all sorts of cuckoo things about it. And I won't repeat them here because you can read about them in the Daily Mail. But yes, there was a kickback. And I think when you do introduce truth, you asked me a very good question. Why are people frightened of the truth? Well, I think it's a different answer for everybody. But if you are profiting from an activity over here, and somebody comes across with a benign activity over here that is going to cut across your ill-gotten gains over here, then you're not just frightened of the truth. You become incensed, and you think, well, I have to take this fellow down. So I think the truth tellers and the truth seekers, and Charlie, of course, was a great truth seeker. In fact, I have a text from him where he says, John, thank you so much for opening my eyes to the psychs. And he was he was zeroing in on who it is on this planet that is seriously causing the trouble. I mean, just, you know, what's been happening in this country for the last few years. I mean, we're looking at a population that is sort of allowed to be exposed to a military-grade psychiatric hypnosis program, you know, and look at the craziness that has occurred over this period. Well, Charlie was onto all of that, and he was talking about it, and Candace too. And of course...
Well, that could also make them targets because, you know, you're attacking a multi-billion-dollar industry.
I'd love to say it's multi-billion. It's actually multi-trillion.
Multi-trillion.
It's multi-trillion. It is a
lot
vast...
of cash.
It is a lot of cash. Mm-hmm. And there are some people that have integrity in this world who wouldn't compromise their integrity for money. I know you to be one of them. And you've had the most extraordinary track record as a journalist. But there are others who are willing to sell out actually for very little money. And a shame. But that is the anatomy of life. And what is good, and the reason I think shows like this are so important, is that truth itself can go through 16-inch armor plate. And when people actually hear the truth and they start thinking to themselves, well, they can, anybody can look into the history of psychiatry. I mean, if somebody actually wants to look into the history of psychiatry, there's an organization called the Citizens Commission of Human Rights, CCHR.org is their website, and you can.
Not a Scientologist site.
Here is not new information.
100%.
It's been known since about 1966. So it's not a new analysis, but it's becoming much more relevant today. I think really because of the vast numbers of people that have been told there is no cure for depression here, you're just going to be hooked on these drugs for the rest of your life. And eventually these drugs destroy people. And of course, in the military sphere, they're used with a far more nefarious intention. So it's interesting.
Well, the Americans did a lot of experiments with their own military over psychiatric drugs.
They did.
Probably looking to get fearless soldiers, or what makes somebody feel invincible and not fearful in a combat situation.
Yeah, well, that was when in 1951, the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, was if not the first, I think he was the first person to document in writing. It's in his second book, it's Science of Survival, it was written in 1951. The precursor to the MK Ultra program. And the MK Ultra program, he called it pain drug hypnosis. They would drug somebody, they would expose them to pain, and they would hypnotize them at the same time. And the military was starting to experiment on their own citizens with these psychiatric techniques. Because far from being any type of benign science, psychiatry is actually a political weapon, and it's been used as a political weapon. So they developed MK Ultra, which began, I think, in 1953, and that's now very well documented. And this is what Candace has really been, that's the line she's been going down. She's been looking into what are the actual origins of MK Ultra, and is the MK Ultra program really effectively still in use? And what we find is, and what we saw during COVID, is that those psychiatric techniques were used on civilian populations in terms of how people were programmed to act, in terms of the fact that, millions of people lined up like lemmings to take an untested medical treatment that now has been proven to harm. I don't think there's anybody that has
it been proven, though? I mean, I was one of those sheeple that lined up, and he did. I was just terrified of the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, and many were. My mother did too. My mother was terrified, and there was a lot of fear creation in the media. That's something that, in hindsight, we can look back at, and we can say, well, how good was the data that was being put out by the mainstream media? How reliable was it?
Well, if you stand up today and start putting a question mark over COVID medicine, people get shut down on websites, kicked off social media platforms. It's a very hot topic.
Well, my Twitter account was removed and my Facebook account was taken down, and I was censored when I presented a cure for COVID. And of course, the cure now is acknowledged as working very, very well indeed. Thankfully, after Elon Musk bought Twitter back, I was given back my Twitter account. It skinned a few 100,000 followers from me, but no, it was. We've lived through some very, very dark times with regard to the media, and I think it's a subject that not everybody still is willing to communicate about. Other than, funnily enough, in the farming community, where I was very open because I spent a lot of time with farmers down in the West Country, and I've had about 5 to 10 farmers come up to me recently and say, you're so right. Friends of mine's daughters, they're miscarrying. We think it's something to do with the vaccine. Well, maybe they're right, maybe they're not right. But I would say the grassroots awareness that something negative occurred as a result of that is now on the increase.
But the whole point of a vaccine is to eradicate a disease, like smallpox.
Well, I mean, listen, it's a point of educating oneself. One vaccine that deals with smallpox is not the same as an mRNA vaccine that was developed in record time, is two completely different technologies. And some would argue that the mRNA treatment is not technically a vaccination. But I became very close friends with a fellow who invented mRNA. He's a fellow called Dr. Malone. And he was part of the original pilot program. And he told me, don't put it anywhere near your body, John, and don't let any of your family take it. And actually, I flew him into London at my own expense, and I put him up, actually, in a hotel in London. And he gave a big presentation to a lot of politicians at the Carlton Club. And he is somebody who most certainly understands the technology of mRNA.
So you're not saying all vaccines are bad, don't take any?
No, of course not, no. But I think that, sanity is the ability to differentiate. Coca-Cola is not the same as sparkling water. So, you don't have to say, well, all drinks are bad. Coca-Cola probably, yes, is rather good for cleaning the toilet, apparently. But, personally, I enjoy it, actually. But it's clearly sparkling water is healthier for you than it's the ability to differentiate.
Mm-hmm. Because that's in the title of your book, The Restoration of Sanity.
Yeah.
I mean, what's happening in the world today? Is it that politicians just feel that they can stand up and lie to us, which some inevitably do? And, we've seen things happening and unfolding in America, and you think, what the hell is going on there?
Well, and I think that's exciting, because the world is actually at a very critical point.
Well, it all depends which end of a nice gun you happen to be on.
No, I agree. But I think the world is recognizing that there is something seriously wrong. Even people who normally wouldn't be paying attention are now starting to pay attention. And they're in a state of what could only be described as need of change. Well, you see, below that state, you have the state of apathy. And that's actually the hardest thing. Well, you'll find this out as you campaign in Glasgow.
That's where we are in Britain at the moment, isn't it? Apathy.
A lot of people are in apathy, but a lot of people are coming up into need of change.
Mm-hmm.
And need of change is something that goes, you know what? There is something seriously wrong in the world. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure as hell going to find out. Or I do know what it is, and actually I'm going to do something about it. And that can only be said to be an improvement. And one of the interesting things about Charlie Kirk's assassination is too many people witnessed there. A person who, listen, I, for one, did not agree with everything that Charlie said, as I've said. When he came over here and he communicated that Islam is not compatible with Western civilization, I thought that was a very destructive comment. Unnecessary. But he was free to say it. And somebody else is free to counter it. The fact of the matter is, people like Charlie, not because necessarily what he said, but because he was all about pushing free speech. And this is what is, people are coming up to using their right to speak, really. They're coming up to, for instance, even this little conversation we've had now. Well, in the past, somebody might watch this and go, oh, that's very interesting. Yvonne's got a very interesting podcast. I found it interesting, but I don't dare share it on Facebook. Well, now you might find somebody goes, well, actually, that's very interesting. I'm going to send it to 5 of my friends on Facebook. That's what I'm going to do. So they're coming up to want to participate in the sharing of truth. And the fact that anybody can look into the investigation. There's an amazing website that somebody contacted me actually and created this website. It's called whokilledck.com. whokilledcharliekirk.com. So it's whokilledck.com. And that website lays out the official story and an alternative viewpoint of what others have observed. And to my mind, nobody can look through that website without drawing very, very different conclusions. So people now are waking up, and I do think that Charlie has become the turning point that he postulated in the world. It may not go the way that he thought it would go, because once people really start looking at the truth, they will arrive actually at the truth, because the truth is very interesting. It will appear to people that genuinely seek it.
Well, it's a bit like the idiom, isn't it, that you can fool some of the people some of the time, and all of the people...
Something like that.
Something like that,
yes, exactly. No, I know exactly what you mean.
Now, we'll probably never agree on Donald Trump, but do you think that the reason why he became so popular is that he
cuts through all the red tape and says, I will deliver this, I will do that. And of course, these are things that politicians rarely say. Well, you know, I think both of us have been involved in the world of politics for sufficient time to realise that I don't think there's any political leader that one would completely agree with. You know, well, getting a statement from Sir Keir Starmer is like trying to nail jelly to the wall. No, I mean, I don't think there's anybody that we've run into in our respective careers in political orbit, you could say. I personally decided to put our, if you like, family name and support behind President Trump when he came down the escalator, is because I saw that Hillary was already suggesting a no-fly zone over Syria, and I considered that that stupidity would have resulted in a war with the Russian Federation. And I thought that she would take us towards a
Oh my God.
What did he just say?
Wall Street scenario. I knew, or I had some prediction as to what was already been planned.
He says that Hillary would have caused a war with the Russian Federation, and that's why he decided to back Donald Trump. I'm freaking out. It's like sentences.
In relation to Ukraine, and I just realized that President Trump was somebody that wanted to be perceived of as a peacemaker. And I think on the whole, other than a few notable examples, he has tried to calm down conflicts geopolitically.
What?
He said he wants to be perceived as a peacemaker.
Yeah. He doesn't like the this is okay.
That's what interested me particularly about him. Well, not by kidnapping the president of Venezuela. Well, I would have to agree with you on that. I found that to be a very surprising and let's put it this way, it's not something I would have done, but he did it. And as I say,
he was arrested, not kidnapped.
Disagree on that.
What'd you say, Mark?
He was arrested, not kidnapped.
Oh, I know, but
he was arrested.
I know, but if you're running it on behalf of Russia, that's how you would say it. Because
I know.
Are you?
Keep going.
All right, I know. You love me.
Of course I do.
Okay, good.
And I wouldn't attempt to justify it because it's under any concept of international law, if there is such a thing. I would agree with you on that. I mean, he does say and do some unhinged things. His Board of Peace, right, which doesn't contain a single Palestinian, even though it's been brought together to form a future for Gaza. And how can the people of Gaza feel as though they've got any future if they're not invited to the big table to sit and discuss their future? Well, if that is in fact the case, I'm sure you have a point. Mm-hmm. I'm not completely familiar with that subject. It's not a subject that I have really spent a great deal of time on. I certainly found what's occurred in Gaza to be extremely distasteful. Mm-hmm. And my observation on it is I am very, very worried for, many Jewish friends of mine who their lives here in England have been made almost impossible because, the actions that Israel has taken in relation to Gaza.
Here you go.
It's going to take a long time for a lot of people to forgive that, if indeed they ever will forgive it. I think Candace made some very strong points on that. Mm-hmm. And the idea of creating some type of sort of holiday resort there, I find that to be absolutely, utterly distasteful. I just think that some of the things that he said and done have been positive. I will hand over the JFK who killed him files. I will hand over the Epstein files, except he hasn't. And people know that there's something rotten about these cases and they don't like being lied to. No. And so having somebody come in and promise to unveil this and expose that is like a breath of fresh air. Yeah, it is. It's a breath of fresh air if indeed he follows through on it. Mm-hmm. But he hasn't yet followed through on Epstein. He hasn't yet followed through on JFK. JFK. Mm-hmm. I mean, last I heard, I spoke to somebody yesterday who knows Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who's quite an interesting young lady. Apparently.
So Anna has been meeting with the Russian government, with Kirill, and spending time at the Russian embassy. So the fact that he brought her up, I find fascinating.
The files went to a judge. The JFK files went to a judge, and the point was, we want these things unredacted, and he's making them go through 5 million documents before anything serious can happen with them. So the amount of work that involves. So they are being slow walked through as to whether or not we get them before the end of Trump's term. I'd be surprised. You've got to ask, well, why is that? Who do those files incriminate? And that is essentially the big question that all these sort of exposés have. Which is why I think that the role of a truth seeker and the role of these small little independent pockets of truth that you find in various different places on the internet have so much value. Truth has a funny way of working its way through a society. And, word of mouth, of course, is a lot more powerful than people. Now, before we let you go, there is a mystery that you would like solving. And you mentioned family name before. Yes. John Mappin, you're part of the Mappin and Webb jewelry dynasty. And in the 1950s, there was an exquisite piece of jewelry called... Well, it's called the Mappin tiara, or more specifically, the Irene Mappin tiara. Yes. And I brought a picture of it for you, which perhaps you can put up on the screen. It was known to be one of the most beautiful tiaras ever made. It was made for my great-great aunt, Irene Mappin, and it was a gift to my mother on her wedding day. What was amazing about it, it was the crest of it, it had 3 lilies, which it was sort of diamonds set in platinum or silver or something of that nature. And it was sprung set, which meant that when the person walked with it, the petals on the lilies would shimmer, or they would, they were like on little springs. Mm-hmm. And so this tiara, when you walked in the room, it would literally just catch the eye because the light would be, fractured by it, or I don't know what you call that with light, whatever light does when it hits a diamond, refract. It refract off it, that's the word. And so what happened is after my mother's wedding, she took the tiara into a jeweler in Hatton Garden. And oddly, that very night, the Hatton Garden jeweler was raided. Now, I'm afraid I don't have the name of the Hatton Garden jeweler, but this family, if you like, heirloom was lost. And the other day, I did just put out a post because I just thought, well, maybe out there, somewhere in the world, there is somebody who was sold this tiara, because something tells me it wouldn't have been broken up, because to break it up would have reduced its value tremendously. I just thought out there might be somebody out there. So I thought, well, I'll post this up and I'll let everybody know that, if somebody does come across it, there'll be a reward. And, well, let's see if some of the bad company podcasters can turn if you've got any of your, all the sleuths out there can have a go and see if they can. But if they could sort of share it about a bit, then you never know. Somebody out there might go, well, probably, oh, well, this is my granny's now. They probably won't want to spread it up. They're rather beautiful things, they're tiaras. And, of course, what a nice thing for you to raise that. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it would give my mother great pleasure. Yeah. She's 88 now, my mother. So it would give her immense pleasure to find it. Well, let's hope we can solve the mystery. John, thank you so much for coming.
Okay.
Masterful.
Right?
If someone had predicted when Charlie was killed, and then after in the memorial, where it was so touching to see Erica forgive the shooter, and people were going back to church, and it was very intense. If somebody had said, well, unfortunately, however many months from now, it's going to be all about Erica potentially being the killer and a groomer, not just on X, but on a posh English accent. no one would have believed it. And that's why you don't ignore the ranch, the Zorro Ranch digging up kids. Because no one's going to invite Viva to counter this. And you can't imagine how people can twist. And there's more than one person doing this. And they're very smart psychopaths. That's why you have to nip it in the bud and manage it and counter it.
I think the counter's out there rhetorically, but as I've said before, there are better counters than rhetorical counters.
Which is like something Victor Davis Hanson was saying an hour ago that Stealth played, which is that these people are so greedy that you forget that Epstein was in the same era as what's the I've been thinking about it for an hour
Describe
now,
him.
and then the guy who grifted $50 billion.
Oh, the Ponzi guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they were the same. They were cut from the same cloth. They hobnobbed the same crowd. They ripped off the same people or whatever they did.
Bernie Madoff?
Still, Madoff. Yeah, that was the same crowd. It was the same people in the same era. Madoff and Epstein were competitors in a sense. And the greed of
that's
these
actually a good
people,
point, Mark.
they never stop.
They had a
There's
limited pool of people to grift. they're
That's right. It's the Palm Beach Country Club. It's the, they both of these guys were like Long Island guys. They both.
Hey, I grew
This
up in
is
Long
like the.
Island. That's not nice.
Yeah. No, I'm on Long Island right
Oh,
now.
okay.
I have had a house in the Hamptons since the '70s.
Yeah, I was just in
Yeah.
Long Island.
Is it Long Island?
Hey, Long
People
Island.
don't even know
Yeah,
like
I mean,
where
it's
it
the
is.
same.
It's so funny. Some people are like, wait, so there's an island off Manhattan? I'm like, yeah. What do you mean? They have no idea.
It's the same crowd.
Yeah.
My dad's going on
Madoff.
vacation to Long Island this summer, so I'll send him your way, Mark.
Yeah, you give him my number. I'll take him out. But the Epstein Madoff crowd, I'm telling you, it's the same people, and they. Like, I have a friend who's in the Epstein files. I looked up because I know this guy is a real estate New York guy, and I looked him up, and he tried to get Epstein to have lunch with him. He sent Epstein a couple of emails, sent Epstein's secretary a couple of emails, and but he's even convinced because he's an egotistical narcissist, wealthy real estate New York Jew, and not that I had anything against that's my people, but that's the crowd. They don't think they don't think anything of it. Nothing.
Madoff never
So
went like the pedophile route, though, right?
Right.
Okay.
So Epstein preyed
no,
upon the pervy elites and
Okay.
made off, maybe the ones that just want to make a buck.
Madoff, his kids are dead. His kid hung himself. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
it's
so
like
crazy.
the wake of destruction that these people leave in their path is unfathomable. It's horrendous.
Did you ever see the movie The Big Short? I think it's called. It's about the collapse of the housing market and those people that bet against it. They knew it was
Great
going to
movie.
happen. Such an interesting story.
Do you guys think it's it's true that her husband's just completely checked out?
Yes. Or
I
scared
mean, he's
of
not
her.
saying anything.
Very scared of her.
You think?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wouldn't you be?
I'm sure he's
He's
got
probably
a
like, I'm going
sense
to
of
take half
prenup.
your money. I'll take your kids from you. She'll make his life a living hell. He thought he was getting into like a political op relationship, and he just like manoozled his way out. He didn't know what he was really getting into.
You see what this lady does to widows and orphans. What would she do to him?
I said, isn't it so funny how like people were making fun of her saying, because she was like, oh, child sleep trained toddlers, they don't get up at 3 a.m. And everyone's like, well, you must not take care of your kids if you don't know that. And then all of a sudden on Sunday, she like mentions her kid in a tweet for like the first time ever. She's like, my kid said, yeah, we're saying a Bible verse, and they were like, is it gonna come with pie or something stupid? I'm like, oh, you are just so calculated. It's embarrassing. She makes my blood boil. I still can't get over that Graham thing. I gotta watch that again. That was so good. He did such a good job.
Something's very weird.
Viva, you've redeemed yourself with me with that widows and orphans joke. That was very, very good.
Don't you think?
Oh, I didn't know I was on a list.
You're on the list.
No, I don't have a list. I just go I just, I go sit in my pants.
Don't you think this is all very, very weird? Something is very weird.
I've been saying that for how long now? Yeah, something's very weird.
Something's very weird.
I'm very worried
I
about
think it's because the
Scientology
next.
being involved.
I
Me
think it's
too.
because the same people are still out there. We just don't know who they are yet. They're not in the headlines yet.
I mean, Scientology is like a malign foreign power in and of itself.
Yes.
Took decades to even break the surface a little bit, and he came up with a good one. He came up with a really good one that this pharmaceutical country was running their own smear campaign or character assassination against Scientology. So he kind of covered that. Then when you hear stuff, you're like, oh yeah, that's that thing. People who don't know. He preemptively solved that problem. I'm very scared of Scientology.
Very interesting. Even how he got to get proximity to Trump, you run an op saying you're betting for him against Hillary, and you make sure it gets leaked to the media. That's like old school KGB operations. Like, that's just how you do it. And then it gets in the news, and you get some buzz, and then
his posts are unhinged. I'm sorry, his novel posts are just completely. Obviously, they're from ChatGPT, but they're just beyond unhinged. We're talking next level unhinged. Especially when he's praising Candace. It's so weird. I wouldn't be surprised if he's paying her, to be honest with you, through the Russian. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me.
Let me see this.
Welcome back, everybody. Today's episode will be a review of the second part of the email interview that I did with His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano. The first part, as you probably know, was released on Monday morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard. In his very next sentence, he says, I hope that the reason the Superior General, he's referring to Father Pagliarani, is insisting on having a dialogue with Rome is not primarily to achieve canonical regularization, but rather to, quote, corner them, so to speak, so that on by ordaining without pontifical mandate, they are going to incur a latae sententia excommunication. The way forward for the SSPX is in the Catholic Church. All right, the way forward will always be in the Catholic Church. Hello, my name is Father Gregory Pine, and welcome to Godsplaining Reacts, where we provide you with takes on things contemporary, hopefully not just reacting in half.
I'm going to go to sleep. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. I'm done. I just want to see. There's all this in the last 2 days.
People have probably heard the news that the Society of St. Pius X, or the SSPX, intends to consecrate new bishops this coming summer, which, if you know anything about them and their history, is something a lot of people have been anticipating, especially since Pope Leo became the Pope, because they only have 2 bishops left to ensure that they have the ability to ordain future priests, which that was the big concern that forced a confrontation with the Holy See back in 1988. Because back then, they only had one bishop, who was Marcel Lefebvre, who was advancing in years and who was negotiating, or he was trying to negotiate with Rome to ensure that he had a successor to carry on with their mission. But unfortunately, those negotiations failed, and Lefebvre went ahead and consecrated 4 bishops without Rome's permission, which resulted in Pope St. John Paul II's declaration that they had incurred excommunication. But eventually those excommunications were lifted by Pope Benedict XVI in the hopes that they could be restored to full communion with the Roman Pontiff and the rest of the Church. But that restoration wasn't fully realized at the time, and that brings us to the current events in which they said they're going to consecrate more bishops, which is all very reminiscent of 1988 all over again. And as a result, there are a lot of eyes on the whole affair waiting to see if they get.
Hey guys, this is Jordan Pacheco from the Glad Child Podcast. I hope you're doing well. And man, we've had a lot of news this past couple of weeks. As all of you, I'm sure, are aware, the SSPX is planning to consecrate new bishops on July 1st of this year. There are only 2 bishops remaining from that original consecration from 1988 by Archbishop Lefebvre. And this has caused quite a stir in the Catholic world, trad and non-trad alike. There are the usual mantras that we've heard. I'm sure some of you have heard for decades now that this is a schismatic act. It's evil. It's outside the unity of Christ. And then there are people on the opposite end which say this is the only thing which must be done. Rome has clearly lost its way. If anything, there should be more bishops, yada, yada, yada. I've heard it all. I've read it all. Men far smarter than me have weighed in on this subject. This is what I've been thinking. I've been gathering all this information. I just want to share it because it's important. First, I want to start with a story. I met a young man, a fellow Catholic, some months ago when I was relatively new here to St. Louis, and he was a revert back into his faith. And
in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost, amen. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary, Hail Mary, full of grace. In the first question here. So, the question is this. Reverend Superior General, you have just publicly announced your intention to proceed with the bishop consecrations on July 1st. Why did you choose to make this announcement on February 2nd?
That's the first question. Why was this big announcement on this date? It's important. So, yes, something to do with Our Lady. Yes. Who was at the candle mass this year? Right, February 2nd is the candle mass. So what does Father Pagliarani say? He says the feast of the purification of the Most Blessed Virgin, that's February 2nd, is of great significance within the SSPX. Why? It's the day on which our seminarians for the priesthood receive the cassock. So that's the day our seminarians for the first time take off their ties, take off their suit jacket, and put on a cassock. It's the first big step towards the priesthood. It's a very special day in the society. It's a day on which the presentation of our Lord in the temple. So February 2nd is two feasts in one. It's the purification of our Blessed Mother, but it's also the presentation of our Lord. Remember the fourth
So
joyful
he's
mystery, the
probably
presentation
part of
of
their
Jesus in the
group.
temple? That's also
Okay.
February 2nd.
I'm
So he says the presentation of our Lord in the temple, which we celebrate today, reminds the
oh,
seminarians
so he is.
that the
He's
key to their
SSPX.
formation for the priesthood lies in
Okay, so he is.
salvation of souls. So if a soul comes to us and we don't have canonical status, it's still valid. But that's the law that you know. And so a lot of people were scrupulous about that. We can't go to the confessions of the SSPX because they're invalid. So Rome, a lot of people petitioned them. Can you just give them jurisdiction? And Pope Francis said, fine, let's clean this up. All priests of the society have full jurisdiction for confessions. For who? For the good of the people, not for the good of the priests or the society. It was a pastoral outreach for you. Marriages too. You know, if you're married in the SSPX and you don't have delegation from the bishop, all you have to do is go to the Archdiocese of Portland or Washington, and they'll invalidate your marriage in 2 days because you got married in front of an SSPX priest, which was invalid. What about baptisms? Baptisms are always valid. These are the only two sacraments which require jurisdiction, canonical status. Now, remember, our arguments, so that's their arguments, but our arguments, because there's an emergency in the church, the normal laws don't apply. If China starts bombing us right now and we're driving down the street, are you going to stop at the stoplight? No. The normal laws of a state or of the church don't apply when the situation is a crisis. So they're trying to pin us down with normal laws in a normal time, but we say it's not a normal time. Souls come to us because you're teaching them heresy and they want a confession and they're going to go to it and God is going to absolve them because it's a state of necessity. And their marriage is going to be valid too. But there are people who have taken advantage of it. There are people who have gotten married in this church or one of our churches and they have problems in their marriage. They go up to Portland, marriage is dissolved. Yeah. So, Holy Communion. Holy Communion is always valid. It doesn't require jurisdiction.
Wow.
We're talking about
Wow, the shenanigans.
Validity. For them to be
Wow.
valid
Wow.
requires normally, this is the key thing, normally requires jurisdiction. Only marriage and confessions. So, because it was a big problem, and we ourselves were writing to Rome like, look, all these people got married in our churches, and now they're just going and getting an annulment. This is ridiculous. We make them even sign paperwork that says, we believe there's a crisis in the church, we believe that we need to go to the SSPX to get married, but still, when people are desperate, people are desperate. That's crazy. So, Pope Francis did grant this jurisdiction, so we have that right now. So what Father Pagliarani is saying, look, leave us. You're leaving us as we are here. Couldn't you do a similar thing with this consecration of bishops? Yes.
Okay, if they grant you canonical status for marriage, then that is part of Rome. Then how can they dissolve a marriage? Just deny. That was prior to getting the canonical status.
So all marriages before 2017. If you were married, and this is the other hard thing, is that, for example, the Archdiocese of Portland grants us jurisdiction for marriages, but Washington doesn't. So some bishops say yes, and the Pope Francis said it's up to the bishop. And if they want to be mean to us, they just say, no, I'm not giving you delegation. So then we still have to marry, the people still get married, but it's back to the state of necessity argument, valid because of the state of emergency in the church.
This is very.
So by now,
Most people have probably heard the news that this.
Hold on.
For people who do have those competencies, how does weighing in and debating with other random Catholics on the internet help the situation or bring it to any kind of meaningful resolution? And I understand the inclination to weigh in like this. Back in the day, everyone had an opinion about whether O.J. Simpson did it or not. And most people, in my experience, were willing to volunteer that opinion. And that's because it was a mostly harmless opinion. The consequences of being right or wrong were insignificant, and none of us were under some kind of obligation to submit to the authority of the jury and its decision about the case on pain of sin.
Okay. Good night, guys. I'm trying to this is very
Welcome
weird.
back, everybody.
Hold on a second.
Today's
This is just some very strange.
Thank you for being with us. Our top story tonight: the Vatican officially.
Hold on.
Thank you for being with us. Our top story tonight: the Vatican officially excommunicates Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, papal nuncio to the United States, from 2011 to 2016. The ruling comes after Archbishop Vigano defied a summons last week to appear before the Vatican office on the doctrine of faith. There, he was said to face charges of schism. After an ongoing confidential penal process that concluded on Thursday, Vigano was excommunicated and found guilty of schism, which is considered a canonical crime of refusal to submit to the authority of the Pope. It is also the most serious penalty a baptized person can receive, being placed outside of the communion of the faithful of the Catholic Church and denied access.
What does it mean to be excommunicated? Why is it Archbishop Vigano's place to arrive at the conclusion that Pope Francis needs to resign? Like, it seems like this justice is selective. And when you have selective justice, it's actually not justice at all. Father Cristino, it's a pleasure to have you back. Thank you. Did McCarrick from the life of hiddenness and silence that Benedict had relegated him to, and gave him new responsibilities in the church, primarily dealing with the Chinese Communist Party and working on a deal with them about what the Vatican would do to work in conjunction with the Chinese government to try and regularize the situation of the Catholic Church in China. It's a very prominent profile, if in fact it was what happened. That, I think, is still debated. Nevertheless, that's how things went, and McCarrick sort of, it seems, touted himself as having been rehabilitated by the Pope, and sounding also like he had been a champion, Francis, of Cardinal Bergoglio to be elected as Pope in the first place. So some questionable things allegedly going on there. And in 2018, when the statute of limitations in the state of New York had been lifted, meaning that they could explore and investigate historic allegations of any kind of criminal nature, were brought against the Catholic Church, and meaning that historic allegations of sexual abuse could now be investigated that were older than a certain period of time. Cardinal Dolan, the Archbishop of New York, was made aware that such allegations existed against Cardinal McCarrick, who at that time serving as an auxiliary bishop in New York and eventually a bishop in New Jersey and cardinal and then Archbishop of Washington, D.C. He needed to investigate these, and they were found to be credible allegations. That's when this became public news. A cardinal of the church credibly accused of sexual abuse. And then Vigano emerges from out of the shadows. He retired. He was no longer the nuncio in the United States. And he publishes this very long testimonial in which he denounces Cardinal McCarrick, says that this was already known, this was already decidedly not dealt with, that Pope Benedict tried to deal with it in this way, and Pope Francis had reversed that and undermined him and knowingly rehabilitated the sexual abuser, and he even called for, at that time, Pope Francis to resign as a consequence of all of this now coming to the surface. And this was also done in the backdrop with the Pennsylvania grand jury report around, I think, earlier, but this was all fresh in people's memory as well. That's right. So the clergy sexual abuse crisis, it seemed like, was yet again being reinvigorated and brought to the forefront, except now, as opposed to what almost always seemed to happen when something like this came to light, you had this sort of wall of the bishops standing arm in arm, very apologetic, but absolutely committed to eradicating this rot from the life of the church. Now it looked like there was one of them pointing the finger back at them this time. Yeah. And not just anyone, right? Not just the auxiliary bishop of Timbuktu, but the former nuncio to the United States of America, who absolutely would know all of the details about all of this, these goings on, and the second highest ranking official in the Vatican for a period of time leading up to that. So his prominence lent itself automatically to credibility. And I think that's why it was difficult to look away from what he was saying or just disregard it. Since that time, because I want to comment on that. Like those that first letter, the second letter, I remember reading them. I think I even read them and put them on the channel. And I think many people, like myself, generally appreciated very much what he did, because there was just like a sense of like something rotten is going on in the church and no one is saying anything, and there's secrets here, and it's like this well-known secret that no one talks about, and all of a sudden he was perceived by many as a champion, coming out saying, look, things are not what they seem, and here it all is. And honestly, I appreciated his letters, particularly his first two, because it really caught my attention. I think many people like myself were disillusioned with the church and how the handling of sexual abuse within the church and minors, and the James Grimes story, and for him to come out, it was like, maybe something's going to be done. And I think what he did was, this was really the downfall of McCarrick shortly after this. I think it really did contribute to how it ended up for him. So I think many people, like myself, look at that period of time and appreciate the work that he did. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I think many people. But then as time started going on, for myself, like, something's not, it got more political. Yeah. And it just didn't have the same resonance with me, and I didn't quite understand. You've got to be kidding. Where this was all going. Your thoughts? I don't disagree with the relief that it brought to hear someone from within the church sounding the alarm. It was reassuring to feel like, okay, we're not just some old boys club who circle the wagons and do everything in our power to protect ourselves. Because we keep saying we're not that, and then it somehow just keeps feeling like that's what we keep doing. Yeah. And so it was reassuring that there are some who weren't willing to do that. When you're just a lowly parish priest, or as I was at the time, vocation director of a diocese in Western Canada, you feel very helpless in the grand scheme of things with regard to the life of the church. It's easy for me to say to myself, well, if I was a cardinal archbishop, that's not how I would be handling things. But that's useless thought. I mean, who cares what I would be doing if I was in a situation that I clearly am not right now? So that means nothing. But to then have someone of his prominence actually step up and do something, it did feel, in a twisted kind of way, it felt good. It was like, okay, maybe we're just going to lance the boil here, and all the pus just needs to get out, and we need to face this. And that initial reaction, I think, is well founded. But even from that first letter, there was a line of misguidance that seems to have just always been tracing its way through Archbishop Vigano's actions and ways of thinking, because even if all he was doing was testifying to the truth of the situation, and that it was absolutely the truth that he had warned Pope Francis ignored him and rehabilitated McCarrick to have this new and prominent role, even if all of that was true, why is it Archbishop Vigano's place to arrive at the conclusion that Pope Francis needs to resign? The point of being the head of the institutional church, of being the supreme, immediate, absolute monarch, if you will, is that you don't answer to anyone. There are reasons why that being true can wreak havoc, but if the alternative is to just not let that be true anymore, and who's going to change that? That is what we have inherited. That is part and parcel of the papacy. And so then to have a retired archbishop then say, and now Pope Francis, you need to resign, that already for me was like, that's not your place to say that. If that is true, maybe you should fly to Rome and have a private meeting with him and say, Holy Father, I don't know how you can justify continuing on in your office with this black spot against you. That would be appropriate, because now as a bishop, you're talking to the head of the College of Bishops and trying to collegially work with him, and Pope Francis claims to be very collegial and open to that. But that's not what he did. And so that was, to me, already the first sign of red flag. Like, it was all going along well, and you were saying the things that I think needed to be said, and then this little extra curveball gets thrown in there. And I think that's what I've just continuously watched with Vigano. Even if you would say that it's the logical conclusion that if Pope Francis was guilty of these things, that he ought to resign, what is to be gained? I lived in Seoul for 2 years. Just saying that, it's just an opinion, and it's an opinion that can't be enforced. But you've made it publicly, and I think it was counterproductive. So that you already alluded to the fact that over time,
more and more, you've just started to see Vigano kind of trail into points of politics and confusion that you haven't been able, that haven't resonated with you. Yeah. And now here we see it has reached an apex. My point to that is, I think we've been watching this slow progression over the last 6 years, and that it has arrived at this moment is not surprising. Yeah, I feel it's sad. One thing I wonder, there was always this need to be hidden and never in public and in secret. And I don't know if he has friends around him or not, but the public perception is that he was disconnected. Mm-hmm. Maybe then that's not true. Maybe he is very well connected with the community, people around him. I just know that if one is by themselves, and I know when I'm by myself and I'm not talking to other people, my mind goes pretty negative pretty quick. Mm-hmm. That's my tendency. Mm-hmm. I get pessimistic. The glass is half empty.
Interesting.
30.
Let me see.
Nothing more significant than that. So people perceive that, or you could talk about Bishop Strickland.
This is so. Excommunicates. It just to think that a whole political movement started, and Bannon and the Russians and all these people in Epstein are all involved in this. This is so weird. I don't even know. It's like a long script of a movie playing out.
Who is this talking right now?
Okay, so SSPX, which is what Candace is part of, and which this girl Carrie's a part of, and her husband George is part of. This has to do with the whole Carrie Bowler situation, and it has to do with Candace. Obviously, that's why she's saying all these crazy things. And
is this at the committee thing?
Is this no? So no. There's it's all right. It's the total op. It's what George Farmer is part of. It's the type of Catholicism that they're dealing with, and this is going back into the history of like why it's at where it's at. But in the Epstein files, Bannon and Epstein are conspiring together to get Pope Francis to quit, and they're using as the mouthpiece for it.
Yeah,
and that's coming from the Russians. Do you understand how insane this is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't even know how to say. This is the most bizarre op. And this is in order, and then you're able to get JD Vance as the VP through this whole process. This is what this is about.
They want JD or they don't?
No, they organized to get JD as the VP through all this work. It's crazy. Because Peter Thiel and them and the Russians, I don't even know what to say. This whole thing is really weird.
Yeah, no,
Is Peter Thiel SSPX?
I don't know. I don't know.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. The end times, Armageddon.
Peter Thiel has some interesting ideas.
Silicon Valley, recklessly ambitious.
So Peter Thiel's Catholic, right? I think that's what it is. But he's gay, right? I think he's married and gay, right? Is that right?
What kind of Catholic is he? Is he Greek? Greek Mass or Latin Mass? English Mass?
Actually, it's funny. They're trying to say that clavicular or whatever. That's his sugar daddy. That they have like some weird relationship.
He held a 4-part series on the Antichrist.
The Commonwealth Club in San Francisco.
Yeah, I heard about that, but I never watched it.
Let's take a look at this little part right here that you can't see very well. It says you are warmly invited to a series of 4 lectures by Peter Thiel addressing the topic of the biblical Antichrist. Peter is a technology entrepreneur and investor who has spent most of his career writing and speaking about how.
Hold on a second. Wait.
He has the most interesting take on the Antichrist. He absolutely scares the hell out of one of my friends. It's
What is his take
in science and AI?
You think it's AI?
It is. No, it is the most unique take I've ever heard, and I could be very wrong about this. It's secondhand through telephone, but what I hear about Thiel's take on the Antichrist is that the Antichrist is essentially stagnation of technology and a failure to develop AI, whereas most people think that the beast power, for instance, sounds like some kind of AI amalgam, because the book of Revelation says that the beast power can be witnessed and seen by everyone on earth at once. And of course, this is written in the first century. That wouldn't be possible. And that the beast power, which is the Antichrist's right-hand man during this tribulation period, would perform miracles that were pretty much indistinguishable from God's. And so it sounds like some kind of like AI quantum computing system, some kind of something like that. And so Peter Thiel's take is kind of the opposite of the typical take, which is what I just said. It is that there's a stagnation, lack of development of society, and that we will have the consequence of that will be the Antichrist. It's really odd.
Are you referencing the interview he did with Ross Douthat at New York
No,
Times?
I'm referencing a
No,
friend that
the
I know that
in-person
works in
one.
science, and he's really scared of Thiel's take.
Yeah, guys, I was listening to you before I went to sleep, and I went to sleep and I woke up, and you're still here. Can you give me an update on the British fellow we were listening to about an hour ago?
Mavin,
Also,
yeah. Wait, just really quickly,
oh,
which forms of Christianity believe in an antichrist? Do all of them believe in that, or
Yes.
all forms of Christianity?
No, a small O Orthodox, aka slightly weird, admires Jews because admires the Antichrist, associates Jews with Antichrist. A bunch of bullshit. He's gay,
I
whatever.
mean, if there are subsects of Christianity that don't believe in an Antichrist, I mean, we're talking ultra minority status, single digit percentage. Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox, I'm pretty Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses all believe in an Antichrist. In the Book of Revelation, by the way, this is one of the things that's so hard to hate Israel as a Christian or believe in this replacement theology, or that God is going to lie, that God is a pathological liar who lied all throughout the Bible, and his eternal promises to Israel that would not end.
Bro. Peter Thiel thinks that Jews are the Antichrist. Therefore, he says Jews are super based.
What?
Yeah,
That's it.
he has a very unique
He's
take
fucked
on
up.
the Antichrist, from what I'm told. I've not heard it firsthand, but it is unique by the Webster Dictionary definition of unique. It is a one-off. I've literally never heard anyone espouse it before. If my friend is telling me this correctly, Thiel's take on the Antichrist. So that being said, the Book of Revelation describes what the rabbi was talking about much earlier, Stealth, in the Book of Ezekiel about the prophecies of a restored Israel, and essentially a conflict where the world will come against Israel, the goat nations that will oppose God's will, and in an apocalyptic battle where God will vindicate the Jews and he will save the Jews. So this is the book of Ezekiel, mirrors Revelation. So it's kind of insane for people to say they believe in the Bible when the New Testament mirrors the Old Testament and what it says about the Jews and the legitimacy of the state of Israel and who the real Jews are.
Dude, he's gay. He's not a Christian. He's just kind of messed up, and he has a lot of money, and he throws like big parties. That if you get invited to those parties, look for Milo. If you see Milo Yiannopoulos, run the opposite direction and call it a day. Say thanks for the invite and just leave. I still get invited to those party. I find excuses every single time. Nice guy, really nice guy. But the parties are not intended to be just for fun. Let's just say. He's an eccentric. There's no denomination of church to describe that. It's just me, mom, me, dad, sort of kind of Christian, me powerful and secular, and I'm just gonna freaking paint it however I want because everybody thinks I'm a demigod, so they're just gonna eat it up.
Yeah, and I talked to several Catholics about this because, I didn't really know the Catholic theology in my area, and just a few hundred Catholics I'd spoken to about theology. Most of them didn't know really anything about Scripture. And I had this was explained to me by someone who is a Catholic and knows quite a bit about Scripture that I met personally. They said most Catholics are poorly catechized, and this has come up a lot in these spaces. This is true. This is a big problem in the Catholic Church for a long time. And so what had happened is I hadn't met any two Catholics that had the same theology for a long time.
Now he thinks that old Orthodox Jews worship Satan legitimately. He's like that dude's weird. And not only that, he worships them for it, which is hilarious. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty common. It's probably more. I mean, it's a non-scientific sampling of maybe a couple hundred, few hundred people that I'd spoken to that happen to be Catholics, that they didn't really have the same theology from matching. They kind of had one-offs. I finally met several Catholics that have the same theology, but I guess they're poorly catechized. So when you're a Catholic, you
dude,
can kind of just
there's
believe
no
anything.
theology that associate with there's no he made that up in his own little head.
Wait.
Like there's
Viva, I have a question. I want to play something quick and then I want to go to sleep, but I want you to think about this because these are the questions that I have, and Robert Manus Friedman says it in the best ways. So if you can give me a rational response to how you would respond as a Christian to this quick statement, just think about it. This is not a burning emergency, but this is what I think about, and because I don't understand certain things, obviously. So
The New Testament. Is it really necessary that somebody has to die for our sins? Is that God's plan? It doesn't sound like a good plan. I'm going to create human beings. They're all going to be sinful. Somebody's going to have to die for their sins, and then they can get to heaven. Why do we need to get to heaven? Why do we need to be born with sins? Why do we need to be forgiven? The whole plan. Why?
Why do elements have to have atomic weights?
Hold on.
Would I have a problem? Would anything be wrong?
why does the wind change direction?
No, you need to understand the rationale. Just stop talking because you're not as smart as him. So just hold on.
And then they can get to heaven. Why do we need to get to heaven? Why do we need to be born with sins? Why do we need to be forgiven? The whole plan. Why? Where would I be if I was never born? Would I have a problem? Would anything be wrong? If I wasn't born, everything would be good. But I am born, and I'm born in trouble. Now somebody has to help me so that I can go back to heaven, which is where I came from. Before I continue with my monologue.
Who is this, and can you speed it up? I mean, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a right?
Like, sir, this is kind of insulting. Like, I don't know. It's just like whatever.
Where was I before I was born? Did I have problems then?
Hold
Who
on.
knows?
You were an egg.
Yes, I have a question. Just listen.
So what I'm saying is, you can serve God directly. That's been the Jewish view forever. God created you because he needs you. He didn't create you to save you. He created you because you can have influence on this world, on a number of people, on a number of places where you can bring God down to earth. It's such an exciting thing. I am here to serve my Creator. So I really don't need him to do anything for me. Just let me serve you. Tell me what you need from me and let me do it for you. That's all. So I don't need a reward. You don't have to bribe me. You don't have to threaten me with punishment. I want to serve you. We're not bad people. We're actually very good people.
Has he met anyone else?
And we don't need to be rewarded. We want to serve God because he is God. And it's a privilege to serve him. Did that change everything?
Not everything, but I'm learning to relearn. I'm learning to learn again. So in that, maybe I think maybe you throw some light on the concept of Trinity and the concept of salvation.
Well, from what I understand, the Trinity is supposed to explain something that is mysterious.
Okay.
If God is infinite and God is all powerful, how are we supposed to get closer to him when we are so low and so small and so sinful?
It's a good question for Moses.
The way to explain that is there are three parts to God. There's God that we cannot reach. There is a God who does not care about us because he's too high, he's too big. But then there's also a part of God that is closer. We can see him, we can talk to him, and he cares about us. He's the Son. And he will get us into heaven. He will bring us closer to God. How? Well, by teaching us, by showing us the right way, and by dying for our sins. Yeah, is that a good description of the Trinity?
Not really.
That was awful.
I've never heard that
So,
among any theological tradition within Christianity.
why
Hold
does
on.
God need
Who the
help?
fuck
He's
is that
God.
doing?
Hold on.
He's not too big. He's everything. Why does he need a Trinity to be able to reach us?
Why does he need blood
I
sacrifice
don't
for
think he
atonement?
does. He doesn't need any help. He created us. He loves us. He cares about us. And he's available to us. We can serve him directly. We don't
Okay,
have
so
to
let me
wait
go do
2,000
OnlyFans
years
then.
to get to
The
him
fuck?
through the Son. We can get to him every day by what we do for him. In the next 12 to 24 months.
Okay, so you're already having your mindset your response. Like I told you, like, just sit and think about it, and then let me know tomorrow, like, just the thought process around that,
There's
because
blood atonement. There's blood
There's
atonement for
nothing. There's
sins.
nothing.
Blood
It's a bunch of
atonement. So
nothing.
Old Testament, right?
yeah,
There's a propitiation.
but
There's
not
a
of
day of
humans,
atonement,
but not of humans.
right?
It just sounds like a vicious circle for not like taking any accountability and just like the whole libertarian type of stuff.
I
But
kind of
who is this
understand
guy?
a little bit where he's coming from, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive ideas between a Trinitarian belief or his belief on how you can. I think there's a lot of overlap that maybe he doesn't realize. I don't know without talking to him. I don't know exactly where he's coming from or what point he's making, other than saying, "Oh, gee, I don't understand Christian theology as a non-Christian." Well, gee, I don't understand X religion theology is not a member of that belief system.
Yeah,
So
what is he Jewish?
Yeah, this is Rabbi Manis Friedman. He's one of the greatest minds of our time. But anyways, so he's trying to explain it to somebody who's in Africa. They're having a call, obviously on Zoom. But I was curious your thoughts on that preliminary stuff. But it's not.
it's an interesting thought on the Trinity. I don't know. Maybe someone thinks that. I've never heard it before.
Yeah, no. I was just your thought. No, just your thought on what's the point of creating us and having some